big enough for two. And I wanna do that something, something that will blow your mind. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, Before you, I was paralyzed, all broken down from heartbreaks. Then you came and set me free. You've taken me to paradise, where nothing is a mistake, where we move so flawlessly. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you.
a new home for a while, let me feel alive. Nothing to hold me back, take my time, just enjoy the ride. A new man passing by, life is good, best I've ever felt. Get me up, somewhere new, somewhere I can find myself. Oh, I feel so alive. As I reach out to the sky. I found my way. I was in the dark against it all, but made it through the day. Cause I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. Cause I found my way. Cause I found my way. Cause I found my way. My way. Cause I found my way. My way. I was in the dark against it all, but made it through the day. Cause I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. Cause I found my way. Cause I found my way. Cause I found my way.
Hello. How are we doing? Good evening, good afternoon, happy Sunday. Hope you're well. How's things? Yeah, it's wet. It's really wet here. Outside. Luckily, my flat is very dry. That's good. Sapphira, good evening. Hope you're well. Sorry, was that pronounced correctly? I hope it is. Apologise if you can hear a fan in the background. Hopefully it's not too bad. I'll try and put some background music on, so maybe it doesn't get noticed quite as much. But yeah, it's I get quite hot set in front of 3 monitors, and yeah, if I don't have a fan on, just end up turning into a big puddle on the chair, and that's it's not a good way to go, is it? So yeah, hope your Sunday's good. Yes, it was pronounced correctly. That is good to hear, good to hear. So we have a P.L.U. meeting, hopefully with a few people, and maybe some high commanders, an open invitation for them, and that's in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So yeah, we'll do that, chew the fat, as they say, in regards to P.L.U. and if any of the high command do turn up, see what they have to say for themselves. But yeah, all busy yesterday. The 48 hour has finished today, so not sure if they're back yet. If not back, they will be on the way back. So that's fine. Got a cabinet in here. I think got some seats in here as well. Can't pick up furniture. That's a pain in the butt. Can't pick up furniture, can you? Only demolish it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Some chairs you can pick up. I think I had some chairs in here, did I not? Three. I've got some improved wooden chairs, so I've got some chairs. I can grab some chairs. Just plonk them down. That should be fine. So I think 3 or 4 people have said they can make it from P.L.U. As I say, not heard anything from High Command, although I did post it in the Discord a few days ago, so they are aware. It's just obviously the timings, whether they're on or busy doing other things, I'm not too sure. Hope you're all well too, besides the rain and being bloody hot here today and next week. Yeah, it's all good. You get used to it. Northeast Scotland, it's starting to get to... it's still very warm for this time of year. It's like 20 degrees yesterday. It was about 18, 17. But very, 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 very wet. Had the Tour de Britain cycle race start off today as well. In my local area. So all the roads were shut, but yeah, they had to delay the start of that cycle race because of the extremely bad roads. A hell of a lot of big puddles. My sailing would have come in very handy in some places. Hello, sheepy. Oh my god, get out the damn way. Move. I swear to god. Nuisance. Looks like there's a gaggle of people down at the P.L.U. Not nameplating, of course. Are they inside or outside?
All of their...
Okay, what the hell's going on here?
Almost.
Oh my word. Huh.
You know what?
See what's going on. What's going on? Oh. Why is an owl?
Okay.
Why is an owl here? You never see owls. Why are we having discussions out here?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And
Evening,
have no
sir.
percentages for those two.
Oh,
Good
sir.
evening. Good
Commodore.
afternoon. Good morning.
Commodore.
Will do, Ensign.
Commodore,
thank you.
I have something to give you that you may want to take a look at.
Ensign, I'm going to run up and get those reports, the updated for the spyglass, see if the other two are available for us. Did you want me to see if anybody from the building team's available if I see him to start talking?
No,
parts?
we'll talk about that
Okay.
later. What I would like to know is if Miss Kalani can make this meeting, and if there's any members of the, what the hell are they called? High Command that would
Operations
like to.
clerks? Oh,
What are
High
they
Command?
called?
Perfect.
Took me a minute. I'm a little slow. I need more coffee.
The purple ones.
I will speak with her,
Purple.
sir, and have her pass the invitation to High Command, and that it'll be starting in 1 hour and 10 minutes, should any be capable of attending. And if
Right.
they had any questions for us, this would be the best time for them to also get a better understanding of how things are working down here.
Yes.
If anyone from Ops, Senior Ops, want to come down as well, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Oli, if you could also pass on that if you can find anybody, that I need a copy of my room key at Edge House. I currently can't access any locked door on the island. that I had
Attention,
keys
trade
for.
dock visitors. Due to
Oh,
the unfortunate
okay.
circumstance of trade being out of fucking gold,
Ding,
trade
ding,
is
ding.
closed until further notice. Thank you.
Remember your question
ding.
earlier, Mix Small, about can't we just pull gold from trade when we're locked out of the building?
Right.
This
I don't
is
know what
prime
they have
time.
been buying. I don't know what they have been buying. But
I
20
just don't
rhinos,
have.
apparently.
Oh yeah, let's not talk about that. Okay, let's just stop.
I'm gonna get something to eat.
Sorry, look, we've been trying to clean up our own mess. It's every once in
I'm
a while
gonna go
nice to go
put
and
you
go
in
see
one of
that
those
pal stinks
outhouses.
too.
Lock you in there.
Good morning, though, Calvador. How are you doing? I promise nothing bad.
Commodore, there is 2 or 3 reports in your desk for you to review that I think you need to see. One is our voyage log. One is the purchase of the Snapper, a Styx pirate ship that was brought to us by Strongarm last night.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another one in there for you to review. The 5
The
gold
wellness
was well
check, you mean,
spent
sir?
on that ship.
Okay. Well, 5 gold. God, break the bank. My God. Okay.
That
And
ship,
your report, sir, for the
lasted-
tainted flock wellness check is in there.
Oh yes, that's very important. Also,
Okay.
apparently last night, I don't have the report for you yet, but apparently we've
I'll go
run
work on
into
it
the
now.
unlisted.
Oh, excuse me, John Baptiste.
What, the unlisted as
Uh,
unlisted or as another?
Captured
Is
them
the-
last night, but due to unfortunate circumstances of grape shot being grape shot gods, they were released to their own recognizance. But we do know now that they are on a black sailed ship, and we're spotted.
That's
at
one of the
least
reports
twice
I'm running for.
one.
Are they still sailing under the same company name?
I am not
No.
sure of that. See, the problem with the report that I was given, there was no actionable information in there for me to determine anything.
Actually, I shouldn't say no because I don't have any clue how that sailor would know that information, so I'm gonna walk that back.
Anyways, Mr. Logerson is going to try to get me an actual voyage log report from that voyage where they had the capture and release of that vessel and the crew, so we can get some names.
No, absolutely. They're still under the privateer umbrella, although they've gone rogue. Until we get closure on that, we still need to be involved with it from start to finish on that side. Okay.
Ensign Nexus, before it slips my mind, I completely forgot. I do know of several civilian companies that are selling cannons of,
Nope, don't
of
want them.
such high. No, I'm. This is a report, not like that. That are selling them, well, explicitly not to Navy.
Well, yes, that happens all the time. We're aware of that and used to it. They'll get nice things, sell them to the people who they like the most, and usually we're on the short end of the stick for that spectrum.
Not just giving you a heads up. That's likely how they are getting it. They just have.
Oh, I'm aware that the unlisted were compliant in selling high-end wares to the sinners now.
Oh, is that so? That is something I did not know about. I was speaking of other civilian companies. I could name a few that I've recently spoken with that I know for a fact have been selling to black sales.
It was not report worthy at the time because it was not intentional that it made its way there. Apparently, some of Port Ludigen's harbor defenses and other things eventually made their way to the sinners. Apparently, a front company was buying from them and then giving them out to the sinners.
Mr. Mann, I do need you to set up a meeting for myself and the Commodore. I would like to speak with Barnabas Blythe, as he was their siege weapons and cannon maker.
I'll see what I can do. He is currently, I believe, with Dapper Deals.
However you can make it happen, I would like to sit down and talk with him, with the Commodore, because he has relevant information to this case.
Okay.
It may require traveling out, but I can see if I can put a crew together.
It's the P.L.U. business. You have ships and you're authorized.
Okay. Right, let me go and read this stuff before the meeting. Yeah.
Commodore, a message from Almo of Governor Gas. London is still scratching their head at that issue, but they have set up a secondary dock for us.
Right, okay. Is it secure? Can we get resources from there, then?
As far as I'm aware, I'm unsure. I would need to physically go there and look at it.
Okay.
But
That's another one to add to the list then. Yeah, we need to send a couple of people down there, just check it, make sure it's suitable for one or maybe two brigs to go in an emergency and restock, etc., etc., before we kind of give the clear. I'm assuming that book went up yesterday with a note to head off.
I did, sir. I
HQ.
handed it reports myself.
So, yeah, once that check's been done and signed off, we'll send another one up saying that to go to Copper and Cask instead of the Royal Society, as they're obviously just a trade port opposed to a privateer port, so we don't want to be dropping Navy ships on their doorstep.
sure. And
No, but
I-
you have a good fallback plan for that island.
No, absolutely. It's good to know, yeah, but as I say, I'd rather not utilise a white cell company for resupply purposes for Royal Navy, especially in those waters. There's too much danger on their doorstep to contend with that as a white cell company.
Also, I did come into this conversation about halfway through. I missed quite a bit of information. Whenever you get
Oh,
a chance,
this
I'll
is
send
not
it
the
to you.
meeting. We'll talk about that stuff later.
You know.
Just curious, why is everyone stood out here for having a?
Oh, we were walking around looking at the building.
Oh, okay.
And I cannot currently get into the building.
Yeah, why not?
When I went on the 48, I was dragged out of my room after a key was acquired from operations to get in my door. My keys are currently locked inside my room.
Oh, so you've not lost the keys, you just can't get to the keys. They're inside your room. Okay, so we can give you a spare set, and that's fine, if that's the case.
Okay.
And then just bring that one back once you've got the main set back.
Aye.
Okay, we'll sort that
I was
one
going
out.
to say, man, how did the 48 go?
I've got something for you, sir.
I don't believe it is my station to say.
I'm asking as a... You know what? Never mind. Whatever. Okay. Thank you for the non-answer, ma'am.
Because of the circumstances at the 48, I would rather let those higher in rank make determinations on it.
Sorry, what were they for, Nexus?
But for operations, the full
Oh.
set of keys to have operations.
Okay, so they're mine, are they?
Yes, they are. I got them for you yesterday.
Perfect. I'll drop those on my keychain. Okay to do that, am I?
Yeah, I put mine on my keychain. She knows we have them now. I got them straight from Master Kalani.
Perfect. Right, let me go and look through these messages and notices and such. Everyone
But
that was here is
yeah, it was
available
a busy
properly.
night, but we got a lot of stuff done. Duty log's been updated. Ledger's been updated. You have all the reports I think you need to see instead of
Okay.
trying to read everything.
Has that backlog of filing been...
No, I'm
Tied up.
working on that. After we get done with the meeting today, I'm going to set Sailor Nexus up to start going through that and sitting down and getting the system in her head so she understands it and filing those reports away.
Has anyone seen DeLeon over the last couple of days?
No.
She
No.
was apparently on shore leave for a little bit, but I did see her a day or two ago.
No, she was on shore leave last weekend, back on Monday, so I think she was around Monday and Tuesday. Just gone, not seen her since.
I have not seen her since about last Wednesday, yes.
Okay. No, because DeLeon, she was originally in here as kind of the chief admin clerk, and things didn't go too swimmingly between her and D'Artagnan, unfortunately, so that's when she stepped down and decided to be head bosun of the Bulldogs and on the Bulldogs billet, so that's why D'Artagnan was taking it all over for the time that she was here. So yeah, I just want to keep her involved, but if she's not being around, then obviously we can't just stop everything. So yeah, just be aware that if she comes back and things have changed a little bit, or new processes are in place on the admin side, that she may have some comment or input. She's usually very good with
I get along with you very well.
dealing with it. So, but yeah, she may ask questions about what's happening and why, etc. But yeah, we need that backlog removing. And just to confirm as well, the books in my desk then, are they copies or do they need to go to the file?
No, you don't need to file any of them. They are copies.
Okay. So
Tainted Flock might not be. I'll have to talk to Mr. Logerson. He put it in your desk. So that one may need to be still.
Okay, yeah, so we'll discuss that at the meeting today, just whilst as many people there as possible, just to clarify that one, because that's a bit of a nuisance to deal with. So, excellent. Right, I'll let you three finish off, carry on, whatever. I'll be upstairs, and yeah, if anyone gets a chance, just to grab a bit of extra food to take up. I'm not sure if you can grab some from the mess hall. See if there's any full meals up there.
I'll make sure to grab some for everybody.
Yeah.
I do apologize about that. When I left on the 48, we were not full, but we were pretty stocked up, so that's my bad.
No, that's fine. There may be food here, but I don't want to take out of here. We can just grab some food and bring it down here once we finish. Do it that way. But no big shakes on that one. Okay, right. I'll excuse myself and I'll speak to you soon.
Mm-hmm. Aye, sir.
Jazook.
Commodore.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Well as can be.
Sounds like that. Sounds like that. With the pleasure.
Oh.
I was coming down here to clear up a few things. Mr. Logerson was concerned about about a few things involving. It looks like there again some information has not made it to the P.L.U, and information from the P.L.U has not made it up to high command.
Which sister?
Again.
Okay.
So Logerson is coming down here for a bunch of reports.
Aye, sir.
Because hey, did you know that that we found a burning ship in our harbour several days ago?
Right now,
with two hung people on it, and on the burning ship was the enlisted letter of marque, and a warning about the enlisted.
No. No. I do not recall reading anything of that. Certainly nothing in regards to a letter of marque being found for privateer company gone rogue. Because that's one thing I have to know. Well, unlisted. They're the ones that were read and went to. Well, disappeared, have they not?
Sure.
I.e. gone rogue until we confirm otherwise.
Yeah. I have to.
Well, in this case, if they're okay, I get that, but if their letter of marque, which was found on the ship, is there, and that is the letter of marque issued to them, then they've handed back their marque.
Possibly, or has someone?
If the letter of marque is on the ship, well, yeah. He's bringing a copy of it.
If that is incorrect,
because it was said it was found on.
As far as I know,
was the enlisted letter of marque.
Was it on one of their ships?
And the
It was on the burning ship on fire with the two hung members of the enlisted on it. Yes.
We don't know. We didn't manage to get a ship name or anything before it went to a crisp.
I apologize.
I do not believe so. No, and also I thought we stopped doing the ship by ship letter marks and just issuing letter marks.
We're not doing that. We certainly take names of ships that they're using, the primary and secondary ships that they tend to use.
Well, to be fair, I believe every single one of the ships that was listed with them were sunk.
But no, we don't. We're going to do that, but no, we don't. We just issue the letter of marque as it always has been, just on the company.
Okay. Right. Well, in that case, then, so obviously, though, you are aware that all the privateer ships were found sunk inside the harbour.
Yes, I did hear that as well. And again,
right, so they're all sunk.
It's 3.
Anyway, I'll let Mr. Logerson give that to you. And go from there.
But
no, yeah,
I'll feel even
perfect.
better.
Right, yeah. Well, let's see where that comes from.
Right.
Bonjour, secretary.
Right, Mr. Baptiste.
Stay safe.
He
It's a
he's his
Oh yeah.
his mistress is part of that company, so he's probably a little bit upset.
yeah. I've been.
Yeah, I went.
Well, I don't. Like you. So, which I've been doing. So really.
Excuse me. Start out recent investigation.
There's a book.
I guess I'm.
I've received multiple statements from groups such as Infinite.
Yes.
The outcome of these voyages
That was
has
approved.
been made apparent to them. One such voyage
I
that
don't know.
causing witnesses occur was on the most recent voyage to Raven's Ambition, where he was investigating claims that strong arm had confiscated lab and form pirate and property. What? Had confiscated the
Well,
mark of a.
I don't know if. I don't know if.
That's At the time.
Oh,
At
that's.
the same time as a strange quiet attention to disposition.
Cake.
Ambitions to reports that may be up to.
Well,
Commodore, a question, if you would.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
With
That
the
says a-
possibility of unlisted
Yes,
turning the black, what would the
I think-
official charges for those people be?
Well, depends, but ultimately the treason.
I suspected something like that.
If they have gone that far, but that's down to NID and High Command to officially put charges on them.
Also,
And on any underlying issues that may have caused that to happen, but yeah,
Either-
it's going to have to be very, very good ones if they've gone to the black. But say that is an if, until we got hard evidence, names, etc., to confirm that,
Is that-
they're on black sail ships,
apparently no.
etc., then
No, I
it's
was.
speculation.
Understood. Thank you, Commodore. I just needed to clarify that.
No problem.
And as for the if,
Well,
I can probably give
then
you
at
the
least you-
why.
Sorry, what's that?
As for the if, I can probably give you the why. They were very vocal about strong arm before
Yeah, but
they disappeared.
Or you think strong arm turned them to the black?
I think that the way that Miss D'Artagnan managed that, and
No, it's no.
the previous way of, just the ways that it
No,
was beforehand, might have
well,
planted the seed.
Uh,
that
could somebody
grew, right?
please open the door for me?
you can say
Okay.
small.
Yeah.
It is their decision to take the
Answer.
black if they did, so that is
Absolutely,
not on
please.
us, but
Yeah. I'd like to think if any of the privateers had issues with anyone, they would actually come speak about it rather than just turning to the black. But I don't
oh yeah,
think
that
that's-
is what normal, well-adjusted people would do. Commodore.
No, no.
But so we don't have any 100% concrete information to exactly what's happened to
Just-
all the company members, some of them,
Oh, really?
reasons behind it, etc., etc. So until we get that information
Well, I mean, we-
in concrete, then yes, it's all speculation. And I think you may have learnt by now I don't really deal with speculation.
Yeah.
I'll also listen
sir.
to it, but I'll always ask for
No.
that evidence to back up that speculation.
It sounded
Keep her eyes and ears open, of course, and just dig in more deeply and get specific answers, names,
You're about to be
details,
my.
and that's the best we can do, and also we can take it from
Yeah.
Speaking of,
Yes.
did you get any of the reports from? Did you get any of
Yes.
the reports from the Infinite?
Yeah.
Infamous.
Infinite.
Not yet. Also, I'm
Yeah.
literally just trying to catch
I'm
up
gonna
on
head up.
all the books. So you got 45 minutes to read those. So I'll
I'll
get through
leave
them.
you
And,
to that. I apologize.
no, it's fine. It's not an issue. But yeah, if you can, obviously catch me after the meeting or during the meeting with any questions, and yeah, that'll be fine there. But if I can, I just use this time just to get on top of this paperwork.
Of course, I apologize. Also.
Yeah, no problem. I'd say, don't worry about saluting. It's appreciated, though. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so
Ooh.
Those
Have I got a letter from the Infinite? 2022.
yeah, how
We've all done that, haven't we?
that's why I'm curious.
What do we get to? Parity have received multiple statements from groups such as outcome of these voyages and perhaps them such as the person witness yeah, so
yes, sir.
at the same time I was trying to acquire intelligence as to the disposition of Raven's ambition due to reports that they may be about to flip from red to black sails. During this voyage it was discovered that Raven's ambition could not corroborate the event, and that such shocking abuse of power from strong arm could not be recalled to have happened. Throughout this conversation, John put to a very leading attack on how he questions Raven's ambitions and completely ignored a secondary mission objective. Jean Baptiste has displayed a tenure.
Masic2 derated my stream with 26 viewers.
Masic2D rated by stream with 26 viewers.
Thanks for hearing the report.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the raid, host. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good stream. Just diving into some documents before we have a P.L.U. meeting in about 45 minutes or so, and yeah, that'll be kind of interesting. I have no idea who's going to turn up with that, but just reading through a report here in regards to one of the P.L.U. staff. But it should say, if anyone doesn't know who I am, welcome. I'm Commodore Bill Smythe of His Majesty's Royal Navy. Been playing in Darkside since the end of series. Since the beginning, basically. Season. That's the word I'm looking for. Season 1. The end of season 1, and have played this character. Bill Smythe from the beginning, and worked my way through Civvy life, through Cadet, Sailor, all the way through the ranks up to Commodore where I am now in 5.5, and now managing the P.L.U., which is a privateer liaison unit, which is brand new in 5.5. It's never been done. It was something I suggested OOC to High Command. And
these are like George things for
then like the idea. So
we go out on voyages.
If you've been watching others
is that what that's for?
You'll probably
I always just made a quick folder up in the operations where we put the voyage logs and threw my things in there temporarily. That way it's like, if you don't have the roster back, I clearly was out on a ship.
Sorry, is everyone using their inside voices, by the way?
We are, sir, but we're directly below you.
No, absolutely no problem.
Sir, we're by the food barrel.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
the vertical spacing in chat is the same as if you stood right next to one, which is a bit of a nuisance. But yeah, welcome.
I get it. Yep. No,
but
so let me just finish this. What do you get to? And I do not make such accusation lightly. Supreme display or conduct dumping enlisted member of His Majesty's Royal Navy, as well as power trip with Royal P.L.U. John Wesley arrived in the early mornings of 9th of 3rd, intent to remain on the island to assist with 48. While this would likely not be an issue given the injuries that occurred during the first day's engagements, John Wesley took a strange tack of directly insulting and disparaging the Infinite for not having having what he viewed as acceptable preparations to house and supply the Navy 48, demanded more from them which they would not have been able to supply, as it would left them unable to operate as a company. He then began openly disparaging Strongarm after seeing that they were around to assist in the Infinite's requests, especially after Strongarm of their own volition and approved by himself and Secretary Blackwall gifted Infinite a brilliant team that were originally going to decommission by the name of Ironjaw, as well as a wealth of plans on port sale, blah, blah, blah. In order to assist them after sinking of their ship the Tequila, Jean-Baptiste was berated for a solid hour by emissaries. I saw that on, or a bit of that on Chief Ozzy's stream.
She was up.
D'Artagnan, or D'Artagnan certainly doesn't hold back.
She is.
It's ingrained
So
into
sense in Kalani. I love both the Kalanis. I mean, I work
character. Last even by Warden Giant that during John Pepper's ejection from the island as a request of Infinite has made up multiple statements.
One day.
As well through this is unrelated to P.L.U. matters. I was informed that was heard making remarks that would make sure all sinners hang. Where this topic comes from was not provided context. However, it is curious to me that this is not Baptiste's traditional wheelhouse to make calls in. Everyone's allowed opinions though, so it's just that you need to be careful where you voice them. John Baptiste considers displays rude behaviour of the privateers of P.L.U, peddles information as if it were fact, and acts outside both his rank and station. I'm deeply troubled how this affects optics and disposition of privateers rely on P.L.U and inclined to believe that his actions may apparently, in my opinion, has showed conduct of becoming not only his rank but the station available. And
Let's see.
right, interesting.
It's because I think it's
to be read. So that's eyeglass sensitive. That's void log. I think that's just a.
Wait, did I say?
Another log there.
I heard that.
What's this? Inspection snapper. Black cell brig.
Sorry.
Strong arm seizure and turning of snapper sticks. Bluff. What's B-L-U-F? What's B-L-U-F? It's new for me. Strongman arrived at P.L.U and turned over... What date is that? It must have been last night. Strongman arrived in P.L.U and turned over the snapper sticks brig. HRM took control and searched the vessel. Strongman was paid for 5 gold. Masters make muffin, mission ratchet. Brewski. Hang on, so how are these? Are these part of prison or something? I'm just curious how these people were selected to do an inspection of a vessel. The snapper had 4 large cannons. See, I don't like this. I don't like that. They should just put a decent quality opposed to percentages. That's too meta for me. 2 long nines, a plethora of resources and ammunition for cannons and swivels, 1 combat cell, 109. Yeah, I don't like the percentages. Too much meta. Real life, when you look at a ship cell, you're not going to know how good that is at all. Maybe just by the feel of the cloth, potentially. We'll see the weave. But yeah, you want to know the difference between 109% and 101%, or 120%. That's currently 2 bounties were found. Well, it's the first time I've seen it, but yeah, in a report like this, on the on the kind of RP side, the percentages are OOC opposed to IC in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. So I'm not gonna blow my head up about it. Sorry. What's up?
No problem, sir. I just wanted to see if you had any questions or anything on the Tainted Flock Wellness report. I worded it that way.
To it, yeah.
You know what? Or if it was clear enough.
Yeah, I've not got to it yet. So, if you can, give me 10 minutes just to finish off reading these, and say, don't be rude, but keep getting disturbed, so I can't get through them. So,
understandable. So
I think that was next on my list to do. So I've just read the one about the snapper that was brought in by Strongarm.
Perfect, sir. It's only about 3 pages. It's pretty quick to the point. I tried to make it clear wherever we weren't getting solid, factual to put to make it very clear that it's either a second-hand report from somebody or who gave them the information, so that should anybody need to chase it down from the source, we know where the source of the intel came from.
No, absolutely. That's what I keep saying to, well, not keep saying, but it's Baptiste to speak to more than often, because he's always out and about. Always say to him names and details of people we can actually go and speak to if they're pulled up in front of the court, if London are brought in, and bring them back in for big cases. They can actually bring them here to be spoken to, rather than just hearsay and no names or individuals and such. So anything else is just speculation, unless there's someone actually willing to stand in front of the High Command or Admiral to say, yes, I 100% and truthfully say that this is the truth, etc. So
exactly, sir. As I've told many privateer companies when they've come in here pointing the finger and bickering, until you bring me something factual, something hard evidence, it's all speculation. We're pissing in the air and calling it rain.
That's why all this strong arm stuff, I'm really, yes, I'm going through emotions, Jesus. But most of it's just a good 80-90% of it is hearsay on the wind. So there's no.
Did you hear the newest string of paperwork they gave us, sir? All positive. We had to remove one of their ships because they voluntarily gave a fully salted ship to another privateer company during the 48 who lost one so they could support Navy because they're such bad people.
No, I just read a bit of that in another report. So that's the one they're going to scuttle, though, wasn't it? I think it was one of the older vessels, but even still, it was good for them to donate the ship and accessories, hardware with it as well. So it's good on them. I'm not sure if you've seen it as well. It's in the operations desk downstairs. I asked them to give me a copy of their joining brochure for the Red Arc.
Oh, I was with you for that. Yeah, I've actually read it before. That's why I thought it was so funny, the weird things, because every time I've read that book, sir, either he has never managed to lose it, which I have a hard time believing because he's been sunk, or that legitimately is the exact same contract everybody gets.
I've used it before. You wasn't here. That I was speaking to them. I was speaking to them separately a couple of days ago when they were here. Got off Leon.
Oh, sorry. I know we had a conversation down below, actually right out here. He had it with him before. I thought you had seen it. I know he's given it to Miss Page. He's let me see it before. He showed it, I believe, to was it Deliana Richardson? I thought you were part of that conversation.
No,
there were a lot of danglies for that one, sir, so I could be mistaken.
Usual case. Say the only dangly that everyone should be concerned with is, that sounds a bit weird, is the only rank people should be concerned with is making sure that myself and any of the obviously ensigns or lieutenants on the roster here. After that, that's your primary route of documentation passage. Once it's distributed to the ranks in here, then it goes out to High Command to the various locations. As I say, we need to make sure that we're aware of everything that comes through here, but it's fine. So he did ask him and he gave it to me again, if that's the case, which is fine as well. So that's downstairs. It was just to back up the words that people were saying that they were charging tariffs and such.
Are we speaking of strong arm?
The Riptide tax.
I had a very long conversation with Leon last night, and he explained some things to me about some dealings. There's some stuff I need to speak to you in private about.
Yeah, it's probably the same stuff, but we can have a catch up afterwards. But if you can, unless there's anything desperately urgent, I've got 30 minutes to read these next 2 books, and it's taken me 40 minutes to read 2 books already, so...
Answer. No, a 5-second question for you, sir. Do you have an issue with trade inside the trade stall having a copy of our roster? That way they know who's P.L.U. When they need somebody, they know who actually down here can take secure documents instead of just grabbing a sailor who's standing near the building. That was requested from Master's mate down there, one of their senior clerks.
Absolutely. No, that's fine.
Perfect.
As long as it's in the trade office, not disputed out around copies are given to civilians and such. I don't
Perfect.
want...
The ensign and I didn't think you'd have an issue, but we wanted to clear it with you before we handed that out. So, thank you, sir. And I'll let you get back to your report.
No, perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sorry.
Commodore, I'll be up at the Bulldogs house.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'll be up there shortly. Sorry, yeah. They'll talk about. Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah, good.
Yeah, but say that's just my opinion. I don't tend to deal in percentages. I just like to know if it's better or worse than what I've got, and that's where I draw the line for me. So as I say with that, but as you say, Matachi, I could always say it's stamped with the caliber or quality on it as well. So, but yeah, again, that's just the way I do it. You know, I don't deal in kind of numbers, you know, stats and bits. I just like to know if it's better or worse. And kind of it's better, you know, or it makes you go faster or it makes you turn better. You know, that's all Smythe is kind of concerned about. That's the way I just play my character. So yeah, very much personal opinion, but right, so we've read that one. Yeah, so seizure of snapper, ton of a snapper. Where did they get the snapper from? It doesn't say. Snapper, no, it doesn't say in here, does it? Inspection, removals completed. Last current active bounties were found aboard the vessel. It's not. Yeah. How did I say? Says void log, bottom line up front. I've never heard that before. Bottom line up front. I've never seen that before. I've never heard of it in reports. Bottom line up front. So it's the oldest thing first. Is that what he's saying? Go for the time. Ghislaine, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Hope you're well. Yeah, so port inspection of copper cask. This one was on yesterday. Felicity Laguerre. Royal Society. That's a nice little port, that one. So they say she did not see an issue. Commodore Smythe requested to bring a letter to the navies. Officer Numenor, the pirate group unhinged. Inverted commas. At least 2 black sail brigs. Southwest Island, Dark Spear Enclave. Possible pirate group. Quartermaster went to speak with the group at Dark Spear Enclave. But stated they were unwelcome, defended by overlapping fields of puckle fire. Okay, that's fine. That's eyeglass sensitive. Read that one, so give me one momento while my stream deck is deciding not to work, because it does that and it's really irritating. Right. Right, so this is an eyeglass sensitive one. Okay, Okay, this is one that Ollie was on about. Right, so that was yesterday or last night. Okay. Requested him to get a report in as soon as possible. Okay, so this is second. You have a good one, Mr. Brimstone. Thank you much for popping through, and you have a good voyage. I'm assuming that's where you are. Every time I kind of lurk across your streams, you're usually on a ship, so but appreciate you jumping through. Smiley Crazy. The practice of beginning a message with its key information, the bottom line. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Thank you for looking that up. Appreciate that. Right, so I was looking at here. So, yeah. Hang on, that makes no sense. I think he's duplicated a line. It's confusing me because it's across pages. Yeah, it's copied across the same bullet point onto a new page. Yeah, that's a little bit confusing. Right. For some reason when I read reports it makes no sense, which is not great. It's because there's so much information. And because you read so much different reports at the same time, it's very, very difficult to understand it 100% straight away. Important but unverified. Right, I don't think that's really eyeglass sensitive, if I'm honest. Oh my god. Seriously? Stream Deck, why aren't you working? I'll click on it manually. I can go grab that. Got some food there. Right, go down to the Bulldogs before anyone comes knocking on the door. The light's working again on D'Artagnan's tree from Denmark, Norway. Yeah, I need to move that stable and that down to here. But can you pick up trees? It's just a little bit crowded there. It'd be really good if that stall could be moved. I think they can get in, can they? I can get in. Who's got
This place is lovely.
But
Welcome to the Bulldogs.
nonetheless,
Actually, park it there.
Hmm.
Park him across it.
I get it.
Wait, how do you...
there's
Not
a
from here.
Leaving doors open.
There's a
Ooh.
steps up there,
Hello,
Mr.
hello.
Ensign. Ensign. Hello, sir.
Oh, this side. I'm blind. It's okay.
Hi.
You want to use a toilet?
Oh, I'm just looking around. It's very nice.
Toilets are under the stairs. They've been under the stairs as well.
Are we gonna sit here or are we gonna sit outside?
I don't know. There's a load of spare seats in this
We have enough
culvert
chairs?
here. So there's a load in here. It's like 30 odd seats. So just if you can.
Mr. Mann had to, he apologized. He's not going to be able to make it. He had something come up. So I told him I'd talk to him later after we were done, when he's able to wake back up.
Okay.
Rumors should be waking up in a few minutes.
So we can either just pop a couple of rows of chairs down here, a walkway in the middle. Because no, can't move the couches unfortunately because they break. Or we can just move the.
We could just sit at the table, sir.
Can pop down. Yeah, it's hard to know how many's coming. I'm not sure. Well, there's some couches at the back as well, though, I suppose. Just drop a few more chairs around. Well, actually, just leave them there. If you need to take them out, they can take them out themselves.
All right.
Just do it that way. I brought a little bit of food from down there. Did we pick up any extras?
Oh.
Sir, do you want me to take notes during the meeting?
If you don't mind, just bullet points, nothing too elaborate.
I'll grab a book.
That'd be appreciated.
Will do, sir.
But yeah, it's not, my captain's house is never over complicated or too fancy.
It's a nice house. I like it.
It's functional. It does the job. I like the balcony. It's got a balcony here. I don't know if you've seen that. The upper terrace. So you get a good view out here.
Oh, this is nice. Oh, you've got a beautiful view of the harbor.
It's my room is actually very much like waking up in there. It's the EXO and Ensign rooms are upstairs. They're separate rooms. Mine on the front.
I have a book for you, sir.
A book?
Hey, Commodore.
Yeah, you've got to sign some paperwork.
Commodore, I'll be right back. I need to attend to one thing real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
We start at 4 o'clock, correct?
Yes, in 22 minutes.
Miss McSmalls, can you let me out?
You have to approve that, and I've got to talk to Captain Silvermeadow still, but I need your approval.
Today, 04. There you are.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so if that all goes through, so you'll have a room just up here.
Oh, I can't shut doors here, can I?
Oh,
nope.
Nope. But leave the
Sorry.
Bit of fresh air anyway.
It doesn't hurt.
So it's not the largest room, but again,
I don't need a large room.
Wall space, and make it your own. Writing desk, get a little bit of furniture, and change your bedclothes, colours, etc. So no, it's you know, the
As
view...
long as Rumor and I have a place to lay our heads, we're fine.
There's oh, are you wanting the same room? Well, I don't think it's allowed, is it? She'll have to sleep downstairs. I think,
Oh, really? She's been sleeping in my room.
has she?
Yes.
Has that been... Sorry,
We were married prior to the deployment. All the way back to...
Okay, well, that's fine. Change the bed to a double. That's not an issue. I'll say the lieutenant's one is just next door. That's the...
Oh, okay.
Just a little better view. But
Oh, you can see the harbour here, though.
same size. We've got this little area here. Quite like this little area. Again, just needs a bit more decoration. Some pictures putting up.
Rumor likes to decorate.
And then this is my office stroke room. It's too big for me, but I've been thinking of ways to make it smaller, but a usable space for someone else. But yeah, it kind of didn't work too much. But no, I like waking up in the morning and just looking out the window.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Get the sun coming through. But yeah, yeah. If you get that through, there's keys. There's actually keys in the P.L.U for in here as well. So.
Aye, sir. Yeah, Captain Silver Meadows is supposed to come back today, so hopefully I can speak to him.
Do you think he'll mind?
I'm sorry?
Do you think he will mind?
No, I don't think so. We have, like I told you, we have 3 ensigns and 2 lieutenants. So.
I know, but is he losing his best ensign?
I have no play in that game. That's up to him. But I don't think he'll be upset with it at all. He'll understand. I've adjusted. My sleep schedule's changed because I was sick, so I'm waking up a little bit earlier than normal. And then I haven't been able to go out on patrols with him anyways because of the schedule. It just hasn't lined up.
Wild Daisy, thank you much for the follow. Yeah, no, so definitely, yeah, more than happy and to have you on board as ensign of the Bulldogs, and yeah, certainly, say, as far as the P.L.U goes, you've got ship access there anyway, albeit for smaller crew. I'm pretty certain I can pull some strings to let you take the Apollo if need be as well.
Aye, sir.
To if you want to try and start getting some more crew members, if that all goes through, and yeah, kind of see where we go for the rest of the deployment, for however long that is.
One never knows, but I'll be here every day until it ends.
Absolutely. Yes, it's very hard to stay away. So as much as you want to, you always get drawn back. So yeah, see how that one is.
Well, I feel much better now that I have a full-time position with you, because I was getting to the point where I wasn't waking up as much because there was literally nothing for me to do. So this has all been good things the last 2 days.
No, you certainly settled in well enough. How are you getting on, Huxtable? Has he been behaving himself in the last few hours while you've been around?
I think the ensign and I are gonna be good friends, sir, since he also like logistics and paperwork and stuff like that, and making everything efficient. So I think we'll get along, sir.
That's it's good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, I think overall, and I'll go over it again in the meeting, but I think we're kind of in a good place now. So we just need to get on top of that filing process. I think that's something that we can agree tonight. Then tomorrow going forward, there should only be maybe 1 or 2 last minute books in there that need filing, opposed to 20, which Secretary Ferguson came down earlier just after you'd finished your discussion. I was walking in, not sure if you saw him or spoke to him. He said that it seems that there's books that have not got to us from HQ and from us to NID or HQ. So
I turned over 8 reports to operations and 8 to NID yesterday. I also have the reports in question. Lagerson brought them to me so I could review them. It's more information on the enlisted stuff we've been discussing.
So
did the secretary also specify which documents that were?
No, I think it's to do with the unlisted. More important, what are you saying specifically in regards to there was a ship found burning in our port with 2 bodies on it, of which it had the letter of Markov the Enlusted on it? I never saw that report. So that's
well, I have it now, so
I think that was done by outside the P.L.U. that hadn't got to us, but I'm not sure what information he thinks that we have that he's not got. He didn't hang around too much. I didn't push him too much. He sounded very aggravated.
Scottish.
Scottish. Well.
Oh, he sounds like that every day. So
I know.
No,
He does.
Right?
I know the Scottish very well, and he. No, it's a different tone of aggravated.
I see.
Yeah, you can certainly tell the difference. So I didn't push it too much. I know obviously he had relations with the individual, Miss Venevenovici, who was also quite in tune with that company. So yeah, I'm not sure whether she's been seen or where she is, or whether she knows what's going on and such. But
I've got some sensitive information I'll pass on to you, and once we can sit down and talk later.
No, absolutely. Yeah, so that's.
I'm going to try and, like I was talking to McSmall, instead of them putting reports to you, I'm going to have them start issuing all reports directly to me, and I'll review them so I can determine what you need to see and what's a waste of your time. That way you're not getting a whole bunch of books in your desk you don't need, or you don't know what they're for.
Well, I don't mind reading them, but obviously there's a lot of information coming through that we'll all have to deal with, but it's obviously easier when you're kind of physically dealing with it yourself. I'm sure you understand. So yeah, it'd be handy just to see the things that kind of are of interest, and if you're happy enough to do that, Nexus, that would be very much appreciated.
Oh yes, I'm very up to this task.
The planning side as well. I think it'd be good to try and get some Yeah, again, we'll go over this. Try and identify trips 24, 48 hours before they need to be done, so it's not always last minute. So again, we can identify the type of ship, a crew, who's around, etc., and have those orders wrote up and signed off before it happens.
Aye, sir.
But again, I think we are quite good, but a lot of the stuff is last minute because that's the nature of the work that we do. But obviously the privateer checks that we need to be going out and doing on a regular basis, we certainly need to be planning those and getting involved with those a bit more readily, as we have been a bit lax over the last few weeks for understandable reasons. So
yes, it is.
That's going to be more your remit, Nexus, on the operations side, and obviously the administration. Just need to be kept up to date with those books so they can be filed away and kept up to date as well. So usual.
We'll get there.
Usual stuff.
Commodore, did you see my letter about the mythos?
Yes, I put the copy into the admin desk. There's a folder in the operations desk, the actual desk. I put a folder in there for Mythos applications. So it's that book and the letter.
Great.
Are in there. I'm not sure. Did you have a copy elsewhere? Because it was in my desk. Wasn't sure if
no, sir.
A copy.
I just gave it to you for approval, so you could see if that was something that we wanted to use.
I don't know. That's a trade thing. I do not want to get involved with starting to do licensing for Mythos or whatever. It's just extra stuff that P.L.U. do not need. It was never meant to kind of be.
So we send them to trade. We don't do that as a P.L.U.
No. Is that what they've been doing? Because it's not been discussed.
But they were like, "Oh, well, you are
Knock,
P.L.U. And
who's that?
Maybe you need to handle the mythos for the P.L.U."
Yeah, we'll address that one.
Yeah.
If I forget.
Made a note.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Yep, most folks won't be able to open the door.
No. Just security, that's all. They can shout. It's not that far to walk.
I believe Pritchard from Admiralty, from their clerks, is going to attempt to join, and same from Lieutenant Wallace to get a better idea of how things are working. I didn't see any other high command clerks to extend the invitation, Ensign, as you requested.
Okay.
So.
No, that's fine. Say just representative from Ops. If you've got a couple, that's a bit more of a information spread directly through this, so that's good as well. I'm not sure if any actual high command. I did invite them a few days ago. Whether they'll be able to make it. It'd be good if they could. We'll see so we can get any feedback off them, and I'm sure they'll have some things to say if they were here, but if not, that's fine. It will probably go a bit more smoother that way.
So, well, I'm going to go into thought for a moment, sir, and think about a sandwich real quick.
Ah, okay. Well, don't think about a nice one, okay?
Also, sir, are we allowed to have a dog here in this house? Since this is the Bulldog.
Yes, I requested one, rest of the soul, from Master Fang. I believe either Delion or D'Artagnan said that the breeders actually had hold of some, but they were trying to breed them or something, and that was like 4 weeks ago. So, yes.
Oh.
If we can get hold of a dog,
we need to...
yes. So if you want to take one, anyone wants to try and track one down?
I'm on it.
Yeah.
I'm on it. Yes.
Same for the P.L.U. The P.L.U. can actually have a mascot as well, so that'll be the Bulldogs mascot, the dog. So we don't know, get a cat or something.
I don't know. I don't know. What would be good for our mascot? What do you think, Anson?
I think we should get a penguin to head.
Or a rat. No penguin.
Oh God,
please
we had one of those, and the Master Chief decided to make it into blubber, and unfortunately that was a gift from Denmark, Norway.
I don't know.
Can we get a rat?
Oh God. Oh God. Don't know. There's probably plenty of those in
Sniff
the navies.
How about a rhino just to upset?
A rhino. Oh my God.
We'll just put it on top of the building.
Get an elephant.
Yeah, right on the building. A big pink one.
What was the other one?
Oh, God.
I was going to get a bear. Again, this was from D'Artagnan. She said they call it Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, God, yeah. One of our horses is called that.
That's correct, isn't it? Yeah, it's in Winnie.
Yeah, there's one that's called Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah. The horses make.
Poor things.
Yeah. But yeah, have a think, see what we can get hold of. But yeah, it'd be good to have a dog up here. It's something I requested about 4+ weeks ago, which never materialised, and just not had the chance to chase around for it. So,
is that Secretary Rockbottom who's doing the breeding, or is that someone else? Who's doing that?
No, that would be Master. What's her name again? I don't really deal with it too much. Who's the Master Breeder now? I forgot.
It's Amaris.
Norris? Say
Amaris. Amaris.
Oh,
yeah,
Amaris. Okay.
Is she not a master?
She is a master now.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Yeah,
I'll write her a letter.
I'm not sure when she's around. I think she works. I don't really see her that much. I think she's around later than me. So, well, she may be around.
I can usually find her.
Yeah.
I know her very well since I was a part of logistics.
Probably just as well. Just get a letter wrote, drop it in their mailbox. Not sure if they have a requisition form up there. But they should be aware. She'll probably know. May jog her memory. If not, if we're out and about and we know a company that sells them, then maybe just pick one up.
That's a good idea as well.
Spread the wealth, so to speak.
Indeed.
Got 6 minutes. So Jean-Baptiste should be back. I'm not sure where he went though. Mr. Man can't make it.
Yeah, Mr. Man can't make it.
So DeLeon is not going to be here? Guess not.
Well, I was hoping she would be, but apparently she's not. Well, on a leave of absence or something. I've not seen her since Tuesday or Wednesday. So not sure where she is. Would have been good for her to be here. So she's the longest serving member of the P.L.U.
Who is her?
DeLeon.
I thought she quit, she said, for a while, sir. Isn't she?
No.
I'm so confused on that. So she was there for a while, and then she was gone for a few weeks, and then all of a sudden she was back.
Situation
Either way, I was happy to have her back. She's really good at what she does.
Yeah, I think he was there with the situation with D'Artagnan and Deleon not getting on. And,
yeah.
That's when she took a break, and yeah, she's on the Bulldogs billet as.
When you have two organizational alphas, sir, both forming a department at the same time, that is always going to happen.
Absolutely. So yeah, she took a break, but she's been around the P.L.U since the beginning, so she's she likes the administration side as well. So, but yeah, if anyone sees her, then yeah, try and find out what her intentions are. She's just down as a clerk anyway, so she can come and go if she wishes, but. Look outside. How's everyone doing, chat? How's your weekend been? Yeah, we've got a galleon coming in. Have I got 1,000 penguins on board, maybe?
Oh, good God! I hope not again. We do have an order for 1,500 coming out. Penguins, not rhinos.
I hope not. I hope not.
We'll just wait here and wait for Baptiste to come. Who's this? Is that him?
Oh, maybe so. That's
I know. I can't see. Someone.
That's a Navy uniform on that ship. Oh, that's Miss B, sir. I'd recognize her outfit anywhere. Mayor of Twin Rivers.
Oh no, I meant running up the stairs.
Oh, that's Miss Nexus. Oh, one moment, Miss Nexus. We'll be down with the key.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Hello, I'm here for a meeting.
Do come in, wipe your feet, and yeah.
Are we leaving boots at the door?
No, don't want smelly feet on the carpet. Just wipe your boots on there, and not saying you got smelly feet, of course, but well, everyone in the Navy has.
Oh, okay.
That's not a lie.
Sorry, what was that?
I said that's not a lie.
Okay. I will not ask anymore. Yeah, just wait for Jean-Baptiste and hopefully some others from...
Man was awake, sir. I thought he was just running to grab a quick bite to eat and was going to be here.
He had to...
No, he had to excuse himself.
Oh, did he?
Had something come up. Yeah, I had something come up.
I know he was watching.
Yes.
Hello.
I already ran into Kip.
How you doing? Thank you.
Good. How about you?
Not too bad. Good to see you. Thanks
He
for
was
coming
he was hauling a bunch of ship parts over to the harbor house that he found in the kitchen.
I'll grab the door after. If you go upstairs, the others are upstairs.
I don't want to know.
Did you?
No, I don't want to know.
Are you family?
Lieutenant.
I'm his.
Oh, this is my wife.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Also known as secretary.
I know. He's also known as secretary.
And chef, by all accounts.
Jean-Baptiste is here, sir.
Front door's locked.
He's got...
There you are.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
She'll be right.
Yeah.
So, do we think that HQ admin will be up? Give them... Well, it's only 59 minutes past the hour, so we'll give them 2 minutes past them. So we'll start. If everyone wants to grab a seat out of that cabinet on the left-hand side there, there's some single seats. If need be, I think we may be able to squeeze around that table area. So there's seats there as well. So if you want to take a comfy seat, there's a sofa at the window at the back there, or you hear us horse outside. There's a horse outside.
Can you pass?
Okay, I thought I heard a horse. There's no one there. You think one of High Command wanted to come?
You can even have
think they woke up. It's fine.
Smelly cheese.
It would just be handy in character to have someone from High Command here.
I'll share.
Yeah.
Look, this
That's Pritchard. That's fine. See anyone there?
That is a lot.
There we are.
Depends on how you eat it, I guess.
Good day.
How you doing, Pritchard? Are you well?
I am well, thank you, sir.
Excellent. Yeah, go inside to your right, up the stairs, and then you'll see the others on the first floor. Is there anyone else coming down, do you know?
Not that I know of. If there is anyone else, they'll probably show up.
Okay, we'll get started then. Oh.
Yes, that's why.
Not that.
There they are. Clues.
Oh, up.
Oh, you can come.
Snug on.
Right. Yeah, Pritchard, there's a seat. If you squeeze next to
this is a nice.
There's a seat in the cupboard next to me here. If you grab a seat up there. Right. Thank you everybody for attending. Sorry, standing on my own furniture here. I think this is everybody by the sounds of it. So we'll get started. So we're kind of on time. And yeah, so it's good for HQ admin to come down and. As well as you, Lieutenant Wallace. So appreciate you taking time out of your day to be part of this discussion. So we've not had a meeting with the P.L.U. Staff before, so it's been as it happens, which isn't the best way to do things, but it's the way it's happened so far. Had a lot of new faces in, and I think we're in a good position to make a start on what we're meant to be doing, i.e. Actually going out and liaising with the privateers directly, opposed to just sitting in the office and waiting for them to come to us and dealing with all that stuff that goes with it. So I just want to use this as an open forum just to address issues, hopefully come up with solutions. You know, if we can't find a solution in a too quick a time, then it's something we can note down and have a think about and implement a solution to get over a couple of the problems. So the first one that comes to mind, unfortunately, I thought we was getting on top of it, is that there seems to be a bit of a bottleneck still. All documentation going missing. For example, had Secretary Ferguson came down earlier and mentioned that he believes that there's information the P.L.U. has had and it's not got to HQ, and there's information that HQ has had and P.L.U. has not received. So understanding how do we address that issue better, I think we've tied it up a lot. That as far as the P.L.U. is concerned, we take copies of all the documentation that comes in from privateers, civilian. Our own documentation is also filed away, and all that documentation is now given a P.L.U. reference number on. Those that have seen the documentation, the P.L.U. and up at HQ would now see a P.L.U. dash number on pretty much all the documentation. That means that we've registered that at the P.L.U. and we have a mailbox in the admin office that we use to store all the copies, and then all the information is then ran up personally by a P.L.U. member up to HQ into the office there, into the red cabinet, to be sorted and dealt with by whoever's on duty at HQ admin. But it sounds like we're still apparently missing information going each way. So has anyone else come across this problem, or? And it's probably more of a question for this P.L.U. staff, roster staff. How do you think we can
Could
kind
part of it,
address
sir, be the fact that, at least on the NID side, the only place we have to drop off paperwork is in a general mailbox in the mailroom where anybody can get a hold of it. They don't have a secure drop-off like operations.
I thought that red cabinet, all the NID and ops paperwork went into that cabinet, did it not?
No, it's just operations.
Just operations, we learned, sir. After dropping off the NID, they said, why are you giving us 2 copies? And when I said, well, NIDs, they said, oh, that doesn't go in there. You just throw it in the mailroom. They don't have a place.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, the red shelf is always
That's what I have been going at.
Operations.
Right, okay.
Knock, knock.
Oh.
Secretary Davenport.
We're coming, sir.
Yeah.
You're
I've
talking
been
about
dropping off my stuff as well.
The red map.
How you doing, sir?
Hey, Commodore.
Keys.
Apologies for being late.
No problem. If you grab a seat out of the cupboard here.
Indeed.
Not to be confused with the red mailbox in the mail room.
Bonjour, Secretary.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Oh, Secretary Davenport.
Oh, there's a comfy seat there for you.
As you were.
So that could be part of it, sir. If it's getting in there, depending on who's grabbing it to try and do filing, it may not be getting processed properly, because that's a pretty wide open place for us to be dropping those off. And I've felt uncomfortable doing it, but the only direction we've been given when we take it up there.
Indeed.
Okay, so is there a reason why we can't add a folder into that same red cabinet for NID? And then we can just say for NID to check that.
Our red cabinet in operations?
Yeah.
No, those should go directly to Ops' drop or to NID's Dropbox.
Well, the problem is that I've had Secretary Ferguson down not longer than an hour ago saying that P.L.U. are not giving them information.
Well,
and,
they do not send things to NID to Ops. They will not get to NID. They need to go to NID's Dropbox. If that doesn't work for him, then Ferguson needs to come up with a better system.
But I think
we actually take 2, sir. So the way it works, give me a quick rundown. One report comes in, copies.
No, so if it comes into operations, we assume that that's our copy. If you're giving things to operations for NID, it is likely not getting to them. It needs to go to NID, not to operations, then to NID. Because we don't.
We've been giving both.
Okay.
We've been giving both to NID and to Ops.
Okay, then that is something that if Ferguson needs a different way to do it, you should be able to just put it in NID's Dropbox in the mailroom, and it gets to them. If that's not, then he needs to sort out his house.
Okay.
I have to say, I have been dropping in reports there for like all week in the Secretary Ferguson his folder. So I mean, he gets enough.
He either needs to then figure out how that's being routed through his departments to get to you, or he needs to set up a space for you to put P.L.U. specific things that get routed directly to the right person inside NID. I will say that he's always asked that everything just goes into one incoming. So that his team can properly route it. Same way we do it in operations. We want everything coming in at once, but the clerks can look through it. We don't want someone outside the department trying to determine who should be seeing it.
Can we get a Dropbox for NID? Regardless,
I would
just say to.
I would.
Ferguson
put that to
I'll
Ferguson.
Speak,
I know he wants everything coming into one area.
Getting a Dropbox.
I would. I think this is an issue for NID, not for P.L.U. I don't think.
I think NID needs to come up with a way how they want to have their mail in handled,
so
and they have to come up with an idea.
Yep. If they can't handle it all going through their Dropbox and it getting to the right place, then I would suggest that you ask Ferguson if he can have a specific place to put P.L.U. things. I'd argue that shouldn't be necessary, but if NID cannot control the flow of paperwork to get to the right spot, then that might have to do it.
Okay.
Did Secretary Ferguson have a specific example he presented, or was it just a general complaint?
He referenced the burning ship in our harbour with the 2 bodies hanging from it and the letter of mark. I never actually received any documentation on that.
I heard that was an absolute shit show.
I may have cleared that up, sir, because Secretary Ferguson asked me about that, asked me where the paperwork was for it. And I said, sir, we've not even received a report on that. Was something supposed to be coming down from operations? He said, yes, you should have had one. And I gave the reports when I got back to Ensign Nexus. So they had copies of the reports of the whole incident. We didn't have copies. It never came down to us in that one.
Did we ever get a copy?
No. Not until Ferguson gave them to me today. About 30, 45 minutes ago, Ensign, I believe I gave them to you?
Yes.
No,
that was from the hill straight to him.
them. I'm going to barcode them, and then we'll distribute them appropriately throughout the P.L.U.
So it sounds like it's now, unfortunately, a top of the hill issue opposed to being on the bottom of the hill issue as it was before. So,
yeah, I think if I can, Commodore, the idea for paperwork coming up to the hill, you shouldn't have to jump through hoops to figure out who should get it outside of, does this need to go to NID in operations? I would argue that, Beloved is drowning NID in paperwork, so pretty much everything, unless it's like, this is the P.L.U's budget that they don't need. It shouldn't have to be, do I put this in this tray or that, or does this need to go to Barclay or Ferguson? The idea behind those drop boxes were, if it goes to operations, put it in the box, and let operations determine how it routes internally. Same thing with NID.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be complex to go up the hill. It should just go, is this NID? Yes, put it in this box.
Right, okay. So, sorry, Muck Small, are you just making bullet points as you offered earlier?
Yes, sir, I am.
So, if I make the call just now, I think as far as we're concerned, we're also doing the referencing and stuff internally as we should be in the register. The copies are going up. We'll only send, we'll still do the 2 copies. So I'm speaking to the P.L.U staff just now, just for clarity. So we'll do the 2 copies as usual. We'll add a new folder into the letterbox I put up on the wall next to the purple cabinet in the admin office above the desk. So there's 2 folders in there currently. I'll make a 3rd one, and we'll have one for ops and one for NID, and we'll make sure the ops stuff goes into the red cabinet in the reception area as per normal, and the NID stuff will be going into the mail room because that's the only mailbox we have access to. And outside of that, we'll try and get confirmation from NID if they want that information held elsewhere, because we'll see. I guess we're kind of concerned with being NID information that anyone from the Navy can actually access that mail, although they shouldn't. Boredom, spies, whatever, may get access to documentation, or it may just go missing, and we're not going to know it's gone missing either. So again, it's going to come back to the P.L.U not supplying the information when we have. So yeah,
that sounds like an NID issue. If their only intake is a public Dropbox, then that is the Ferguson question.
So Ensign Nexus, can you just clarify that? See if we can get another mailbox internally in that operations building somewhere for NID.
Yeah, I'll speak with Master Barclay about it. We'll come up with a solution to the problem and get something placed down to carry the P.L.U information we're sending to them.
Okay, so Muck Small, if you just put a note that Ensign Nexus will confirm the drop box for NID, and everything else will stay the same as it is, and I think that's working okay from my point of view. Okay. Any last points on that one? Nope. Okay. Right, what else was there? The information that is being disseminated through the Navy. I did put the order out to the people around yesterday. I'd like to keep what happens in the P.L.U stays in P.L.U and within the P.L.U roster. We have had instances of various ranks just turning up to the P.L.U, kind of eavesdropping for a lesser extent, and then deciding, oh, I want a little bit of this, and then get involved and do decent work, and then disappearing again, which is one issue. Also, people potentially are kind of delving into P.L.U, kind of what's going on, just for general chit chat, and I'd like that to kind of stop, because the information that we do get hold of is very important. Not all of it, but some of it is very important, and I think we should be kind of treating this as an extension of NID, that they don't go around airing their laundry to whoever asks and what's that about. So if you're on a ship and people ask, or even just in the mess hall or walking around the island, not part of high command or not on the P.L.U roster, and they start digging into what's going on at the P.L.U, I'll ask you to respectfully say to them, Unfortunately, I cannot discuss what's going on due to the information that we're dealing with, and just leave it like that. I don't believe that should be an issue for anybody on operations side, Secretary or Lieutenant on your ship or anything like that.
The only other thing I was going to add is, and I know we see this quite a bit with the prison, when it comes to that P.L.U, especially inside that building, if you are a member of P.L.U staff, there are you running that building, right? So whether it's Mitch McSmall or Rumor, if you're there on P.L.U staff, if a lieutenant walks in who's not part of the P.L.U and starts trying to take control of the situation,
wolf outside eating one of our horses.
It's attacking your horse, sir.
Oh
no!
Yeah.
Always, man.
Punch it. Alright, chunk.
Got it.
Let me pop him in the crate.
Right.
The horse open.
My god, chunk.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
He's got loads of health. He's
He's
fine.
I'm gonna say for this.
He's got loads of health. There we are.
If respectfully tell him to go pound sand. That is not his domain. That is your domain. And in that moment, I don't care if you're a sailor or a midshipmate, or if you're the Commodore. You are conducting P.L.U business inside the P.L.U. You outrank anyone else with the exception of High Command that comes down there. So I know it hasn't really been an issue necessarily. We see it quite a bit with the prison. But if something like that does happen, if someone outside the P.L.U comes in and tries to outrank you, they are not to do that. And obviously you need to be respectful of their rank, but you need to be firm in that. You don't need to go kicking everyone out. If a lieutenant comes down and wants to help, or someone's trying to lend a hand, by all means make use of them. But feel free to ask them to leave the building. If they refuse to leave the building, make them leave the building. Obviously, again, with respect to their rank. But while you're conducting that P.L.U business in the P.L.U or on the island, you have that authority to do that. Obviously, it gets a little bit touchy if you're out on a ship and you come across a privateer. In that case, that the captain is the commander of that vessel, and you need to be working with them on the coordination of privateers. They should be granting deference to your position in the P.L.U to coordinate with privateers, but you should not be trying to pull rank against a captain just because you're talking to a privateer. They're the captain of that vessel. They should be working with you on any privateer matters. If they have it handled and it's cut and dry, you might not need to step in as a P.L.U staff.
Can I add something to that?
Huh?
Read a report. Cover
Yes.
your ass. Read a
Yep.
report.
Because what's going to happen if Captain Worthington, just as a bad example, walks down and tries to pull rank, and you tell him to please leave the P.L.U because he's being disruptive, and the P.L.U is trying to conduct sensitive business, you can bet your ass that the captain is going to write a report saying that he was dismissed by a sailor, and that is, conduct unbecoming, and he'll try and get you in trouble. Obviously, this is Worthington, so that's not going to happen. But you can assume that that will get reported from the other end, and if you don't issue a report, all that we know is you were disrespecting an officer. And that's, only one side, obviously, of this story. So write that report. If you're out on a patrol and you see a captain being disrespectful of the P.L.U or disregarding your expertise as the P.L.U, now if they're just like, thanks, I have this, we're going to run a war game with this privateer, you might not need to step in. But if they're violating things or something is going wrong, by all means, write a report. If you don't write a report, I can only take the reports that I have.
And if this happens, please advise me so I can coordinate with the Commodore to resolve any situations we have.
And I would add, Secretary Davenport, correct me if I'm wrong, but if if members of the P.L.U are aboard a voyage and they want to have questions for either civilians or privateers when a ship meets up with another ship, they still need to ask their commanding officer on the ship to be able to ask those questions before just launching straight into them.
Yes.
You still need to go through chain of command when you're on a ship properly before just going into questioning or further conversation on business as a P.L.U representative.
Yes, I'd ask you, not that you have to perform a process for every voyage, but when you're out on a voyage, I'd ask that if you can, just inform the captain, make sure he's aware that you are P.L.U staff, and he has a member of the P.L.U on board, in case he runs into a situation, and basically be that helping hand. If you try and take over a situation, you'll likely get pushed back by that captain. If you try and engage in, P.L.U dialogue while, the captain's trying to get underway, you'll likely get pushed back on that. So inform the captain you're a member of the P.L.U. They just might not know, which is totally fine. Just update them that, hey, Midship McSmall, I'm a member of the P.L.U, just in case you need that resource while they're out here. They're more likely then to defer to you in matters of that. But if you have questions for Privateer when we find them, please don't say, hey, Captain, go over to that ship, I need to talk to them. That's likely going to not end well. You do need to respect that commander of that vessel. Work with them and they should work with you. If you're trying to work with them and they're not working with you, write that report.
Delion, glad you could make it. Feel free to grab a seat. Does everyone want to move who hasn't moved in the last few minutes? Maybe falling asleep. You have to play some musical chairs.
Actually, I had no idea this was going on.
I've not seen you since Wednesday, but did put a note up, and everyone knew about it over the last couple of days. So yeah, it's probably just
small will swap.
Been missed, unfortunately, on your part. But you're here now, which is good. So you've not missed too much. And Mox Small's making notes of the little bits before that. So he'll get you up to speed again very quickly.
Still don't have a...
I prefer to stand, thank you.
Okay. I've been sitting for a while, so I could use this.
Yeah, this falling asleep is a bit of a nuisance. Okay, so just recap, just so we're all on the same page. Obviously, P.L.U, dealing with P.L.U staff, there is no kind of rank in that respect other than high command upwards. Obviously, acknowledge their rank by being respectful. Obviously, that's cadet upwards, so respect should be the same for everybody. Not different one to the other. If you have any issues with anybody not letting you do your job, obviously put that in a report and get that to the ensign, and he'll deal with that accordingly and feed that up the chain. But I'd also say any P.L.U staff, make sure you speak to the captain before the voyage starts. Okay, so if you address, again, that's why we have the ship orders that you need to write out. Pre-plan your needs for voyages. Okay, if you're not doing it yourself, try and at least get it done. I'd like to say 48 hours, but at least 24 hours before you want to do it, so you can identify which captain you'll likely call on, or lieutenant or ship, and get that to them and see if they're able to do it in the first instance. If they can, they're also aware of it in good time. And obviously, once on the ship, just make sure that you've had a brief with the captain and lieutenant or his XO, so they're aware of the situation, especially if it's all the sensitive kind. And yeah, just keep the communication and open with what's going on there, but don't involve everyone on the ship. Try and use, I know we have in the past used non-P.L.U rostered individuals to go on ships. That is fine, but again, you need to make sure they're trusted, and if we can, try and use the same people to fill up the ships if we're taking our own ones, the schooner or the sloop from the P.L.U. Outside of that, obviously the brigantines, then yeah, you'll go with the house crew for the main part of whoever's on that time zone. So just deal with that accordingly, as we have been doing so far. We've not had any complaints as far as I'm aware, so I know we've had P.L.U on various voyages and stuff. So just keep doing what you're doing, but yeah, just need to tighten up on who gets involved and what we say to non-P.L.U rostered individuals and non-high command, just to make sure that any information is not spread around and Chinese whispers takes over, which happens quite frequently. And if it gets back to privateers through a sailor about they've overheard something, then it's going to come back to us again. So yeah, it's very important. So I think that covers off that point, unless anyone's got any other point on that. Okay. I dropped my piece of paper. I wrote you, Muck Small. You brought up a point to discuss and said we'll discuss it in the.
Yes. The mythos and the application of that.
Yeah. So yeah, probably Secretary, you probably know the answer to that. Is it trade?
Yes. To my knowledge, the P.L.U has no direct interaction with that's necessary. So here's the 30-second rundown of the process. A company wishes to obtain a license to purchase Mythos. There's an application to be authorized to purchase that they have to complete up front. That comes in through trade. So if someone wants to buy Mythos and they ask the P.L.U, send them to trade. If no one's at trade, I'm sorry. They need to get a book from trade. They'll fill that out, or more likely a trade clerk will fill that out for them. Get all the details. Eventually they need to pay a 5 gold fee. They can do that up front, and it'll be reimbursed should the application be denied. Generally, I think trade has them do that when they come to first purchase Mythos, just in case they don't have that. They'll get that book. They'll submit it to trade with all the details. That needs a sign-off from a master of trade, at least. It needs to sign off from a secretary of operations. It needs a sign-off from secretary of NID. Once it has all 3 of those, then it heads back down to trade, and that company is informed that they have the authority to purchase Mythos. I don't know what the current price is, but it's expensive, and there's a limit on how much they can purchase at once and in 1 week. They can come back then and purchase that Mythos. So there's no need for the P.L.U to get involved in that application process. If someone does ask you, if a privateer asks, it needs to go through trade. You can ask trade if they're willing to give you a copy of the application book that can be handed out. In the end, the trade clerk has tasks they need to do on that application as well, so they do need to eventually speak directly to trade.
Okay.
Yes, I got that information from trade, but they added to that because privateers are related to P.L.U, they would get quicker, how do you say it, approval, because they are P.L.U, so we had to do it. That was told me by trade staff.
Not my understanding of the process.
No.
So everyone still needs those 3 sign-offs. We obviously look at it from our end. If they're a privateer from ops, it's virtually an instant sign-off. Otherwise, we look to see what company that was. If I know who it is and it's not, something that we already know is a known front company, we won't waste NID's time and we'll just deny it. If it's, the Center's request one, no, it gets denied. It doesn't need to go any further through the process.
Okay.
If it is a privateer and I know that they're, it's not someone who's had the letter pulled or there's not any concerns there, then I generally hand that directly to Ferguson, get his sign off, and kick it back down to trade to get it approved right away. You don't want those to have to go through the P.L.U just because it is a privateer. There really isn't a case in which we should be bypassing NID's check just because it's a privateer, and there really isn't a case in which we say, oh, we need to make sure that the P.L.U is good with giving them one, because that would be caught by ops and NID anyway.
Okay.
Understood.
Unless, Commodore, you really want to interject yourself in the P.L.U in those applications for privateers, I'm not opposed to it. I just think it's not a great use of time.
No, it was never the intention to get involved with that side. To say it's a privateer liaison units, making sure that the management of the privateers is maintained, and the relationship between the Navy and the privateers is maintained, getting involved with all the licensing, etc. It's not something that I ever requested or wanted to get involved with, because it's such a time sink and burden to be doing that. But okay, so no, that's fine. That's what I was expecting and hoping would be the answer, and you shouldn't be doing anything else. So we do have that information now, so that's good. The license is available to everyone, not just privateers, correct? Because that was one
correct.
question.
Yep.
So that's
anyone
fine.
can apply.
Okay. Right, so as far as the P.L.U is concerned then, from this point onwards, any inquiries are all through trade. We do not get involved with it. obviously, as the Secretary says, operations have the list of privateers, so that's a big green tick straight away in regards to that, unless we as a P.L.U. send any information up saying that this privateer is acting a bit dodgy, and in which case they may wish to investigate it further, but that's just part of the process, and that's it. So we're
understood.
Happy with that. So any licensing as well, because I know we've had queries in the past about hunting licenses and lick licenses and such. I'm not sure.
Yep, that the PLU doesn't need to be involved in any of that.
Okay. It would be handy though, sir, to have a list of what licenses are available, so if we know if they actually exist or not.
Yes, I can get those down.
That'd be useful.
In general, the only other one the Navy issues solely is the hunting license, and that's kind of a rare one. Any liquor license or contraband licenses can be issued by any island governor.
Ah, okay. And the hunting licenses, that's on the Skull Islands, is it? Nope Island?
Yes,
yeah.
It is specifically a multi-day, but a limited duration license to hunt and extract any resources that they wish from a Nope Island, if you will. I think the default is 3 days. They need to specify the time period and the ship name and the island that they'll be going to.
Okay. And again, that's
so I believe
anybody.
Trade has that one, but that's who I would send them to. If not, we have that template. It's not very commonly used.
No. Okay. So we have had privateers inquire about it. So, but again, that's open to anybody.
If we wish, I can get the PLU the template for that, and at PLU's discretion, they can issue those licenses. But I don't know that I don't think the PLU needs to be involved in that. I'm fine if we just say no. That has to go through one source, i.e., trade.
Yeah. Be easy just to keep that process as it is. So we don't have a lot of people, and when we do have the people, they're always busy. So I know everyone else is as well, but as I say, it's a very small unit, and we'd rather be concentrating on the management of the privateer as opposed to dealing with licenses for the privateers, if that makes sense. I think it's more important
100%.
that P.L.U. make sure that we have red cells available and that they are able to be relied upon. And that's where I want to make sure our resources and time are being spent rather than doing the kind of the general day-to-day trade type scenario. Okay.
Also, there's no need to step on trade toes.
No, exactly. They know the process, and we'll work with what they have, opposed to upheaval of what they know or maybe don't know as it stands currently. So
just like we've seen with every department, the PLU notwithstanding, trade notwithstanding, communication doesn't always flow to everyone. So sometimes you might get a trade clerk that says, "I was told this, the PLU was to handle this." Obviously, anything that we've talked about today, if you need to fall back on, nope, operations or the Commodore has informed us that this is how the PLU is going to run, and we don't handle those licenses. Don't make it come to a spat. But if you get a trade clerk that says, "Oh, the PLU does," the PLU does not.
Yeah, so it's very, very few and far between anyway. So that's fine. Okay, so you got that noted down.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Okay, that's kind of the main thing. So, done the documentation. We know that. Making sure that that's filed away correctly. Lethos license. Cruise ships. Okay, open floor from anybody. Any feedback? I guess from anywhere in this room. Anything specifically from the P.L.U. rostered individuals? Any questions you have about the running of it? How we can make things better?
I had a suggestion, sir.
Just ask away. Yeah.
Can we perhaps, with ship inspection, shift it to after the initial port and ship inspection, we only have to inspect their first 2 ships they build, not every single one? But typically, any London issues, ceilings over things, we catch it in the first ship or 2, and we never seen it repeated. But as it stands, our privateers right now are told every single ship has to come in, which really is a drain on them. It's obviously start with the season privateer group. It feels like a waste of time for us as well after the 3rd ship.
I don't know who said that, because I'm pretty certain I said after the, especially with established privateers, that obviously we've seen their ships and we know how good they are making them, that all we need off them is a new ship name and the ship it's replaced, or if it's just a new ship, part of their allotment that are allowed. So I'll make that decision again and say yes. If we've seen two of their ships, then yeah, we'll just sign that off as long as we get the ship details.
Yeah, I think there's a wall note in the P.L.U. that last my check still said that. I'm sure it's a holdover from a while ago. It might have been a D'Artagnan thing. There was either set or miscommunication, but last time I looked, there was still a P.L.U. note up on to the right of the bounties that said, "Bring all your ships here to be inspected." But I agree. I don't think we need to. I think they can report in the new names of their ships. We lost the ship. We rebuilt this one. We decommissioned the ship and built a new one. Then we can, of course, inspect any ships on the spot if we wish to, if we see anything alarming.
Actually, I'm just thinking here. Any objections, sir, if we just go for the one ship?
I would still like them to bring 2 ships here for new letters of marque.
Right, okay.
To do that, but once they have the letter of marque, if they need to replace a ship, whether it's sunk or decommissioned, honestly, the 2 ships is to ensure they have 2 combat-rated ships, and we've seen how they build ships. They're going to try and break the law. We'll likely, as Lagerson said, see it then. So I think we have their 2 ships. We do the inspections, the interviews, as we've talked about. We want to get out to them to do a port inspection at some point, but that can be done after issuance.
Yeah.
For any new ships, I don't think we need to inspect them. At least, we can inspect them out in the water. We don't need to have them come to us or even us go to them for brand new ships.
Okay. Sorry, I may have missed this, but you said something that's just tweaked my thought process. Are we saying that all privateers have to have 2 ships inspected to get a letter of marque?
That was the original plan, yes. I don't know if that's still what you have.
I've always ran it off, sir, when I did the port inspections, looking for 2 combat ships, because I hadn't known that change, and that's always been a thing since I was a privateer.
I think it's a case of, in most cases, they have had 2, but okay. So yeah, let's make sure that all privateers have at least 2 red sail ships. They don't have to be brigantines. They're going to be a schooner and a whatever. Or
just be a sloop.
So yeah. So if we can just make that point again. Look small in your notes. Everyone understand that point?
Aye, sir.
Okay.
Sorry if there's confusion, sir. With that notice still up, I wasn't sure if it was still under debate on the additional ships and you had made a final decision or not. So that's why we're still continuing on. So if it was officially changed, the notice that the secretary mentioned did cause some confusion.
Okay, we'll check that when we go back and reword that to make that clearer, to say that all privateers must have 2 red sail ships available at all times. And in the letter of application, we'll take the names of those 2 ships. But the letter of marque is obviously just for the company; it's not for the ships. Okay.
Correct.
So yeah, when we look in that letter of application, we should see 2 ship names and what they are: brigantine or schooner. Or both, whatever. Is that clear for everybody?
I see.
Okay.
I'd also like to add that when you guys are out at the ports, there's no reason for you not to go look at the ships while you're there. If they've got new ships, you can inspect them on the spot. Since we're visiting ports, as much as we can already. Take a look at their ships, take a look at their resources to make sure they have an ample supply for us as they're supposed to. Just be cognizant of the situation you're in.
If you take a look at a ship and you're like, the ship looks like the last one that they had, it looks just fine. We don't need to spend 10 minutes looking at every single ship. But if you're out there and you've got the time and they want to show you around, by all means, look at that ship. If you see something concerning, like, ooh, that might be a problem, or you only have cannons on half of
there is still
on one
licenses
side
out
of your
there.
ship,
I'm not too sure what they are.
You do have the right as the P.L.U. to do an inspection of that ship, whether they want you to or not.
Speaking about that as well, on our first captain's meeting we had, 5 weeks ago, it seems? Around about 4 weeks ago, maybe?
Yes.
I did say verbally and also done in written form to say about stopping red sail ships, checking letter of marques. I know we've not got all the captains here, but has that been done? Or is that being done when red sails have been spotted? And
Mr. Logerson, please.
Been speaking to red sails, because I'm pretty certain we have been speaking to red sails on the ocean out there, and have they been asked to hand over the letter of marque for that?
I can say, sir, on any of the original patrols that myself and Jean-Baptiste are on, Lieutenant Wallace or Lieutenant Burke, who are currently our acting captains while the captain's away in London, and Captain Worthington have stopped, along with Captain Sharp and Commodore Angry when I've been with them. However, I have heard recently from another captain, wait, we're still doing that? I haven't pulled one over in forever. So it is a bit concerning. Shuffle time, folks, if you haven't.
Yeah, we've pulled them over. We have not been routinely checking letters of marque, so I'll note that.
I can get a letter out to all the officers, Commodore.
Some of them I can tell you, Lieutenant Wallace, if it's ships that we haven't jumped over on, it's usually because I've recently seen the ship in our trade, so I know it's going to be cleared, like a Strong Arm or a Riptide.
Okay, let's kind of get away from this.
Stuff, but it's wrong.
It should just be standard SOP that you see a red sail ship, especially if you're already talking to them, to request a letter of marque. Even if you know, like, I know that this is the Infinite, and I know it's irrelevant. That, like, hey, can I see your letter of marque? They do have to carry it on them. So it should be SOP. I mean, do we need to just, it's a red sail, quick get in there and stop them? It depends what's going on, right? If you're chasing someone, let them be. If it's just out on the water, yeah, we should have the officers flare down that ship, check in with those privateers, see what's going on, and request a letter of marque. That should be the first thing done whenever talking to a red sail ship.
Yeah, you actually want to see the letter of marque. I'm not concerned if you know them. It's not about knowing them. It's about making sure that they have that documentation on them, because I guess in some respects civilians do have the right to ensure that they are letter of marque, and that's their badge. So if they deal with civilians as a red sail, that's their badge to say yes, we are, because we have had reports, although it has gone quiet, of certain southern sectors of a red sail schooner going around pretending to be a red sail privateer. We've never really heard anything much more than that, and that's why this order is still active. But you need to reinforce that privateers must carry that letter of marque on them, not just for their own security and our security, but also ensure that civilians, they do have the right to ensure that they are dealing with privateers as well. So please, don't chase after them for 6 grids or whatever. You know, if you're kind of making a pass through for green flare, just a cursory, how things going, any issues, blah blah blah, you would do anyway, and say, can we just ensure you're carrying and physically check it. That is a requirement under the regulations for privateers.
Knock,
they
knock.
have that on them. So
should that also be taken to the captains, that the captains are...
Yes, I will.
Hello. Come in.
Excellent.
God damn. I'm gonna have to re...
Speaking of our LTs.
Right, there we are.
Hello, Lieutenant Burke.
Oh.
Sorry, you can grab a seat if you wish. We're obviously just making musical chairs, obviously people falling asleep, so okay, so that one's cleared away, I think. Any other questions, concerns, comments?
I have one, Commodore.
Yep.
When it comes to bounties, obviously I think we've closed up some of the miscommunication gaps, but obviously I keep an active book that is our active record of bounties. A copy of that gets to both NID and directly to the prison, so that they have that. And I usually put a copy of that book in the 2 P.L.U. in the red shelf, and it has been getting picked up. I think that's all good and dandy. What I heard a lot over the last week from the privateers that I ran across on shore leave was that while the bounty board that we have, the posted wall notes, is beneficial, it is atrocious for actually getting a recollection of what bounty's out there, because you have to carry a half dozen sheets of paper, and there's no dates on them, which of course there's not. So what I'd like to start doing is making a copy of the current active bounty book available to all privateers to take.
Okay.
There's nothing in there that can't be shared. I will make sure that there's nothing privileged in there. It gets shared amongst the Navy in this form already. It has all of the retired bounties, whether they've been collected or that ship's been sunk or they've been removed by negotiation, what have you. So tonight I will, if you're good with this, Commodore, go ahead and clear that up. Make sure that the cover has a date on it, and I would like the P.L.U. to start either leaving a paper tray or letting privateers know while the bounties are posted, and we do and can keep those updated. There is also a handy book that has all of the current bounties as of whatever date is in the spot.
No, well, that's fine. We'll make a desk, put it somewhere, and put copies of that in there, and just keep that updated as it's received. That's easier for us. I know we are keeping a register of the bounties. I'm not sure McSmalley was looking at that. A couple of days ago, you mentioned about this.
Whoop!
Oops.
We didn't move enough.
Oh no!
Run around the building 3 times should be safe. But no, we'll sort that out and just issue it in a book form, opposed to having it up on the wall.
We can keep the wall notices if we wish. I wouldn't be opposed, given how much they take to update, if we just remove the wall notices.
No, I'm happy with
that. And it is just here. Take this book. There'll be 50 copies in there, and as they get low, we'll just update them. When a new one comes out, every 3 days at this rate, whatever it is, we'll just trash the old copies and replace them with a new one.
Yeah, no, we're more than happy to do that. So absolutely.
All right, I'll get a new copy down tonight then.
Excellent. Sounds good. Anyone else?
Lieutenant Birkenau, you got here. Did you have anything?
Not yet. I have to talk to a few of you first.
Would somebody be able to let me into the building?
Yep. It's Mr. Mann. Everyone turns up at the end.
Feels you not employ Mr.
Thank you, Commodore.
Man handles all of our logistics side.
Oh, find a door handle. There it is. Mr. Mann, do you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything you want to address?
Unless it has already been addressed, I have heard a lot from the privateers, especially over the 48, as Miss Araceli at the Infinite, I guess, is in contact pretty frequently with most of them. There seems to be a misperception that...
I can't hear him.
Do you want to step forward? Yeah.
Hi. Sorry. Unless it's already been brought up, and if it has, I apologize for retreading
Sorry,
the
sir.
ground.
My quill went off the book.
No problem.
It's my leg.
I have heard a lot from the privateers and Miss Araceli Santos, who frequently speaks with many of the other privateers in the water, that there is a misperception as to how the P.L.U. sees the privateers under our command. They feel less like people and more like simple tools to be used by the Navy without any regard for the individuals within their company. And that is deeply concerning to me.
That shouldn't be a perception they have, especially coming from P.L.U. staff. They should feel welcome when they come in there.
Do we have more context Masters made around why they feel that way?
Quite frequently.
Don't do it.
They are either, when speaking of issues with actually finding staff members within the P.L.U., they are pretty frequently brushed off. There have been instances of sailors and navalmen, both in and outside of the P.L.U., disparaging privateer company. Specifically at the 48, there was instances of individual blaming the Infinite for not having the resources on hand, to the point of it was demanded at one point that they give all of the resources they currently had available, which would have left them with nothing to resupply their own ships. Captain Murphy had to come back, get the Bison, fill it up, give everything they gave us back, and then bring the Bison to resupply our own resupply.
I'm going to go ahead and just say, Secretary Davenport, I already have a report on some of these issues. I'll be discussing them with Commodore Smythe. I don't think this is the appropriate setting for this discussion.
I would agree. I would say, in Commodore, I'll defer to you in a minute, but as of course everyone here in the P.L.U. understands, the privateer program is a tool to be leveraged. Privateer companies they are not an extension of the Navy. They are our associates in that matter, but the people that make up those companies are people nonetheless. And they need to be treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve as human beings, and understanding that we will use their companies and their assets as we need to and request their help and give them taskings, but they are people nonetheless. I would hope every member of this P.L.U. understands that we are to respect the individuals and respect the company and respect their ethics and ensure that we are treating them with that dignity. And I would ask that as the P.L.U., if you see other members of the Navy, be it a cadet or obviously not the Admiral, but a cadet or myself, disparaging a privateer, that you, with respect to their rank, step in and cordially inform them that that kind of talk is disrespectful and unnecessary. If you see someone spouting off rumors or hear someone spouting off rumors about a privateer, inform them that the P.L.U.'s stance is that all current members of all current privateers are above board and we are investigating any issues, blah, 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 blah. But the P.L.U. handles relationships with the privateers, and a sailor spreading rumors does not help with that matter, and they are to calmly shut up and be respectful. So I know I trust all of you to be able to handle that for your role. I'd encourage you to help make sure the Navy as a whole is conforming to that as well.
Yeah, just to add on that, I guess what you need to understand is there's a professional personal relationship. Also in the personal side, that's down to individuals, friendships, whatever. Yes, people come from civilian stroke privateer backgrounds, so have that personal relationship with them. The P.L.U. is strictly professional. Okay, you've got two levels of that. You've got the business side and the personal side. The business side, as has already been said, to keep it blunt, they are a tool. They are here, they are employed, they are paid, and we as a P.L.U. are here to ensure that they are safe and well, and we are supporting them, and it's something we've not done in the Navy before, so it's all a learning exercise for us. On the personal side of that professional relationship, they need to understand that they are not angels themselves in regards to how they speak to us or anyone else. There's been many occasions where they've spoken to myself, or I've heard them speak to other people, where that shoe fits them, and that won't be tolerated either. We as a P.L.U. have to remain professional and ensure that we are there supporting them, but we need to not bend over and just bend to their every whim because they start crying. Not once have I received one written report from a privateer stating any issue. For that point, I'm not interested. If they can't take the time to write it, it basically does not bother them, and it should not bother anyone else here. If they have an issue, get them to put in writing, put the facts on paper, date, who, when, why, what, etc. Send that through, and it'll be dealt with. Until that point comes, they're just crying, I don't care, I'm not interested. We'll do our work, continue on doing our work, and if it overlaps and we see that, we'll deal with it. But we cannot deal with hearsay. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's individuals, whether it's other companies being naughty or etc. It's coming to the point where I'm going to put requests through to London to replace red sails with red nappies, so they can actually fly with the red nappies instead, because they're constantly crying, but yet they don't have the time to write something out. I think we all agree here, if there's something bothering you that much, you actually go through the full process to actually get that issue sorted, and none of them are doing that. And if they have done it, I've not seen it. So again, don't go out there trying to make them write reports and such. You have work to do. Obviously, see if you can fix it, if you can, etc. But yeah, please, remember that. It's a difficult situation. None of us are here to be arrogant, rude, nasty, but at the end of the day, they are employed by the Navy. But on that side, yes, we need to ensure that they are treated the same way as we would treat our own within the Navy, all different ranks and trades on that side of things. So it should not be any more difficult dealing with a privateer on that side. Is that understood? And is that okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, sir. If I may, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that I believe, from a personal, non-ranking standpoint, on my statement. Simply from a customer service perspective, as much of the P.L.U. is essentially interfacing with the public, that opinion is held. I don't know if they are submitting the reports or they're not making their way in for whatever reason, or if there's some malfeasance, as there have been issues across the island in its entirety with mailboxes, but...
No, I understand what you're saying. And again, it kind of goes back to the point I said at the beginning, that what goes on the P.L.U. goes on within the P.L.U. roster. And I don't want anyone out with the P.L.U. roster speaking with the privateers in depth in that way. Obviously, the captains, lieutenants on the ships, have their conversation. The Navy personnel can have their kind of general conversation, but kind of diving into kind of ongoing investigations. There's enough of us here. I certainly don't mind if each captain's house wants to, allocate a individual to actually be part of the P.L.U. team on that roster to work alongside us to ensure that each captain kind of knows what's going on. That's maybe an option, just off the top of my head here, that enables that to be something that there's always someone from P.L.U. on all the ships that is kind of there for information purposes and just understanding how the P.L.U. works and addressing that. That's maybe something we can kind of discuss separately. Yeah, when you have so many people kind of diving in and overhearing things and assuming things, and it just takes one thing to come out wrong way from somebody, and a privateer will hook onto that, completely misunderstand it, and time you know it, it's all the way around the map, and it's all that aggro for no reason.
I'll tack onto that real quick if I can, Commodore. It happens every deployment that the privateers, especially the effective ones, get accused of things all of the time. Whether it's by front companies for pirates, other privateers, it's very hard to substantiate a lot of these claims, and rest assured that allegations against privateers do get investigated by both the P.L.U. and NID and operations. So just ensure, as I'm sure all of you already are, that as you hear allegations or rumors on the sea, if it's Riptide attacked Raven's Ambition, if someone says that, we cannot just take that as fact. It needs to be investigated. So understand that when you hear those things, you still have to be cordial to both those companies. You cannot then go to Riptide and oh, you were in trouble, I heard you attacked another company. Because we don't know that. It's easy to say this happened to someone. It's difficult to prove that, and it's too easy for malfeasance to happen there. So the P.L.U. is the front line on ensuring both that our privateers are treated and feel treated as people, and that we correct that percentage amongst the seas. But also, we are the first line as the P.L.U. of ensuring that we are treating our privateers as respectfully as possible directly, and that any allegations are brought up and investigated. But just because someone is alleged to have done something does not mean we can start treating them as if they are a criminal.
Please remember to move.
No? Yeah, and I apologize, Commodore. I do need to head into my head here in about 2 minutes.
No, absolutely. I think we're pretty much done for the most part. So we can still address any issues, and we're writing notes anyway. So if you do miss anything, that's. We appreciate you taking the time to come down, of course.
And if you could, Commodore, as soon as there are notes, obviously I'll take a copy. But if you could just get a copy to the Admiralty for their review as well.
No,
I'm sure they're going to want to look over it, and we can just get to them as soon as they're produced. Just get a copy up to them.
After the meeting, I need to talk to the officers and Commodore yourself.
Okay.
Along with the secretary.
I will likely not be on until tonight, Burke, but you and I can connect then.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions? Don't worry about. See, the secretary has to leave, but just use this time now to address anything.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Master Chief, is he still on the docket for?
I've not seen him, but I don't think we need to have him on the roster now. It's kind of there unfortunately when D'Artagnan passed, and was kind of left with what was 3-4 people. As you can see, now there's a lot more interested bodies here. We've built up the team, the roster now, with people in there full-time and part-time. So I think, yeah, we can certainly use him as needed, especially on the disciplinary stuff. You know, that respect thing, that will be escalated through him, but not directly. That will go through Ensign Nexus through to myself, and then we'll see where we need to go from there. But yeah, we'll remove him off the roster, but he's always available as Master Chief on that side.
Also, is there a reason why we have an admin office and a ops desk office? Why don't we have one central location at the P.L.U?
It's just the way it worked, but it was DeLeon.
Behind you, sir.
Behind me. Yeah, that was kind of just the way it worked out, wasn't it? So with again, going back to right at the beginning, do you see an issue having one room? We could probably move in everything, the admin into the actual ops, if we want one desk, or do you want to keep it separate?
On that, Ensign Nexus and I were looking at trying to rearrange things to utilize more of our space and get better use out of it, so that might be getting changed up. We were just waiting for Mr. Leon and everybody to be awake and everything else to clear up, but that was something that was getting discussed earlier, actually.
Okay, we'll catch up with that
if I may just say what I have to say.
Yep. Go on.
No, I don't have an issue with it. As long as there is a that the templates kind of kept separate, shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Good comment. And yeah.
I believe I may also have an explanation as to why there are two offices. It wasn't necessarily to split them or put the I guess a wall between the departments, quite literally. There was not enough space in the original building's floor plan for a dedicated office. When the building had an expansion, the office itself was added.
Yep. Don't forget to move everybody.
Good night.
If you haven't done so in the last few minutes.
Oh.
Good night again.
Another one.
Yeah, I think
another one bites the dust.
Run around the room.
Commodore, how late are you going to be awake?
I'll be around for another couple of hours, so...
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to catch up later? So I just want to make sure that everyone kind of has their opportunity without being rushed. But appreciate you can't hang around for forever. But I'll be around for a couple of hours down at the P.L.U. or here.
Okay,
but,
good, sir.
Yeah, what Man is saying is also correct. It's the fact that the admin office, or what is the admin office right now, it's not big enough to house both the operations side and the admin side.
No, absolutely. Yeah, so we can have a word. We were looking at that yesterday anyway, kind of changing the internal walls, positions and such. So, yeah, we can certainly discuss that after this meeting. Fortunately, was that Jean-Baptiste and Ollie?
I was about to say, sadly, I will have to go to bed because I've been awake for quite a long time.
Ah, okay. We'll be around tomorrow?
To the point where I can't separate Friday from today.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Yeah, go get yourself off. Do you think you'll be around tomorrow? Just one quick catch up with you, that's all.
Yes, until the afternoon. But I was hoping to have a private word with you.
Ah, okay. That's any other questions?
No, sir. I'll handle it with the ensign, sir.
Okay.
A small bookwise talk.
Lieutenants, any other questions from your side with regards to the P.L.U? Kind of understanding what we're here to do and why we do it this way, or anything that would make your lives easier?
Nothing directly from me at the moment, sir.
Okay. Burke?
He might be having an involuntary nap, sir.
I was going to say, it's he's either thinking very hard or biting his tongue, one of the two.
I
will say one.
I have this feeling that he might be falling asleep quite a few times.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Pritchard.
Yes, do you really need those walls in the back alleys? Because they don't really do anything.
It's to reduce the foot flow coming through. The amount of noise there is incredible. Taking those walls away, it just opens it up and people start using it as a rat run to get through. So,
can someone let me out real quick? I need to take care of something.
So, yeah, is it causing a big issue?
Not a big issue. It just seemed a little odd.
Yep.
The entire area that it essentially divides was public access anyway.
Yeah, that area was the floor plan foundations that was actually dug out by the Royal Engineers from London, specifically for the P.L.U. Obviously, with the conversations we've had, there was traders at one point. We got those moved, and also because again, going back to conversations we have and the way the sound travels, having on the wind, it reduces the amount of ears that potentially may overhear conversations going on in that building. So, yeah, the walls will be staying unless there's an absolute specific reason why. But it just reduces the foot flow of civilians just using that as let's run this way, and let's overhear what's going on. So it's more of a security reason, just controlling what goes on in that area.
Sir, you have a very nice office upstairs, which is very roomy. What if we make that a central room, sir?
Well, it pretty much is, to be honest.
Yeah, well, what if we put admin and everything in there? At least then you have room to walk around.
Yeah, it's handy to have that floor space though upstairs, because that when you talk quietly, your voice doesn't carry so far, and it makes it, unless you're actually stood on the floor below. If you need private conversations, that's obviously where you kind of go for that little private huddle in that room there. Don't want to lose that. I think with what's been said, the bounty boards being moved, we can actually move some internal walls, make some bigger rooms, and kind of swap it around a bit. So
if I may make a possible suggestion, I believe the current setup of the P.L.U. is sufficient for what we need it. However, if the issue is of space, there is always the possibility of building upwards and just keeping your office on the top floor in the same configuration with just an additional floor below it. And then turning the what would be second floor into a full office space for admin and logistics with the archive above it, and then your office above that.
Could, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people saying, "Why are you building your building so big?" So, yeah, we'll certainly sort it out. We'll certainly make more space. We'll utilize it better, and and see where we can go with that one. But yeah, we can carry that conversation on. Anything else while the lieutenants and such, Pritchard are here, so not hanging around too much, that we think is relevant for them. The internal P.L.U. stuff we can carry on after this. From anybody? Okay, that's fine. No, so appreciate you all coming down to do this. You know where to find us. Any questions, please let us know. Any problems, let us know. And obviously, if it's whilst you're on a voyage, submit as part of your report anyway, and just send a copy down to the P.L.U. as you would do in that instance. And yeah, just come and find one of us to answer any questions you may have. But appreciate your efforts, lieutenants, of course, along with the others, and Mr. Pritchard as well with the HQ. We'll work out this NID documentation process. I think kind of nearly there as it is. So I'm sure if you overhear any conversations with the secretary getting angry, then maybe you can just explain to him part of that conversation as to what's going on. We'll send a letter up specifically to the secretary addressing that issue as well. So that should clear that side of things. Okay, right, we're not too far over. We started a minute late, and we're 9 minutes over, so 8 minutes over for a meeting is not too bad. So Delion, if I have a quick word with you, Lieutenant
Okay,
I'll open the door.
I do need to speak to him in private when we have a chance.
Yep. So it'd be join the queue. So
we have to go the other way. Sorry, Lieutenant.
We can stay down here if you wish to have this conversation about the internal P.L.U. stuff. While I have conversations outside, or you can go back down to P.L.U.
Right here.
And
I'll go check in, sir, see if anybody's waiting for us down there.
I'll meet you down
there.
And,
I just came from
minutes.
there. There was nobody there. Yep. On the other hand, I did sort out the port filing.
Ensign Nexus, do you have a moment?
Right.
Yes.
Chief. Let's,
Hello, everybody.
Master Chief, how are you doing, sir? Sorry, just caught the end. We'll get minutes out to yourself and High Command, etc. Once that's been done. But I just got to... I'll probably have to have a word with you at some point anyway. Catch up. Are you going to be around for long today?
Yes, I'm available.
Oh, sorry. Oh, stretching my arms there. Okay, so, yeah. Where are you going to be? Or can you pop down to the P.L.U. in maybe half an hour or something?
I can get the...
Yeah, I can be head right.
No, you've got...
Yeah, if you don't mind, that'd be perfect.
I do need to speak with Mr. Baptiste, though. So.
Where is he? Oh, yep, no problem. Yep, we can do that. Right, I need to speak to Delion outside, so I'll be...
Master Chief? I'll be taking care of your key situation right now for you.
Okay.
For you.
All right.
My pleasure.
Right.
Mr. Baptiste.
Yes. Oh God. Ugh. The thighs burn running up hills. God damn you. I'm sure you do it on purpose.
Well, I mean, I get a lot of work out. What can I say?
Always running around. No, how are you? I've not seen you since, I think, Wednesday maybe.
Yeah, I kind of went out on Thursday.
Yeah, up to stuff. So, yeah, how's things?
Depends on what you're asking about.
Well, you personally, you kind of well? You kind of get enough rest?
Really? I am, well, I'm just struggling with insomnia, that's all.
Ah, no.
So I'm not awake all the time. Sometimes I just lay in bed and just stare at the ceiling.
Yeah, it's unfortunate situation. But well, just take the rest when you can take it, I suppose. How's what's the situation with you and the P.L.U. though? Because obviously, I'm very conscious that I know you like to be involved with it, but I know you've not been around for other things as well, which is fine. But yeah, I don't want you to feel that you're kind of being pushed away. But also on the other side, I'd like to know if you kind of happy with the situation, or it's too much, or what? What's your thoughts?
Actually, I was going to ask if you're okay with me just handling the paperwork purely. I would like to try to avoid being a point of contact for the privateers as much as possible. I understand that sometimes I will have to, but I have a couple of reasons as to why.
Okay. Well, no, we can certainly do that. I say we've got a few new people. Much Small has been doing a very good job. We'll see Nexus as well. His wife is also
about
coming on
Small,
board.
I was going to say maybe she wouldn't be a very bad choice to eventually maybe be given a little bit of a higher position in the P.L.U.
No, absolutely. It's something I've been toying with, but always seem to be pick people for promotions, and then something goes completely haywire, and it kind of puts a jinx on them in some respects. So it's well,
obviously, I'm
nervous,
just saying
but,
take her into consideration at the very least.
But no, it's she's done very, very good work. The last couple of weeks she's been here, as I say. Ensign Nexus coming board on the ops side, which is good. Wallace has been earmarked, I think, but need to speak to him at some point to see what his thoughts are. Mrs. Nexus, I'm not sure if you've met her. She's she's joining the P.L.U. as well, so she's very much good with the documentation and side of things. So no, we can certainly would like to keep you on board, but yeah, I didn't want you to feel that obviously things are progressing without you and kind of pushing you away. It is an optional role. I know you have other commitments, so
Yeah, so because seeing as I'm a little bit nervous because I know they're over there. A little bit afraid that they're going to hear.
No. It's fine. There's no way they can. Not unless you're yelling and not telling. But,
no. But yeah, no.
But what's kind of going on that side? I think I know what you mean. Without kind of going it too much.
Yeah. So the thing is that I want to focus more on my secondary duties, but I definitely want to be involved in the P.L.U. as it is very useful to me.
No, absolutely. So what I'll do, we'll keep you on as a clerk, just as a desk clerk, as opposed to forward-facing, and you just need to make sure you're keeping up with McSmall in regards to what's happening. So I'll just use McSmall as a point of contact on the admin side and agree things with her. So if you speak with her and do it that way, so you're kept up to date with the process of stuff.
Yeah.
And if you're happy with that, then I think that will work.
How do we put it? I've been kept very busy by Ferguson. So
yes, he seems quite stressed. So when I spoke to him earlier, it was kind of. I know he always sounds a bit stressed most of the time, but it was definitely a change of tone in his voice with certain things. So
no, today he does not sound stressed. Today he actually sounds sad.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. He's kind of he's stressed anyway, but he sounds certainly different. So yeah, it's
sort of like he's bummed out, like he's disappointed.
Yes.
I mean, I've spent a lot of time with the man. I've learned to read his voice.
I just think cheesy is probably part of it.
Probably, I don't know. But on that note, another reason why I don't want to be outward facing is because I am currently finding myself in a very personal relationship with a privateer. So I don't want there to be any
biased. Okay, that's fine. Absolutely. So yeah, don't need to go into details. I understand what you're saying. So yeah, that works for me. So my concern was only you feeling you was getting kind of pushed out silently and not being involved, and that's certainly not the case. So
I mean,
I've always valued your input. So
because you don't have your Twitcher eyes on, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you?
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's fine. No
Are you sure?
Anything. No, it's fine. But if there's anything you wish to discuss, I can kind of close them off for a little bit.
Right, if you would.
Okay. 1 moment. Sorry. Right. 1 minute. I'll be back.
the gal for me, boys.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
It's down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys.
Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll.
Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
She's lovely on the foreyard, she's lovely down below, boys.
Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll.
She's lovely 'cause she loves me, that's all I want to know, boys.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
Oh, Captain Baker, how do you store your cargo?
Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll.
Some I stow forward and some I stow after.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
40 fathoms or more below, boys.
Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll.
There's 40 fathoms or more below, boys.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
Oh, way high, and up she rises.
Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll.
Way high, and the blocks is different sizes.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
Oh, one more pull, don't you hear the mate a-bawling?
Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll.
One more pull, that's the end of our hauling.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll.
Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
Oh, it's all the gentleman soldier, as a sentry he did stand. He saluted the fair maid with the waving of his hand. And boldly then he kissed her and he passed it off as a joke. Then he drilled her up to a sentry box wrapped up in the soldier's cloak. And the drums they go rat-a-tat-tat and the fifes still loudly play. They fare thee well, Polly my dear, I must be going away. All night they tossed and tumbled till daylight did appear. The soldier rose, put on his clothes, and fare thee well, me dear. The drums they are a-beating, and the pipes still loudly play. If it weren't for that, Polly my dear, with you I'd long to stay. And the drums they go rat-a-tat-tat, and the pipes still loudly play. They fare thee well, Polly my dear, I must be going away. Oh, come, me gentleman soldier, won't you marry me? Oh, no, me dearest Polly, such things they never can be. For married I am already, and children I have 3. 2 wives are allowed in the army, but one's too many for me. And the drums they go rat-a-tat-tat, and the pipes still loudly play. Say, fare thee well, Polly, my dear, I must be going away. If anyone comes a-coursing you, you treat them to a glass. If anyone comes a-coursing you, you say you're a country lass. You needn't even tell them that you ever laid a joke, that you ever went to a sentry box wrapped up in a soldier's cloak. And the drums they go rat-a-tat-tat and the fifes still loudly play. Say you fare thee well, Polly my dear, I must be going away. Oh, come, me gentleman soldier, why didn't you tell me so? Me parents will be angry when this they come to know. When 9 long months are up and past, the younger she bought shame. She had a little militia boy, she couldn't tell his name. And the drums they go rat-a-tat-tat and the fifes still loudly play. Say it fare thee well, Polly my dear, I must be going away. Chicken on a raft, that Jimmy's laughing like it had rained. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft, he's looking at me, copycats again. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft, that chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Tap toes forward and the dustman aft, sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft, hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft, hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Now get me the middle and the forenoon too. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. I'm pulling on a wheelie sailing crew. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft, seagulls wheeling overhead. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft, I ought to be humming me feather bed. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft, chicken on a raft on a Monday morning. Oh, what a terrible sight to see. Dap toes forward and the dustman aft. Sitting there picking at a chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. Hi-yo, chicken on a raft. Hey-yo, chicken on a raft. I had a little girl in Donny B.
Hello. How was the box? Right, okay, the box is undone. So, okay, excellent. Right.
Is there anything that you need me to do tomorrow?
No. Just keep up to date with what McSmall's doing. Ooh, hello, Horsey. Ooh, oh my god. Okay. Just check with McSmall and yeah, you'll be good. We'll just keep you on the roster as a clerk.
Yes, that would be much preferable because, like I said, I see that my time is not going to
no problem.
Suffice because I mean I don't have enough hours of the day to do both.
No, that's fine. Say no more. Okay, excellent. Right, sorry to rush off, but yeah, is there anything else to say? What, 3 other people want to speak to me.
Other than the fact that I'm going to be gone until Wednesday, no, not really.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, try and also get rested where you can, of course. I know it's difficult. And yeah, just check up with McSmall or one of Mrs. Nexus, Sailor Nexus, or Ensign Nexus, or anyone else. I think those 3 are probably the best one on the admin side. No, Ollie Lawson's not too crash hot on wanting to do paperwork. So
I mean, when it comes to the admin system, it's pretty simple. So I'm pretty
Crosis, stop it.
Good with navigating it. I also sorted out the for filing folder downstairs.
Absolutely. But yeah, you'll probably find, by the sounds of it, the insides may change slightly. Next time you're here as well. So.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have an issue with the inside changing. It, like, literally the only reason why we have 2 different offices for the operations and for admin is because of the space.
Absolutely.
That was literally the only reason.
Okay, perfect. Okay, right, well, you get yourself off. I'm going to go find the Master Chief. I think Burke was wanting a word if he's still around.
Yep.
And, yeah, take it from there. Okay? Well,
of course.
It's good to see you, though. Thanks for turning up and yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't aware of it because I'm in a, how do we put this? I'm in a weird sleeping schedule at the moment, so I probably dismissed the memo.
It's on, I'm not sure if you can say this, but the meeting notice board on Discordia, it's on there. But you may wish to check that anyway. Because there's other changes on there.
Now I see why.
But no, it was obviously did it verbally as well. But yeah, that's fine. No big issue. We can read the minutes from McSmall when she's wrote those up. But he was there for most of it, so he didn't miss anything else too much. Right.
All right.
Okay, let's walk back down this hill. And there's a lot of ships coming in.
Well, actually, I'm gonna go and hide away in my hidey hole.
Well, okay.
Yeah, for sleep.
No, absolutely. Well, good to see you, and you take care. Okay?
You too.
There's the Commodore.
Sir.
You might as well go back right up the hill, sir.
Apologies. There's a Master Chief here as well, is he?
I've heard him. I think he's either in the instructor building or at the P.L.U, but I don't know where he is.
I need to speak to him as well.
He ran off with Mr. Baptiste.
Okay. Yeah, I need to speak to him anyway. But yeah, that's was anyone in the house?
No, I think everybody left now.
Well, do you want to go up the hill? It's up to you. House is pretty secure.
Go up the hill. Is everything okay with Ms. De Leon?
Yeah, so I'm just seeing whether she still wants to be involved with the P.L.U. and such. She's obviously not been around due to certain things, but yeah, she's just going to carry on just as a desk clerk. She'll just help with the filing and such, so so she'll be kind of in and out when she can, and to carry on, she wants to carry on, but yeah, she has secondary duties that she deals with, so and other, obviously, sleeping patterns and such are kind of a bit weird at the moment as well, so she can't kind of commit to anything more than that, so but that's fine. We can keep her on just as a clerk and just keep her up to date with any changes in the filing, and she'll just pop in when she can to help keep on top of things for us on that one.
Understood, sir.
But yeah, what's the issue here?
Well, I've got a 6-page report from Mr. Mann of
I've got
multiple
that as
instances. Oh, did you read it?
Mm.
Okay, so you haven't. So yes, this is a definite concern, especially after speaking with Leon last night from Strongarm.
Yeah,
Have you authorized any orders for Mr. Baptiste to be doing investigations into Strongarm?
I have given authority to investigate complaints that have come up, to basically get names of individuals to corroborate these complaints. Basically, because I pretty much know that it will put a rest to this backwards and forwards of disinformation between wherever these issues are coming from, and also give me a better picture of where these issues are coming from, to know where potentially the problem children lie. I've spoken to Strongarm a couple of days ago, basically just asked him a few blunt questions with stuff I've been hearing, and that's fine, we're all on the same page with that. But as far as Baptiste is concerned, yes, I have allowed him to carry on, but I've made it very clear that he's going out there and finding names of individuals to stand up in front of the Admiral and say, yes, this is exactly what's happening, opposed to the usual stuff of so-and-so said this, this, and this, and this. Okay, where's the evidence? Well, there isn't any. Well, I'm not interested in that.
I hate to say this, sir, but that's definitely above his station.
It's not. Not as a P.L.U. That's what the secretary said. I don't think he was there at the time. Even the secretary said that if a lieutenant just decided to turn up into the P.L.U. and started butting in a conversation that the P.L.U. midshipmate or sailor was having with one of the privateers, the sailor or midshipmate can actually very correctly ask that higher rank to get out of the conversation politely.
Let me reiterate what I'm saying.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Anyone in P.L.U. is basically representing me. Okay. That's how it stands. I cannot be everywhere. Everyone here in the P.L.U. represents me. Okay. There is none of this kind of usual idealistic way of, oh, you're on a certain rank, you don't have permission to be asking these questions. Now, the problem here isn't the questions being asked, it's probably the way it's being asked and being dealt with. I think it's more of the personal side, that how he goes about conducting that questioning. Because I can pretty much guarantee if it was anyone else, it would probably be done differently. And would it be getting the same comeback? Probably not. Because I know just off the one conversation I had with Baptiste last night is that he requested a leave of absence for a couple of days because he was burning the candle at both ends. And also, most importantly, he said that he has issues at the minute on a personal level, differentiating what the expectation of the P.L.U. is to what his expectations are of privateers. So he's come out with that himself without any prompting to say that he has recognized that he is having issues getting the conversations and thoughts across what he's thinking, because he's doing it more in a personal way opposed to how the P.L.U. should be doing it. Does that make sense? Which I think is half of the problem. But carry on, Lieutenant Buck, you were saying.
Yeah, I was going to address the demeanor. Is what I say by a high rank. He's not carrying himself as if he's carrying your words, sir.
Right. Okay. Point taken. Yeah. Which I think, kind of backs up a little bit to what he's addressed himself yesterday. So yeah, I think we're kind of on the same chapter, different pages of where it is, but on in the same book at least. So I've not witnessed what he's done, unfortunately, which makes it very difficult.
I have.
But obviously you have.
He's done it on my ship several times, including yesterday.
So is it? I don't know. Is it him?
To be
or?
blunt about this, he is targeting Strong Arm. He wants to take them down for some reason. I don't know what his personal vendetta against them is, but it's gotten to the point where when he's speaking to other privateer groups, they are now reporting this information back to Strong Arm, which addressed it to me last night.
Yeah, I've not spoken to Jean-Baptiste yet anyway. Obviously now I've got these reports and such, and word of mouth. I'm not sure what Master Chief has spoken to him. I'm going to speak to Master Chief as well about it, obviously off the back of this report also. But the way I work, is quite different in some respects to a lot of people. That there's always reasons why people act in ways, and it's identifying why those are happening. I don't go and kick people just because things aren't working, but there is a line that's kind of been crossed at this point. Unfortunately, the same happened with D'Artagnan, with her interaction with Strong Arm. She was being touted as being completely biased and completely on Strong Arm's books, to the point where she was being vilified. Same way as...
Carry on, sailor.
Same way as Jean-Baptiste is, but obviously on different points. So on that basis, you see the issue here is that is this a issue that can be dealt with via conversation, training, moving him away from what he's been doing to make him a better sailor, or is it just the fact of he just cannot do it? I've always, through my career in the Navy, tried to find the best in people and try and get the best of those people out of them where they're struggling. And he is struggling, and the one thing that's making me say this is because of what he said to me yesterday in confidence. Without any prompting, he has recognized that he is doing things wrong himself. So if he come to you and said that, what would you two do?
I'd remove him from the staff and work out him being a better sailor first.
He can be a better sailor. I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Well, when I say sailor, I don't mean a sailor. I mean
no. I'm not saying demote him, but I just sailor in general in the Navy.
Yes.
What we're saying is, I don't think right now at this time and place he's fit to be in the P.L.U. with all the reports I've gotten in the last 24 hours. I think he needs to go back to being part of the Navy and find himself and figure out how he's supposed to operate within his rank and learn how to speak to people appropriately. Therefore, that will make him a better asset to the Navy in the long run.
So have you got any other reports other than just that one from Man?
I have 5 reports already coming in, sir.
Because I've not seen these other ones either, so if I see these others, it may... well, if I saw that before up to now, so...
I have requested they write the reports formally, because they've been verbal to me so far. I've received one at the moment that I can give you, but I need to make copies.
As I say, I've only seen that one. Again,
it's not that one.
No, exactly. So if there's multiple from different sources, then yeah, I've not seen that. Obviously, you're privy to more information than I am at this point. So I'm not going to knee-jerk on one report. Obviously, it's speaking to, but it's say the same thing happened with D'Artagnan. And
right. That's why I'm making everyone who's verbally made a complaint to write it up formally so it can be passed along the chain appropriately. That one's a little lengthy, but all about the same individual.
Can you hear me? Can you?
And I'll say this, I think at the beginning his intentions were goodwill. I think at some point along the way, with the pressure and the multiple duties and special permission, he's lost his way.
One moment. What's it saying? Right, okay, so, right. So you say you have a few more. Do you
I've got at least 2 more coming along with my own.
Okay, so yeah, once you get those through. And Ensign, you have separate ones I've not seen, or?
I've got the same report you have, and then
So
the
it's
verbal report from Leon from Strong Arm.
Okay. Yeah, behind it, as I said in the meeting, any complaints have to be in writing, and it needs to be written by him. Okay, and then also.
Yep, I agree.
Put that together.
Written reports just put your name to paper and makes it a statement instead of just a hearsay.
Yep. I 100% agree with what you said.
So
right now, that's what I'm operating off of. Basically, the report that man gave me, that's 6 pages long with all the detailed information over the last few weeks of his operations.
I'll give you that one back to hold for now. Okay.
I'll give you a copy as soon as I can make one.
Yeah, well, just keep all together. You can try and get them all together. Just do it, hand them all down at once. That's fine.
Okay. Yes, I can do that.
Unless for any reason you can't get hold of them for 3-4 days or something. But I'll speak with Master Chief, and yeah, as I said, the only report I had was that one, and obviously having it from different angles written down to corroborate what's being said also makes a stronger case. Also, and yes, off the back of what's been wrote in there, also screen through it quite quickly, but kind of caught the gist of what was being wrote. Yeah, I'll speak with Master Chief, see what he's said in the first instance before I start going in there, and I will keep you up to date with what the situation is off the back of that.
And obviously he should have a chance to comment and defend himself. It's not some sort of witch hunt.
No, absolutely, and that's a bit I'm getting at. I had this unfortunately with D'Artagnan, and she was exceptional at her job, but she had issues as well, and it's understanding at what point do you cut this person off, because doing that can send them in 2 different directions, or have 2 paths off from that point, isn't there? He's either going to get better, or he'll just potentially spiral out of control. So, especially when you're invested, he is very invested, and so I'm not going into too much detail, but I'll certainly speak with Master Chief with the other bits and pieces that he's divulged and given to me that I've not acted on because of the situation that's ongoing. But yeah, we need that information, and say that strong arm information from Leon. We need that in writing from him in his own hand, and as soon as we get that, put all that together, and that'll be the case as to why, when he says why, and then see what the Master Chief wants to do in regards to any extra training or anything else that he seems fit for. That it may come to the point with the maybe honourably discharged or something. I don't know. That's down to the Master Chief under this circumstance. If it's been an ongoing issue, then...
point out something on your end, sir, that I kind of noticed in the meeting? He definitely respects you a lot and hangs on your opinions and word and verbiage. Because when you said at the end that, you know, the privateers whine and cry a lot, I've heard that come out of Baptiste's mouth in front of a full crew on a regular basis.
Ah, okay. Not ideal. Because then those and this was I was saying right at the beginning, I think I've made it a case again. What goes on in the P.L.U. stays in the P.L.U. I know that probably people seem like it's over the top, but it's really not. And that's why we need a core crew or roster of P.L.U. staff that can be relied upon. And nothing is said outside of that, and nothing should be repeated of what other people say outside of that, because it then gets back. And that's one of the conversations I had with Strongarm about stuff I apparently said, but that was directly to one of their company members who completely misunderstood what was being said, and we sorted that out, which is fine. But yeah, you know, that's the big concern for me at the moment. Is we have had people just dive into P.L.U. discussions uninvited and taking over, and then disappearing, but then feeling that they are part of the P.L.U. and can speak for the P.L.U. when they actually have nothing to do with it. And that was one of the things I brought up right at the beginning. So it's not me being whatever you want to call me, it's ensuring that P.L.U. is seen as the liaison unit that it should be and what I envisage it to be, and it's certainly not at that point yet, because of these underlying issues going on. So yeah, as I say, the P.L.U. staff do speak to me, so I will act accordingly on that information and deal with it as needs to be. But likewise, as a officer, there's different types of officers. I'm sure you've seen coming through the ranks, and I've seen coming through the ranks myself, that work very differently from one another. Maybe not cautious enough in some cases, but the other foot, I'm not one to kick someone when I think there is potential there without investigation, to find out how we can get the best out of that person. Because I've seen a lot of people kicked by other people that have actually turned out to be excellent Navy men.
Personal friction is also a problem that has to be managed.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's but that's just me. You know, I'm not looking for your approval. I'm just explaining to you how I work. But that's you know, it's just something you get to learn being around people. And I've not been around John Baptiste too long. Obviously worked with him in the P.L.U. and on the ship sometimes, but other than that, I've had very little kind of time with him to experience exactly how he is firsthand, unlike yourselves and the people putting these complaints in. So I will go off the consensus, and as I say, the consensus is not good for him, and so be it. And it'll be down to the Master Chief to decide on the process from there. And I will speak to the Master Chief and make a decision before I go today in regards to his further involvement in the P.L.U. Make sure that the Master Chief is aware, unless he's made that decision already, or whatever that may be. So yeah, is there any other points on that?
No. I just wanted to. That's what I was going to speak to you about after the meeting. Anyways, it's what I was given today, and it's what I wanted to relay to you. So you knew what was going on.
No, absolutely. Mr. Mann gave me the exact same copy, so I managed to read that before I went into the meeting. So yeah, I'm assuming the Master Chief has got the same, maybe from Mr. Mann, or maybe he's had other documents. I'm not too sure. I'll see what he says and take it from there. Okay. But,
all right, sir.
Appreciate your efforts, though, both of you. So don't take anything the wrong way. But it's I just like to do things properly. That's all. I'm not going heavy-footed, and I've never been that type of person. But if I need to make decisions, I will make them. whether people like them or not, and we'll get him sorted as soon as possible to take that heat off the P.L.U. and him and the other people. Take from that. Excellent. Right. Oh, just one other thing, Burke, while you're here. I know we've had this kind of conversation before, but have you had any other thoughts in regards to how involved you want to be with the P.L.U.? I know you said you're happy to help whenever. Is that just taking a ship somewhere? I don't know if you've had any more thoughts.
As much responsibility as you want to give me.
I knew he was going to say that. You keep saying it, it's not giving me the answer. I don't want to give you. I can give you as much responsibility as I want, but I'm sure Ensign Nexus is.
I just need the information to do the job that you need me to do, sir. I don't have any other tertiary duties.
Okay. So I need people willing and wanting to go down to that office down there when they're not doing anything whilst they're on duty, to be available and to get involved with the admin or the operations side or speak with privateers. Is that something you're willing to do and wanting to do for the... Oh. Quick, run away. We take that as the answer, shall we?
Look, I had Mick Small ask me earlier if I made lieutenant, was I leaving the office, and I've already stated it. I am not going anywhere.
Okay.
I'm here for the long haul.
Well, it's good to hear. So it's my concern. That's why I keep asking. I'll be more than happy to say, oh, he's awake again. So I'm asking people, and asked Delion the same question. I need to have people in there that are wanting to do it, because it's a job that you want to do. It's not a job that you feel you could or are needed to do. You catch my drift. Welcome back. Just
yep. No, I understand. And I enjoy this job, so I'll be here.
But
I will put it to you this way, sir. My goals at the beginning of this deployment were to take care of the Southern Oceans and the privateers and the citizens.
Okay. So, out your mouth. I've had people come down saying, "Oh, yes, I'd love to help," but then give them training, don't turn up, or they just don't turn up for training. But they put the effort in to write a letter to say, "Oh, I want to be part." I've had that. I need you to say to me that you are wanting to do it, and you're not wanting to do it just because you're bored or anything. I need to know that when I'm not here, or Nexus isn't around, that you are there when you're available, not on a ship, to be the P.L.U. And again, represent me and High Command with the privateers.
Yes,
in a correct
sir.
way.
I would like to be in charge of whatever duties I can obtain in the P.L.U.
So I know I'll say this. I'll see Wallace as well. Are you the same time zones as Wallace?
Pretty close. I actually am awake later than he is, and he wakes up a little earlier than I do.
Is that Master Chief down there?
It is.
So I need to speak with Wallace as well to see what his thoughts are. But I'll pop you on the roster, okay?
Yes, sir.
So that I appreciate that assistance. Then you can liaise with Ensign Nexus here, and then I'll see your. Obviously, change of command. Obviously, you being lieutenant will be the kind of the two I see in that respect when I'm not around between the two of you. But don't take again the rank thing for me in the P.L.U. doesn't really push too much. It's more the outlying. Obviously, dealing with the privateers. Obviously, maintain that discipline. But everyone within the P.L.U. needs to know what's going on. But you have the judgment at both of your levels to know when people should know things and when they need to be told to just hold tight for whatever time is needed before that information is given to them, if you catch my drift. So is on that one. Master Chief, how are you doing?
Hello. Doing well. I take it these two will be assisting you down.
Yeah, yes. I believe. Have you been? So I just need to grab some food before I keel over. There we are. Yeah, sorry. Are you aware of the situation with Mr. Jean-Baptiste? In the first instance?
Not totally, no.
Okay. Yeah, something I need to speak to you about. Get your views on. I don't mind doing it in front of these two, to be honest. They're kind of bringing me the information that I'm having to act on, obviously, which will be acting on through you. So
let me ask a question then. Is it about his demeanor over the last couple of days of being a little too big for his britches?
Pretty much, but I think it stems back further in some respects
Weeks.
with individuals. So, but I think it's just.
Well, I just had a conversation with him about that. So basically, it boils down to he's been burning the candle at both ends as part of it. I have told him that he's to start making apologies to those who he been acting a little too big for his britches for, and understand his position within the Navy. I gave him some very poignant examples of abuse of power, that he is aware of that fact. I think he got the message.
Okay. I guess the other angle of that is he said the same thing to me yesterday. He came off his own back without any prompting and said exactly the same thing to me and asked for some time off, in which he said yes, please do so. As far as his strong arm investigations go, I confirmed that they were done. He said yes, they are done. I've not read through his full report as yet. Off the back of that, but I believe there was an issue of the 48 hours, which Mr. Mann has done a 6-page report, and then Lieutenant Burke also has 5 different places where he's having reports thrown at him due to his demeanour on conduct, just as a general sailor, but also within the P.L.U. And also there's a verbal report given to Ensign from Leon from Strong Arm, also about his recent conduct with Strong Arm, and I've asked for the Ensign to get that in writing. So I wasn't aware of all that. I only had the one report, but obviously a conversation, that's where they come to. But obviously as far as the P.L.U. goes, as I said to these two just now, the way I work is that, especially with the fact that he has come forward to say that, the way he knows that he's doing wrong, and he's come forward to say that, and the kind of the burning the candle at both ends obviously shows how much effort is being put into this, which is obviously clouding his judgment. Do you think basically what I'm thinking is suspending him from the P.L.U, basically to give him a opportunity, as these two rightly said, to make him have an opportunity to find his own feet within the Navy first, which will then be able to let him come back to the P.L.U, rather than trying to find those feet in the P.L.U directly. I think with what they've said, it's kind of and what I know
after the conversation I just had with him, I will say that I would recommend against that, and the reason being is because he wants to be a part of the P.L.U. He likes what the P.L.U. does. I think he needs to learn and grow within the P.L.U. at this point. I think he has found his place where he wants to be in the Navy.
Okay.
And that is part of the P.L.U. I do, however, think that he needs some mentorship and some growth before he moves up within the P.L.U. Absolutely. I have, in my conversation with him, I'm informed him and told him that he needs to takes time to take care of himself, that he does not continue to burn the candle at both, as it were. And that if he's spending more than 9 or 10 hours awake, that he needs to take a nap. because I do not want that for anybody in the Navy.
No,
If
agreed.
anybody is spending more than 10 hours awake at a time, you are probably having
Go to
problems
sleep,
with
kids.
your judgment at that point in time.
I do believe he's told me he's doing 20-hour shifts at one point.
I think
Yeah,
he
that
did,
needs to stop.
I think he did 25 yesterday when he came to speak to me. He said he's kind of been up for it, and I said the same with a few people. Unfortunately, DeLeon's the same. Rest in peace. D'Artagnan was the same, and Silver Meadow. Unfortunately, the Navy is rife with people that just can't have that break. But okay,
They have to, because be 100% honest with you, 90% of the issues we have in the Navy are people staying up too much.
Absolutely. It's something I always say. I was saying constantly to DeLeon and D'Artagnan's taking up the P.L.U. I was constantly, every day, I was telling them, you're burning the candle at both ends. But I think we're all aware of individuals that do that. And
If you see somebody like that, order them to go to sleep. Just order it. I don't care. If somebody's been awake for 25 hours, just order them to go to sleep. It is not healthy.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely
The
not.
Admiral will not stand for people staying awake that much.
No, there's no reason to either.
Not healthy.
Disappear for a few hours. Okay. Right.
Get some sleep, get a shower, that kind of thing. Don't care. Get away.
Okay. So as far as Baptiste goes, you've spoken to him. Is he still around?
He's currently issuing apology.
What, has he actually left the island, or?
No, he's at his house issuing apologies to those who he has been acting improperly toward.
Well, was that in letter, or? Sorry, by asking questions, don't really need to know, but it's just interested to know kind of how he's doing it.
Some of it's verbally, some of it's going to be in letter.
Who's his captain? Charles, is it?
Worthington, my captain. He's on my crew.
Okay.
Yeah, who's the master of your house right now?
We don't have one.
Alright, that needs to get fixed.
It was going to be Cake, but then he took a leave of absence.
Yeah, he's still asleep in our office. Hopefully he'll be back in the next weeks or so, but yeah. He had a...
Do you have somebody else in mind?
I think he has put a promotion in his box to be approved.
Okay.
It's likely going to be, if I'm not mistaken, probably Hightower.
Hightower. Oh, I have seen Hightowers, and I believe I signed off on it.
Aye.
One thing to keep in mind with Mr. Hightower is that we do not want married individuals serving over each other. So, if he is going to take up that position, Mrs. Hightower cannot be on the same crew. And I'm sure he will turn it down for that. The reason being is that is a hard and fast rule in the Navy. Cannot have people who are in relationships or people who are related to one another in direct promotion capability, that kind of thing.
Is that just on ships? Is that in captain's houses, is it?
That's the Navy as a whole.
Okay.
Unless it's been authorized specifically by the Admiral. So if we want to try and have the speak to the Admiral about it, and if he signs off on it, that's fine. He just needs to know as an exception.
I was going to say, well, he just wouldn't be in charge of her promotion due to their relationship.
He, being a master of the house, he's in charge of making sure all NCOs are doing their job properly.
Chain of command.
You can get chain of command, nepotism. It opens up a can of worms that I hate dealing with every time somebody gets in charge. It has always been a problem. The only way to solve that problem is just to not have people related or in a relationship directly reported, unless directly approved by the Admiral.
So, I'm just going to bring this up here, unfortunately, Mr. Nexus. The P.L.U. So, I'll see. I'm not sure if you're aware that Ensign Nexus' wife is part of the Navy, Sailor Nexus.
I am aware.
So
she's a part of the P.L.U. now.
Correct.
Yeah, she's trying to help out when she doesn't have nightmares, but most of the time she can only wake up on 1 day a week, or every other weekend it's just Friday, Saturday, Sunday for a few hours.
So she's as a clerk, and she'll stay as a clerk basically because of the hours that she does. So there'd be no kind of promotions there. What's the house? Not part of the Bulldogs anyway, etc. So is that something we can keep on?
Put in a request through the Admiral.
Okay. Does that just go directly to the Admiral?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the only one who can sign off on those things. Because currently there's 2 cases of that in the Navy that have been approved, and that is with Vice Admiral Webster and Secretary Puffin.
Right.
And Master Mouse. So.
Okay.
Those are the only approved relationships with direct lines of report. And to be fair, Master's Mate Ash does not directly report to the Vice Admiral, but
no.
He removes himself from that conversation when she's Vice Admiral had her.
Okay, we'll get something in writing to the Admiral.
So if that's the case, any promotions or anything like that would have to go through an alternate and not through the ensign.
Yeah, that's fine. But I don't think Sailor Nexus would really be too bothered about getting promoted. Do you think?
No, she would deny any promotion anyone tried to give her.
Certainly not with the hours and stuff that she's here. It's just she enjoys the paperwork and was working with her yesterday. And she was doing a good job with the bits that she was getting involved with. So to have someone just to come in, just to boost her ranks when she can, that's good. But that's
she's actually behind Master Chief right now.
Ah, I see. Well, that said, just put in a request through the Admiral to sign off on it.
Excellent. Okay.
That should be okay by him. Give the justification. Same goes for Mr. Hightower. If you feel that he is capable of separating business from family and not abuse that rank and position, please put forth the request.
I'll get working on that.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay.
I believe I did sign off on that promotion request a couple days ago, though.
Okay.
Days ago now. So yeah, there's a few promotions that haven't happened. I think they're being delayed by the 48. So.
Well, also my captain hasn't been awake, so I don't know if I can carry those out in his absence.
Well, they're signed off by the Admiral, so it's up to that. But that's it. I will leave that to the Admiralty to decide. Well, I'll say the Vice Admirals to decide, but that's a whole other conversation. Anyway.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Other than that, are you good, Master Chief? I've not seen you for a while.
Well, it's been busy.
Catching up.
Do you have any picks for the next master down at the P.L.U?
Not. Tell you what, Mux Small's been doing an amazing job with the couple of weeks that she's been down there. We have I don't know. Give us a couple of days.
Well, it's we need a master's mate first.
Yeah, well, we do have some master's mates down there.
So I was going to recommend Mr. Logerson. But he doesn't fall under the billet, I don't think. So that's where the issue lies. I believe he belongs to a house.
Yeah, if he would have to switch billets.
Yeah. So also the other, not just that, he doesn't like getting involved with paperwork. He does.
Oh, he does now. I've already spoken to him.
Does he? Because that's one thing I noted. He's very good with the people. He's very good with the go-get-em attitude. But it was just lacking on the administration side of doing things, which could cause problems.
I missed the name. Who are you speaking of?
Logerson.
Ah, yes, I believe he's in my house as well.
So
There's
I
Man
basically
as well,
told
but
all of
he's-
them within the PLU that they all need to know how the administrative side works and the paperwork works, and they all need to assist so we don't get a backlog of paperwork.
Absolutely. There's also Man as well. He's been there at the beginning. Can we keep an eye on them for the week and kind of see if there's
I
potential
mean, I will
between
say
one of those
now
two?
Lagerson is amazing. If you
No, he absolutely
want
is.
to approach him,
No, he absolutely is. But that is step up, especially in the P.L.U.
Yeah.
Or see, he's in the captain's house. He's going to have to move out of that. Or is there a space for? Well, there is no space for. There's
he
only one
can
master.
keep his bunk if he wants to keep his bunk,
So
but
be
we still have 2
honorary.
available bunks in our house.
Yeah, his billet would just have to move, so he would have to move it.
So yeah. Would he have to be? Would he not have to be billeted on P.L.U.?
Yes, he would.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he would no longer be able to be under the captain's house as an official member of the house, just a unofficial roster.
So it depends on where he wants
he's
to
a
go.
master's mate, right? Or is he midshipmate?
He's
a midshipmate.
Midshipmate. All right. So yeah, he would. If you want to move him into the master's mate role, again, I'll have that conversation with him about becoming an NCO and what that means. That said, if he continues to excel in that and wants to pursue that path, I'm open for whoever, as long as the person is willing to do the work and listen to the critiques given to them. And make a fruitful relationship there.
I can speak on for Lagerson in particular. I did correct him the other day, and he took to the criticism well without any pushback.
Okay. And I need somebody who won't burn candles at both ends.
Yeah.
He definitely won't do that.
No, it seems to be pretty good so far. No, it's definitely up there. Yeah, I'd be interested, say, if you want to speak to them both, Man and Logos, and see what you think with them too, and say we can, because I'd like to promote Muck Small as well. So she's done a very, very good job, and she's billeted on P.L.U. as well. And she's not interested in the seaside. She's happy enough going up to Master than potentially pushing for a secretary position in her career. So that's where she wants to go.
Sorry. Is you said Man? So Mitchell Man?
Yes, he's a master's mate for Edge House.
Yes. Is he on the billet for Edge House?
Yes, he is, sir.
All right.
Yeah, that's any problem. I've had
Yeah,
plenty
he
of
would
good
need to
people
move
coming
off of
through,
Edge
but-
House. Well, I have an issue with Edge House's billet right now anyway.
I'm sure you do, sir.
You mean the extra 10 names?
Yeah.
only 10.
I've been sick for a week, so.
Oh, it's 11 then.
That said, there's actually no current roster. And I do believe you're part of Edge House, correct, Ensign Nexus?
Yes, sir. I'm requesting my transfer to Commodore Smythe's house.
So go to the Bulldogs.
Did you get that room cleaned up, by the way?
Yes, there's still some personal effects in there, but most of it's gone. It's just my back can't carry too much, and there's a lot of stuff in the wardrobes and such. So I need to go in and just clear the rest of that out. But the lieutenant's room is clear, as well as the ensign room is also clear.
All right. Then.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I think that covers most of the things I needed to speak with you about. Is there anything that you needed else from me to look into?
Not from me. So it's just a Jean-Baptiste thing. So yeah, try and track
Address
him down.
that. If we don't see any improvement within the week, let me know.
We'll collate all the reports together, and then we'll get them up to you to have them in a file and take it from there. But
I'll need to see if they dropped them in the Master Chief's box or not, because I did initially tell them to put them there.
I got 2 reports this morning, so.
Outside of that,
one from Wallace, one from Dewberry.
Yes.
Yes, and then I have the one from Hightower on me. I just need to make a copy.
Okay.
So you got some of the other ones. Okay. So yeah, just keep an eye out when you guys do his apologies. See how he's going on with that. See how he's actually done it.
Can I get a copy of those, sir? Because Davenport wanted to see those as well.
Just get them back to me when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Master Chief, is there anything I need to address with Edge House?
I need a roster.
Else.
That is number one.
All 8 of the new sailors?
Yeah, we need to address that. I do need to speak with Fury, Sailor Fury, as soon as he gets back from deployment. I have some issues with him.
Yeah, we'll get him to look at both
Beyond
of those.
that, I don't think I have anything specific. Anything else will probably be dealt with at a higher level.
Understood, sir. I'll be looking for Mr. Fury when he returns and making him report to you.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Excellent. Well, sun's shining and ships are coming in, and yeah. We'll
wonderful.
Carry on with the rest of the day, I suppose, if there's nothing else.
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time, Master Chief.
Yours as well, sir.
Ensign Lieutenant. Appreciate yours as well. Are you going to be around much longer, your Ensign?
I've still got quite a while in my shift, sir.
The whole day, sir. So if there's anything you want to train me on to take care of, I'm willing.
Well, if you're free just now, if you want to come down with us, I'm not sure who's going to be down at the minute, but yeah, we'll have that conversation about rearranging the P.L.U. rooms and such, and Nexus can give you an update on where we are, get the bounty boards sorted out and squared away, and yeah, I think just for your information as well, Master Chief, I had your name at the top of the roster sheet. I'll take you off of that now, but I've said that obviously you're still available, of course, for any disciplinary issues or the stuff that you deal with, so you're still part as you are with every other department, but your name's not on the roster. But if you do need a roster, in the admin office on the wall, just as you go through the door on the right hand side, you'll see that pinned up there on the door frame, so you can go out there anytime and get a up-to-date roster of the P.L.U.
Very good.
In there, so.
Also, just so you know, I can rekey doors.
Please
so
don't.
No, I'm just letting you know.
No.
Get rekeyed in the future. I can do that.
No, I think yeah, that's good to know. But all the Secretary Purehammer and I did the keys a week and a half ago again. So all the keys are going out to the privateers on the key fob. There's key fobs ready to be printed in the upstairs archive in the cupboard, and all the masters are at HQ as well. So if we do lose keys, the masters are at HQ. So I don't think we need to worry about rekeying now after last time. So that's seems to be working okay for the most part. Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. You all have a good day.
And you. Was that your horse? Sorry.
Indeed.
Yeah, so... Hello?
Hello.
Are you okay?
Enjoying the sun?
She's eating snacks.
What? No, I don't have chocolate bunnies. I don't know what you're talking
You're just eating them all. Okay. We do all the work, we eat all the chocolate bunnies.
Did Master Chief talk to you, Commodore?
In regards to...
He said he was looking for you, and I feel like he just jumped over my head with a horse.
Oh God.
He did.
He was camouflaged that blue hair and blue jacket in the green grass. He obviously couldn't see you.
I'm trying to blend in with the rocks, you know. I'm
did a very
working
good job.
on my
no, he did speak to us.
overt training.
So that's fine. Yeah. Well, just in regards to you and your husband working P.L.U, I need to put a written request through to the Admiral. Just get authority. It's a chain of command thing, and making sure that people aren't seen to being favourite or biased against the other halves in the same department. I think with the hours that you work, I don't see it being an issue. And
I'm gonna run and make copies real quick. I'll be in the P.L.U shortly.
Yeah, no problem. Just carry on as we're doing just now. I say, I understand you're around for a great deal of time due to other commitments, which is fine. I think that will work in our favor anyway.
Nightmares suck.
Yeah, absolutely. We all have them. Unfortunately, it sounds like you have a lot more than I do. But so yeah, I don't think that'll be a problem. So we'll just carry on, put that letter through until the point he says yay or nay. But I really don't see there being an issue personally. If there is, then it's going to just be a case of towing the line, which would be highly annoying for the most part on that one. But just
it's
so
okay. Our marriage contract says the Navy comes first.
Oh God.
True.
So you'll have to get divorced then, so you can work in the same department and support the Navy. No?
She might stab me.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go ask Captain Silvermeadows for some throwing daggers. It'll be fine.
I was going to say, ask him to marry you. God, that was...
No, I'm not dealing with Elizabeth. Mm-mm.
Oh God. Oh yeah. Oh God, yeah. Forgot about that. My God, relationships, Navy, head spins. Okay.
That's why we treat it the way we do.
No, it's
no drama, no problems.
I'll be honest, it's never really bothered me at all. You know, all the relationships in the Navy I've kind of dealt with. A few kind of new relationships have caused a little bit of turmoil, but you know, the ones where they've come into the Navy and you know, from civilian or privateers, it's established relationships have never really bothered me. So it's usually been sensible for the most part.
I spent the before this our latest storm, I was over in Crimson Black, so at least I understand the privateer side.
No, and again, another bonus point on that letter. So have your experience there. But I'll head down to the P.L.U. I don't know if you two wanted a personal chat, so I'll let you two carry on. If not, I'll see you down there.
Yeah, I was just gonna talk to Ensign Nexus about because I just got done talking with McSmall about the changing up of maybe some walls and stuff in the P.L.U. You know, to accommodate the changing over the bounties to books and such. Because I know she voiced the fact that I guess the ship that was possibly turned in last night, some documents, our bounty documents were found on said ship.
That. I have not talked to him about that yet, and he's got eyes and ears.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Something to talk about later.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Perfect. Right. Well, sounds like you're been occupied for the last short while, so that's good. Okay. Right,
I learned lots of things in a short amount of time.
Well, I learn a little amount in a long amount of time, unfortunately. I don't know how that works, but it kind of...
All I can say is yesterday was a very busy day.
No, always is. Excellent. Right, as I say, is there anything else you need off me? So I'll head down to the P.L.U.
Nope. I believe all the documents have been sorted. There was nothing to do in the cabinet, so...
excellent.
P.L.U. is looking pretty good right now.
So the filing is empty. Okay, excellent.
Yes, it is.
For the moment. They just got something dropped off.
Oh God. Okay. Well, yeah. It never stops. It's a constant shower of documentation and verbals coming in. So yeah, that's fine. Okie doke. Right. So yeah, I shall catch you all in a moment, or whenever you're finished doing whatever you're doing. Okay.
Aye, sir.
Actually, I'm just gonna run. Yeah, we need a master, but there's no one here. This master's mate, but they're billeted on ships because they want to. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It is weird. It is weird.
Deal.
So, update this. Ba, 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 ba. What about Jean-Baptiste? Jean-Baptiste, master's mate. Oh, my shipmate, sorry. Got McSmall. Shadow's not been around for a while. Steel. He's not been around for a while, but I know he's got things on as well.
Commodore Smythe, are you in the building?
Oh God. Yep. Sorry, just in the admin office. How you doing?
I'm doing alright. Just to let you know I should be about for the rest of the night. I'm
Excellent.
probably going to be spending the next little bit writing reports from the 48.
Excellent. Yeah, so... Yeah, I've not seen Jean-Baptiste running around, have you?
I have not. I just spoke back up. And I also, sir, wanted to take a moment to apologize. I already spoke with Ensign Nexus. He made it very clear that where I voiced my concern was not the correct place. I do hope you know, sir, that it came from a place of good intention.
No, absolutely. Yeah, as I was explaining to
Splendid, thank you.
Ensign Nexus and...
Yep, I know he was writing it earlier.
Oh, one sec. Just come upstairs for a second.
Oh, man, you're back awake.
Yes, I grabbed the keys. I will be returning them probably shortly here.
Yeah, sorry, not directly to that, but yeah, it's not an issue. Obviously, having Lieutenant and Ensign coming in, it's going to put that chain of command in. So, I'm not going to bite your head off for giving me information that I'm going to be privy to anyway. But it'll be handy just to keep sure that chain of command is maintained. Just avoids any upset, of course. But yeah, certainly don't worry. I know where it's coming from, and appreciate the information. But as I said to Lieutenant Burke and Ensign Nexus just now, the way I work as a captain is different from how maybe other captains do things. I know it is not. I've seen it through my own career with other people. So I'm not going to jump at the first thing that's seen or the second. I like to have all the facts together and make sure that any decisions made are based on fact rather than personal feeling or just hearsay. Because if you do that, then we'll be changing our socks constantly, so to speak. So yeah, appreciate that. Don't stop doing it.
And as it did relate to privateers, one of the other reports I'm going to be writing is from a informative and disciplinary standpoint as a NCO. I was made aware of everything that happened first, then, as I said, brought it up the chain all the way to the Admiral at the request of Lieutenant O'Keefe to bring it to the Secretary, and then the Secretary to bring it further up. As it did involve privateers, I'm also going to give you a copy of that report.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. If there's anything you want to write up, you can take a look at that and tie that into. Thank you. Tie that into the procedures and such. You can obviously look in my desk. There's a procedures folder. You can have a look in there as well, Burke. You get board. There's lots of documents in there. I need to find time to kind of consolidate and kind of create into kind of a handbook for the P.L.U.
Yeah, I actually came in and read through stuff in the archives last night just trying to get a feel for it, and I couldn't find anything that was like a guide.
Yeah, so if you look at my desk, I've kind of kept it in there because I will at some point manage to get a book and start updating it. That's kind of quite a few weeks old now, but in the kind of the procedures folder there, that's kind of the folder I'll grab if we had to move on a new deployment in emergency, to save us having to rewrite it. But what I want to do before that does happen is to condense that down into maybe 2 or 3 books specifically on
right here
how the P.L.U works, etc., and a guide for new starts, etc., etc. So yeah, there's also the start of an organization chart in one of them. That needs updating because that was done when D'Artagnan was around 3 weeks or so before that she passed, unfortunately. So yeah, there's a lot I need to do, but feel free to have a look in there, and if you have any procedure changes, or feel free to put that through as well, and see let Ensign Nexus know, have a chat with him. I
think that's absolutely.
And same with Lieutenant Burke is coming on board as well. He's got no other secondary duties other than the ship sailing, so he'll be around to have a bit more authority between these two. And not here, which I know was a big issue with dealing with privateers that they're seeing. Obviously, the NCOs being more of a whipping post, opposed to actually listening to what he's saying. So
yes, they definitely do often ask for an officer of some sort.
But as I say, I want them to know that even if there's an officer there, that speaking to an NCO carries the same weight, because as I said to these two earlier, everyone represents me in the first instance as a Commodore, so you need to act accordingly as a Commodore, and we need to push that through to the privateers as well, that just because they're speaking to a midshipmate or a master's mate doesn't mean to say that they're any less not being listened to compared to listening to an ensign or lieutenant or myself on that side. So
I also wanted to say, strictly speaking, on the ideologies of the P.L.U, I know we have spoken before, and perhaps I wouldn't call them disagreements, but had different stances. I do stand by the fact that the privateers are tools to be used by the Navy. My major concern came from the almost inhuman nature that they were treated with by individuals at the 48.
Yeah, as I say, I didn't witness it, but it sounds like, it's certainly not how I would conduct things, and that's goes back to what I just said. Any member of the P.L.U are representing me on the first instance, also everyone else, and also the Navy and the Admiral. So they should be conducting themselves in a way that they're not doing that, and if they are doing that, then they need to be addressed. And I would hope that regardless of what department they're in, if a senior on the 48 saw that and did not act on it, then that senior should also be held in the same regard as the person who was carrying out the act in the first place. So you can expand that as much as you want, but ultimately it comes down to everyone's personal thought process and understanding of the situation. If they can't get a grip of where they are and what they're doing, then there's going to be consequences, both for them and for the wider populace, so to speak. So, but no, completely agree with you. It's understanding that yes, they are a tool, but yes, they're not a piece of metal that you can just kick around as you do. They have feelings, they have issues, they have needs, and as a liaison unit, that's what we need to address as well. But we need to make that clear distinction that we're not here to service them and their mouths, which happens quite regularly, unfortunately. But they're there to work with us, but understand that they are working for us. That's why we pay them. They don't pay us.
Yes.
If they want to start paying us, then we'll change our ways, but that's not going to happen.
And I've always, when dealing with privateers, I personally hold the opinion that rolling over and showing our belly and just doing whatever they want is more, not only unbecoming of us, but more detrimental to them than helpful. And I've always taken the tack of being stern, but understanding of anything that I've been told.
Why do you think Strongarm haven't got their pizza party? They've asked for it and a clown. Well, by their account, they should have a pizza party with clowns because of the amount of ships have sunk. So, that's just one example, but that's quite a light-hearted example. But no, absolutely. But that's why we need procedures in place, understanding everyone's on the same page, etc., etc. So, but yeah, unfortunately, that takes time to pull together. But we'll get there, and then hopefully on the next deployment, wherever that may be, if the Admiralty decide to carry the P.L.U forward, whoever manages that, at least if we can get that process in place, we don't have to spend 6 weeks of ball-breaking effort with changing things. We can just get it all up and running within a week or two and then just do what we're meant to be doing without all that hassle. So,
aye.
Yeah.
And I certainly know that would be more than welcome by a lot of the staff who have been here from the beginning.
No, well, absolutely. But we've got there. Say a lot of it's been personal issues, and it always will be. Work environments such as this ops will have the same issues when they've had people come on board. There's always going to be this clash of personalities and people overstepping marks and such. And but yeah, it needs to be dealt correctly, because the last thing you need is things being dealt with incorrectly, because then you don't get those people that should be working here, because they will feel that they're walking to a minefield. We all know where we're at, and we've got the people on board now. We've got the roster there, and we've got the chain of command here now, and we've simplified everything. Everything's up to date, pretty much 95%. And kind of the processes are becoming a lot more clearer as well. So this time in a week, we'll be in a far better situation, and we'll just be doing the day-to-day stuff in our sleep, and we'll get the visits out to privateers on a more regular basis, and do that liaison part that we should be doing, and reaching out to those ones that we've not heard from for a while, and making sure they've not got any issues, to show that inverted commas caring side of the Navy, to address that side.
As well, I just wanted to update you. Once we are clear to start dealing with the resupply again, I've already been given some ideas by Ensign Nexus as to ways to change it. And I'm going to work with him, as well as probably spend a few days here, while also doing some marine trainings to get a better idea of how it's being used, what could be better set up about it, etc.
No, that's good. Yeah, we discussed that, Mr. Nexus and I think yesterday briefly. So, yeah, I've got like 40 minutes or so, maybe a bit longer if needed. But yeah, what's the thinking on kind of rearranging this place? Who else is here?
They're all outside, sir. But as far as logistics goes,
and
I'd like to
Baptiste are
show
around.
you something. Mr. Baptiste needs to speak with you before he goes on his takeaway. We're looking for.
There we are.
Real quick before you talk to him, if you want to follow me, I'll show you what I was thinking.
Yeah. Have you got 2 minutes?
Are you gonna?
Sorry, do you want me to speak to Baptiste first? Because that'd be probably a quick conversation. And
oh, it's a quick conversation. Okay.
Yeah, it won't be.
Were you calling for me, sir? Sorry, I was. Oh.
So you wanted to speak to me?
Please, yeah, just a very quick one. Are you having to head off? Are you?
I actually need to head off rather soon. I just had a gremlin thing come up in my head.
Oh, okay. No, it won't keep you long. I understand you spoke with Master Chief.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware of the situations with the strong arm and privateers, and I have had a report and other reports of concerns in regards to the way you're handling yourself and stuff, and that's what the Master Chief addressed with you. So we're not going to go over that. My concern will see the P.L.U. and we'll see the conversation we had yesterday. In regards to your intentions within the P.L.U., of course, as well. And yeah, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page and understanding on where we are with that. So yes, you are obviously part of the P.L.U. and that's where I want you to be, but obviously we need to get on top of this kind of reputation that you'll gain for yourself, either intentionally or unintentionally, but I think it's more unintentionally, and that's something again that I believe the Master Chief has spoken to you about, to try and remedy that.
So Master Chief predominantly spoke to me about internal issues. But I do understand that
yeah,
some of the Red Network privateers seem to think that that I have given off the I have garnered the reputation among the Red Network privateers today.
Yeah. So what's done is done. Okay, I'm not one to sit and kind of cry over spilt milk. There's no point. You can't change the past, but we can change the future. I'm sure you're aware of that without me telling you that. So, and we want you to be where you are, and that's not just me. That's everybody. It may seem like everyone's against you, but everyone has their own ideals about how people should be. That doesn't work. But ultimately, as far as the P.L.U. goes, and I've said to everyone here, well, not everyone, but majority of people that I've spoken to today, and also the Master Chief, is that you represent the P.L.U., you represent me. So the way you act, and this is kind of touches on what you said yesterday in regards to you need to kind of separate the way you feel about things to the way the P.L.U. does things, or so to speak, isn't it? And the way that you do things currently is the way that you feel you need to do them, not the way you should be doing them for the Navy or the P.L.U. And ultimately yourself, because you're not doing the correct way. Does that make sense? So
and that is the reason I came to speak to you yesterday about what we spoke about, because I came to that realization, and I want to change it. I want to be better.
No, absolutely, and I'm willing to give you that opportunity and chance, and I think we can get you past that hurdle. But say the biggest thing is it's going to take time, unfortunately. For even if you go and apologise to everyone, it's going to take you time to change your spots, I suppose, from what's been added to you. And that's just going to be get your head down, hard work, and prove to them that you aren't the person who they are making you out to be. So in regards to basically kind of any strong arm stuff, I think regardless of what the situation with that, you finished that investigation, haven't you? And you've submitted those reports. So that's done and dusted, isn't it? So as far as strong arm concerned, you don't need to be kind of talking about them anymore, dealing with them outside of just general day-to-day stuff.
I have no other reason to ask any more questions or even remotely look in their direction after the conclusion of my report. Since I had started and finished my report, I've heard no other new reports about strong arm or anything of the sort.
Okay.
So then again, that is myself personally. I don't know about anybody else in the P.L.U.
So what I suggest is, if anything else does come in with strong arm, hand that over to Nexus or someone else to deal with. Okay, not because I don't trust you. It's because we need to get that line drawn and start drawing that line as quickly as possible, and get you away from the easy part that they can drop on you, valid or not. If you're honest with what you're saying and say give everyone a chance, you'll understand why, and you'll do that without any hesitation. So the strong arm stuff, just pass it over to someone else to deal with. Okay. What you need to concentrate on is you as a person. Overall, you have the qualities there, but the minute you just need to pull yourself in the right line and understand who you are and where you are in this Navy and where you want to go to. And you've kind of identified that already, being the conversations we've had. So you have that path, so stay on that. Get the training and follow an offer just to put yourself forward to say, look, any questions you have, how would you deal with this, shadow people, if there's specific areas that you're struggling with, write it down and let us know. We can kind of either get you to shadow someone who deals with that, or if it's just more of a personal kind of how do you deal with this situation, we can deal with that as well. You identifying the issues will fix it quicker than us trying to identify where the issues lie. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm kind of rushing through this because I know you want to get away. So, yes, carry on the P.L.U. Any strong arm stuff, hand that over. I'll let Nexus know as well, so he doesn't hand you anything or anyone else hands you anything to do with strong arm, whether it's directly or indirectly relating to them. Kind of brush yourself down, get back up, and start afresh. And from this point onwards, when you make contact with privateers or anyone in the Navy or civilians or whatever, take a breath and just remember what it is you're doing, and that the intention of why you're doing it. And I know it's all good intentions, but unfortunately tying personal things or personal ideals or stuff into what is purely business, which this is going to trip you up again. And if it happens again, it's going to be a different conversation, unfortunately.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
what I did want to talk to you about before I got pulled away by the Master Chief. I heard a rumor recently that's about my transfer over to the P.L.U, and I wanted to sort of nip it in the bud before it got around, so to speak, that I'm transferring to the P.L.U because I'm just chasing a position. If I may be frank, I don't care for being. I would like to, because I would like to be a betterment for the P.L.U.
Mm-hmm.
But that is not my intention in switching to the P.L.U. I'm switching to the P.L.U. because I genuinely enjoy working here, and I find it less stressful than the previous environment that I was in.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I understand that I've had my issues with some of the privateers, and that I have had this reputation, so to speak.
Mm.
And it is something that I'm willing to work towards fixing, and to not have this issue happen again.
No. And again, as difficult as it is, just ignore people like that. There's so many people with ideas and their own assumptions on why people do things. It obviously rubs people up the wrong way, and then they bite and they wonder why. It's just, people just need to butt out, and that's one of the things I said in the meeting, is that you get people just jump into things and then do their little bit and then jump back out again, and it just, to me, it's annoying and frustrating and just completely unnecessary. If you want to do something, put yourself forward as you have done. We can obviously get you on the P.L.U. billet, if that's what you still want. Obviously with a plan in regards to getting you back on track to where you want to be and deserve to be, but where you're not at the minute, and just work with who's in the P.L.U. now. Walk away when you need to. Just if you don't agree with something, just take your time with something. If you ask a question, of course, if you don't like the answer, then take it that way. If you don't like what the privateers are saying to you because they're being mouthy, whatever, don't be mouthy back. As I said to them, I know our privateers are just as mouthy as we are, and for them to be standing there spouting off this, that and the other about individuals because they've done this, and they can't even be bothered to put a formal written report, does it really bother them? No. Because if it did, they would spend that extra time to go that step further. They're not. They're just mouthing off because they think they can, and they treat, we've had this from the start, non-commissioned officers as their whipping boys, and expect to speak to officers because it makes them feel all important and special. You know, I don't care. Whatever rank you are, you're basically at a Commodore level. You're representing me. So just remember that. If you remember that, it may help you a bit quicker to know how to conduct yourself so that you're not kind of stepping onto their booby traps or setting any off yourself because you're going down to their level and going to a cadet level with your communication techniques. But it is something you can change, and that's the important thing. You can change it if you want to change it. So just say head down, concentrate and ask questions, and take breaths between each thing. And as I say, the burning the candle at both ends. It's the same for anybody who does that. Don't do it. If you can't sleep, just take a break for a few hours. Go play some other board games or whatever. Doesn't matter. But being here for so long, getting invested, D'Artagnan did the same. And she had issues coming up because of the way she was conducting herself with certain things, and yeah, it's the one thing always follows that. So yeah, just keep going. You're on the right path. Well, you're on the right direction, wrong path. Should we say that? So try and jump across the correct path. You may have to go backwards a little bit, but get yourself back on that correct path, and you'll get to where you want to get to a lot quicker. And just prove them wrong. Use that as your motivation. Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong that you're not the person they think you are, because I believe you're not who they think you are. And the conversations we've had, I see you can change that. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And honestly, I'm going to enjoy these next couple of days off. Get to clear my head and just honestly just do something else that isn't this for a little bit.
No, absolutely.
I should be back Thursday afternoon, maybe Wednesday.
Okay. So I'll be around on Thursday. I'll be around tomorrow, so you won't be around anyway. So yeah, usually take Tuesdays off. So maybe Wednesday, maybe back for a little bit. But if not, regardless, doesn't matter. Just come back, fresh head, and yeah, get that proving them wrong down, and just stop and think. If you kind of question yourself before you do it, it's because you're not 100%. So use that time to make the correct decision. And if you're not sure, ask. You're not on your own. You're not here doing it all yourself. There's a good team in there now on the roster through all different ranks. So use them and pick the best bits off of all of those and combine it to what you are, and that'll make you who you need to be.
I trust Ensign Nexus with my life, so if I know that if I falter, I can always lean on him or look to him for guidance. I'm very glad that we have him on the billet.
And Lieutenant Burke is coming on board as well. He has no secondary duties, so just so you're aware of that as well. But yeah, just make sure you check the ship roster. Sorry, the P.L.U. roster when you come in, just in case there's any other changes over the coming days. Just so you're up to date with that. But regardless, we're all professionals, or should be. If you have any problems, let me know. And if there's anyone still giving you harassment because whatever, let me know as well. Okay. And obviously let Lieutenant Nexus know. And if you don't get any response or anything, which I'm sure you will, but feel free to let me know, and I'll deal with that as well.
Thank you, Governor. I'm going to go to sleep now because I can barely keep my eyes open at this point.
Absolutely. Right. Well, thanks for the time, and yeah, good luck.
And I look forward to coming back and doing some good work.
Absolutely. You have a good sleep. Excuse me. Sorry, I missed some. Did I miss a follow like from 2 hours ago? Surely not. Master Hoy, sorry. Mountain Mayhem Games.
Peace on his way.
And the real ball. Thank you very much for
the Are you in the battle? Oh, did you?
Yeah, that's what we were.
Okay, that's right.
Run your reports, Mr. Logerson. We're just going to talk about redesign.
Good night, Baptiste.
Perfect. I'll be right back. Let me get these up there.
Thank you.
Baptiste, safe trip to France if you're heading out.
Yeah, so Baptiste is away for 2 days. So you think you may be back on Thursday, maybe Wednesday.
He'll be back Wednesday, you said?
I was thinking Wednesday, maybe Thursday. But certainly he's not going to be back for the next kind of 48 hours.
Okay.
On that.
Sounds good.
So just so you know, I did say to him, he's still part of the P.L.U. So you know as well, I've told him to hand over anything to do with strong arm to yourself, Nexus, or to Burke, or obviously make sure that anything strong arm related, directly or indirectly, isn't handed back to him. Had a chat with him, just to
meet,
just mentor him as needed, and see how it goes.
Aye, sir.
He is very keen to change his ways. Okay, so let's give him a chance.
Aye.
Commodore?
Nice to meet you. How are you doing? Are you
Your
well?
voices are cutting into the cadet classroom, and we're having a hard time training our cadets.
I forgot. Welcome to our world.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. We'll we'll have the conversation a bit further away, and that should help.
I apologize for disturbing you, Commodore.
No, it's not a problem. Thanks for letting us know. But we have exactly the same issue as well, as you well know. So it's unfortunately these winds are highly annoying. But yeah, we'll move away.
We're going to change the orientation of the classroom so that way we can not have those issues.
No, it's maybe next deployment if we kind of in not as close a proximity to everybody. If we have these wind issues, so I was hoping it'd be far enough away, but clearly not.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, the wind's annoying, but see how it goes, and see how he's at the end of the week. But did say to him to ask if any questions, let us know what he struggles with rather than us trying to identify what's wrong. Will help as well. So if you see him on kind of Wednesday or Thursday and he's not done that, just give him a prompt. Just see if he can give us a list of stuff that he's kind of struggling with, and that may help as well to understand if this is fixable or not.
All right, where did you want to go talk at if we can't be here?
Yeah, is he? Oh, Lawson's not back.
Hello.
Are you okay?
Let me guess. Master Chief was just here, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He went up towards the
Well, I can't hear them talking from here. That bell needs moving, I think, or replacing. If you touch it, it automatically goes to war bells. So don't touch it.
You have to immediately hold your muscle. They all do that.
It does.
No, think
they're all set. They're all set to war bells. If you tap it, and you have to hold to do normal summons.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes, I really don't like that feature.
I've given it a wide berth. That one. So where did Yorkson go? Drop off some reports.
Well, I gave you the reports. I have one I haven't written myself. Actually, I haven't even read through them yet either. So I have no idea what I gave you. I just directly got them copied and gave them to you.
Oh, sorry. How many was there? 3? Three books, correct? Was it 3 books you gave me?
Yes, 3 books.
Yeah, 3. Okay, just double checking. It's got a few extras. That's all.
Wallace should have one. Dewberry, and then Hightower.
Can you hear me? Can you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So, Just double checking. The only thing I find difficult reading these, it's very personal. And it's very hard when you don't know the individuals writing them. That makes
well, the
sense.
4-9 conduct, his name is at the end.
No, it's just does that make sense though? Do you know when you don't know people and you read things about other people from those people, they kind of come across as being more of a personal slant opposed to being a factual? It's hard to differentiate between what is just personal and what is actual fact.
Well, I mean, not really.
Well,
if you get the same general consensus across multiple reports, it kind of paints the picture for you.
yeah,
That's why you have multiple reports.
Yeah.
No one person's opinion should carry the weight of many.
No. I would say it's picking out the actual facts across all of them. I say there's also going to be a crossover, and that's where the fact is, isn't it? Where there's crossover. If many people say the same thing, then that's a fact. You know. But if like one person says something, that may also be a fact. But it's also very difficult if only that one person says it. You may miss that fact.
True,
but
if it's only happening with that one person, it could be just the way that relationship is organized.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of that's more of a personal kind of situation, opposed to being it may not happen with anyone else, but just with that one individual. But it's quite interesting because as a captain, you tend not to see this type of thing. It's more high command, and remember previous deployments we had the HR. Oh my god!
I think it just depends on how close you are with the men in your crew. To be honest, I can see a lot of this stuff with all these individuals.
No, it's we say, unfortunately, this deployment, it's all been kind of P.L.U. So we've been out on the ship 4 times. All the deployments, you just go out people regularly, get to know them, but pretty much guarantee if I rang those bells and say go to the Apollo, they'll go, where's that? for starters,
yes,
people
that's
run
probably
past
true,
it.
sir.
And then the way I work on a ship is something they wouldn't know either, which would be the first time. So yeah, it's been a strange one for me. But when you volunteer to do these things, that's higher you go up, the less less you become a captain and more you become, I don't know, it's kind of strange.
That does make me curious, sir. Are you doing another deployment, or is this your last?
I don't know. It's end of the day, it comes down to high command, doesn't it? It's again, the higher you go up, they have their visions in regards to how they wish to continue things on. I can certainly got one more and made me think after that. I think Commodore is as high as I'd want to go. Experiencing Commodore with this and high command and such, it's the hours you need to put in as high command, a secretary position is something that I would never be able to commit to, unfortunately, due to nightmares and such. So
same.
It's
same.
I think I've kind of gone as far as I can, but with the P.L.U, I really feel that previous deployments, not having something like this has led us to where we are now with how the privateers are and understanding how we use privateers. So I think having a P.L.U on the next deployment certainly will be a benefit from the start and the get-go, and to allow us to do the things we want to do with more ease, to allow the Navy to do their 48 more often and easily, etc, etc. So there's a lot of good things that can come out of here. an opportunity as well for individuals to find a
It's good to see you.
job as well. So
I finally get to see you again.
Oh, hold on. Do I have a shovel on me?
Oh no.
what's this?
No, damn it.
I know you want to discuss
That's what
some,
happened
Yeah, where's
some trainings
Nexus
and
gone?
stuff.
Hmm.
Procedure.
Where did Nexus go?
Right. You guys gonna come back over?
Yeah.
Sorry, was you waiting for us? I was waiting for you to finish.
No. We were talking to them. Sorry, I apologize, sir.
Sorry,
no
sir.
problem. The voices carry as well, so yeah. Do you want to kind of? There's voices everywhere around here. Yeah.
Honestly, you're probably better off going up the hill.
Probably. Are you needing me? or anyone?
Lieutenant Buck, whenever you have a free moment, I'd like to speak with you if possible.
Sure. That would be after I talk to the Commodore and his time is shorter.
Yep, makes sense. I will catch you around.
Okay, if that works for you, that's fine. Perfect. So yeah, this building, you need to get this changed. So if you two can obviously kind of take the lead on that with the others, I'm just kind of thinking. Do you have any kind of ideas in your head just now of how?
So you know the buildings behind our building, the
we should move. This is exactly where we were when he came down and asked us to move.
Well, I was going to ask, when he came down and said he could hear us, were you over that way talking to John Baptiste?
No, I was over at the other side of the wall
Okay.
there. On,
I guess we can go to your office.
yeah, let's go inside. It may not.
We're usually
wait
pretty
up.
safe there. I always turn the wrong damn way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should be fine here. I think we still hear things. Where's Yorkson? Logson.
Logerson, come up.
So, yeah, we got the 3 PewFab buildings behind there.
Yes. The leak.
So, for one of them, the one on the end towards the actual trade area, we want to turn that into the logistics area where privateers would get the supplies. Put a door on it, lock it up, and then that way that separates that
Another
out
key.
of our building.
Side jar,
And then we can redo the bottom floor completely
What will I do
to
after
make more
another
space and be
deployment?
more accessible for
Do you mean want to finish the Navy?
desks, whatever else we need down there. More room for privateers to come in.
One, are you going to tell them they need another key? Two,
I mean-
also, that leaks, although depends if that bothers you or not. So when you're in there, you kind of get rained on.
Oh, that's okay. It's
so-
just for the ship resources and cannonballs and stuff like that.
You certainly get a door on there. There was a door on there before. Didn't use it, so because there's a big hole in the roof. So you kind of
Logerson.
kind of left it. But yeah, if you want to do that, it means get another key cut. So getting those issued out to the privateers again. So off the back of that, then it'll be removing that resource from the lower downstairs. Correct.
Which would which would allow us to open up that whole bottom floor.
To do
Also, do you know about this little part of the building here with the chairs and shit in it?
you found out of you.
Sorry.
No, that was done by D'Artagnan because she was always here and she didn't want to be seen sleeping in here, so she built that extension on this little hidey hole.
Yeah,
in emergency.
Lagerson
So
and
yeah, so it can.
we talked
go,
about
but,
fixing it up and making it more of an expansion of the whole floor.
But yeah, if you want to take it away or kind of make it into another room as such, yeah. But that's what it's there for. It's just somewhere to escape and hide in case of emergencies. That they may not be able to hear you, but just something that D'Artagnan did at the beginning.
Understood.
No.
Sorry.
But
Like a panic room, as it were.
A little kind of escape room. Not sure it's still there. I think there's kind of food and a penguin used to be in there. Used to hide the penguin in there. So
oh god!
Everyone could hear a penguin, but never knew where it was, and it was hiding in there. And also, say it's mainly for her to go to sleep, and say because she was in there like 14 hours a day, every day. It was like, and then she would just wake up for half an hour and hide in there again and go back to sleep, and then come back again. So it just kind of, yeah. But that's fine. That's what that was there for. I just kept it as a little joke. Allowed them to have that.
And I think that'll make it easier because we can shift the operations desk and the administration desk into one room downstairs that's blocked off by a door, keeping it all in one place so the team works together continuously.
Okay, so right, so let me just walk through this before I go. So up here will just stay the same, yeah?
Yes. The only thing that we have questions about is glass windows leading into our archives is probably not the best security option we have. I know it looks nice, but
I've chased people off of there, sir, during secure meetings, including with secretaries on multiple occasions now. It's been an issue while you were in London.
Yeah, no, it does happen. I just like my windows. Just gives a bit more space.
No, we don't want to take the windows from your side, just from the archives.
Oh, well, I don't see an issue with that, to be honest. So this area here.
Yeah, this area will open up once we get the first floor done. We'll open all this up because we'll move the ops office and the administrative office down to a section downstairs.
So, right, okay, so you're going to get rid of this room completely and just have this all open for privateers?
Yes, so we can have meetings with them because that's something Lieutenant Burke and I talked about, is that bi-weekly we should probably have a meeting where the privateers come sit down with us. We can give them our expectations, find out what, concerns they have, any happenings that hasn't been reported in the reports, and keep us on the same page when we can't always make it to their ports.
Okay.
And also it creates a more consistent message so that every red sail is getting the same answer to the same question, so there can't be confusion of, well, I heard or I thought. No. Bi-weekly meeting, ask your questions here.
The only devil advocate on that is that the intention of the P.L.U, that's why we've got two ships out there, is that we go to them. The only thing, it's a bad location, as I say, hindsight, and we had opportunity to do this from the start of a deployment. This is not a good location for us, and certainly not big enough. So
I know you have the area on the other side of trade. Yeah. Why don't we just build a new building there then?
Admiral
where the old P.L.U. and NBC used to be.
Yep.
Admiral hated it, but I've left it there just in case. So if we can think of a very good reason to have it there, it's because of the running around. From everywhere, it's a long distance to run if you're not got a horse, and yeah, it's.
I will say, Ensign, one issue we'll run into over there is I know with you being up later, it won't be as much of an issue for us, but when nobody's around, what Trade's been doing for us is putting the reports, if somebody comes to them, because we're not here, into that outside box. If it's all the way across the water out there, so I thought you meant the spot on top of the hill we spoke about earlier. They can't and won't do that.
Yeah, but
yeah, the one up on top of the hill.
There should be no reason for Trade to be collecting reports. The box is open to all privateers. They can walk in that door, put the report in. I don't know why Trade's taking reports.
Because people will come over to there. And I don't think every privateer company's made it in for their new keys yet or been handed the keys. I've given it to 2 privateers that I know of. One was with the Commodore when we gave it to... who was it? So I'm drawing a blank. Was it Raven's Ambition, I think it was, that you had me give the spiel to see how it went over. We're going to charge them.
Did you annotate it in the letter of marque application book so we know who we gave the keys to? Okay.
After I gave them the keys, I came up, key issued, and my name put next to it. So if they said, well, we were never told that, this was the person you spoke with, they're the ones that told it to you.
So, as I say, the idea was for us to go to them, because when we have those conversations, we can have those in complete secrecy without being overheard or disturbed with other privateers come running or etc. Also means we can actually get out to see their ports and do it that way. I completely understand your concept of being
I'm not saying
pro
end what we're doing. I'm just
No.
saying a meeting I think would be beneficial on top of what we're already doing.
Yeah, but you know how busy it is. I try to have a meeting and someone's knocking on door. Voice is carrying here, unfortunately. That's just my concern. I completely understand and agree with what you're doing, but I'm just thinking realistically, could we get a hour or so meeting with a privateer, because it goes on that long, without being disturbed, sat here, and without voices from the trade and stuff? Is that really going?
You're a trade. I mean, until you get away from trade, you're never going to be able to.
So that's what I'm thinking. I think
can I ask a silly question?
Yeah.
First, and you all can just look at me like a moron. This large platform right next to us is just completely blank on top of it. What is that being used for? And is there any reason we can't move the building on top of it, which literally puts us out of earshot of anybody coming by?
We used to have the privateer embassy up there. I don't know why we didn't
it used to go
put it
past
up
the
there
port.
again.
Well, not the large fort right back
but-
that way behind trade, the one right here next to us.
One next
Unless
to
that was there before too.
I think there's mortars up there. It's a very small area. I'm not sure.
We could use the one up at the top past the Bulldogs house. And
The
build a
original
building
embassy?
there. Yep, the original embassy. That would definitely take us out of earshot of everyone in trade.
Where I used to have to go, sir, when I was a privateer, all my meetings I had to run all the way up those stairs.
Yeah, as I say, the problem is that Admiral specifically got the London engineers to clear the grass area from here where this platform is, and specifically made it to be used here. So it's kind of, I think if we go and kind of trade, are probably going to flip over backwards 1,000 times, not in enjoyment, but in distress, thinking that we're going to be building again somewhere, even though it's of a benefit to us. So I'm basically thinking and saying that for this remainder of this deployment, we need to stick with the area that we have and try and make best use of that as we can, but take these learning to the next deployment, if and when that is comes through, if and when the P.L.U is set up that way through. So I would.
Do we know the?
Sorry,
I
just
think of the way to word this. Do we know the general range of foundations we need to make sure that we are clear of other folks to make sure that we're away? Because we could always set a second office high like yours, sir, on the opposite side here, where operations. But maybe if we need to go up one more floor with it, just like yours, to put meeting rooms on opposite sides. If we have to have two secure conversations.
If I had my way, but it means a lot of moving documentation, is upstairs. We could put because we don't need to have the secure archive on the top floor, do we? Let's be honest, it can be on the lower floor.
No, we could move it down to here.
So if we move that and open up that, so you can take the wall out and just put desks in and just have ops on one side, my desk where it is, and then just completely open it up and move. You could actually move that to where the ops office is now, could we not? If we put the bookcases in, if we put the bookcases in back to back opposed to side, you know what I mean? You know, you can kind of put bookcases in back to back,
Yes,
so they're thin, and you just look at the side.
The slim way, yeah.
Yeah, so you can actually condense a lot into a very small space, and move that down to here, or down to the ops office, and then you'd have that administration space. You could probably remove that wall if need be, and kind of open that space there.
Hear me out on this, sir. Your idea. What if we, same thing, but we remove your stairs, we expand admin in the current privateer mark, and we move the stairs to this side, so you come up, you would literally walk through everybody else's offices before they get to yours. Because right now we would be coming up through your office, get to ours, and there's no reason we should be going through a Commodore's office to get to a desk that we're using. Or you walking past us would make more sense.
It's just the archives will move down here and open up the space.
Yeah, but I mean, instead of putting the archives on this side, which is what he was saying, because then to get to the offices up there, I've got to go this way through his office, which means I'll be trucking people through the Commodore's office. Or if we put the archives on that side, where we keep the letters of marque, and just have that set of stairs be on the other side of this wall instead, so the entrance is on this side instead of that side. Does that make sense?
So the archive, which is above us, is in this ops office. So just squeeze past Lieutenant Buck. So we do the slim way on the bookcase for what's upstairs and just move it down here. I think we'll have plenty of room. Just decide in regards to this filing, what is it? Because I think, again, that's one bookcase worth of stuff. Maybe, well, if we use it two, that's fine. That can go back to back as well. And just go into another location wherever we need to. So I think this room would be plenty big enough for what's upstairs. And just move that down here.
Honestly, here with the new filing system, we could probably knock out one of these two bookcases down to one. I don't think we'll need two. This one could probably go right here.
So yeah. So we can keep this door on kind of wall as it is. So upstairs. So you come up here, and then you've got this space now. So you can either, you could basically make this as an office, but you'd basically be knocking out this wall here, all the way across.
Yes. So what I was suggesting was we just seal this off right here, and leave this door, and we essentially just make this be the opposite side. So you come up through the operations office instead of here, and we put the archives underneath here. That way, we don't march people through your office to come in to sit down with us to talk. You would come through here to go to your office, so yours is more secure.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me too much, to be honest. So I'll literally just knock this whole wall out once these cabinets are downstairs, and all this secure stuff is locked away downstairs. Just knock this whole wall out, which will open up this whole top floor. And then, let's say if you want to kind of close off if you want, but again, I'm not bothered. I can just have like a secure area, maybe with a key on it. You can make like a locked door or something in an area. I don't know how you want to do it. But again, I wouldn't leave any privateers or anything up here. There should only be P.L.U. rostered staff up here, left on their own. If you're with someone, then they go downstairs with you, and that'll just alleviate that problem of anybody going through desks and such. But I don't really keep anything in there which is going to be life or death. If it gets stolen, that should all be filed away correctly. So that's our filing process. And then if you've got, that will give you lots of space. This will give you a whole heap of space for, you can easily get 4 desks in here if you wanted to, I think, for ops and the admin. And then obviously higher up as well, so a bit easier for conversations there. And then downstairs,
Yep, we can extend this right over right there. That's just a shelf.
So downstairs here, you got this in action one. This should be quite easy to move. But again, I think you do the slim way. I know McSmall and me had a conversation about this room. It's very hard to walk through. So you can
I think there's probably also too many walls in this building in general.
So
yeah, we can clear up a lot of space.
A lot of these walls don't need to be here. You just make the one key to the floor and everything else is open.
Yeah, just need to make sure I don't lose that key. But the main thing is obviously the security storage, whatever you want to call it, which will be on obviously this floor at the back. So you can tidy up this, you can knock this wall out here, do something, and then the admin office, which is on the other side, through here. So that'd be secure storage on that wall. So this wall will stay the same, this will be the same. And then this wall here, you could probably take out, unless you want to keep it as a room of some sort. But you won't need it, because all this admin stuff will be upstairs. So again, you'll have a expansion on that side, and you could test it. I would say test it with the bring them here for meetings and see if that will work again for next deployment. So when you build the new building, we can get the correct location and correct layout for what we need, and we know what works and doesn't work, and kind of see how it goes. But I really think if you have meetings in here, you are going to get disturbed. You might be lucky not to, but you are going to get disturbed either from Navy or privateers. So it's going to make it quite frustrating. But that's my suggestion, without kind of turning the world on its head, because I think we will hit walls very quickly if we start building elsewhere, especially around trade this late in deployment.
Yes, sir. We should be able to work with it. We've got enough platform here and enough room. We extend out over the overlook. Nobody uses it. That'll give more square footage to the upper part. And there's an entire shelf out there that outside the window. It's just flooring that got cut off for no apparent reason up there from the archives. It's another foundation worth of floor space we can get in for desks.
So I think
it's built. It's just outside the windows for some reason.
Yeah. Say Steele, D'Artagnan, and Delion did all the building and extensions, so I just left that them to do. So I'm not sure on the building side what can be fixed and changed or whatever. But yeah, if we can just stick with what we've got, it's not what I would like to do preferably, but it's what we'll do just now. And then say the bounty stuff, that will be going anyway. That'll be going.
We found a solution for that, sir. We're going to put a small colonial shelf on the wall with the box on it, and we'll keep copies of the bounty book in there for them to come pick it up.
Perfect. So what's
it's
the
clean,
plan
concise, adult.
downstairs then with the this is quite well. It could be quite a.
Yeah, we're going to knock all this
press.
out. All these walls are going to go away once we move.
So that
all
will
the
go.
logistical supplies, and it's going to open this whole floor.
So that will be used for what?
What do you mean, this floor?
So if you knock all this out, what's this all going to be used for? Because you're going to potentially move the logistic stuff into the house at the back. You knock this wall out here. What's all this space going to be used for?
It's going to be used to move the administration office and the ops office downstairs.
So what's going to be on the top floor?
Your office, and then we can use it as a meeting room.
Ah, okay.
That way, if we need to have conversations with privateers, we're up out of earshot of most people, and it shouldn't interfere with trade.
Okay.
That's what I was recommending, sir. We didn't march people through your office.
Right. Okay. No, that works. Yeah. Okay.
I've got a good vision for what I think we should do.
Okay.
I think it'll meet your expectations, and we can make this building work.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Well, that sounds fine. Yeah. Go for it. See what we can do.
Yes, sir.
Have you got? Can you make buildings? You're not a builder, are you?
Oh,
no, building skills.
I have a secretary who can do all that.
Oh. Okay. I'll get your letter done tomorrow.
I can handle
I'll get
wood.
that.
That's about the extent of my building.
Ah, very good. But yeah, it's just it's going to be a bit of a nightmare moving the documentation and stuff across, etc. But yeah, I think we can make it more usable if you put in the slim style, and kind of compress it in that way anyway. And yeah, see how we go. But no, that's work for me. The only thing is, just double check again, or one of you double check with the instructors, just kind of shout or whatever, or talk and see.
Master Chief, sir.
Voices carry, especially if putting the admin stuff in this area, because we are a bit closer to them being here.
Aye, sir.
Is he?
Oh, Master Chief Ensign Kalani was looking for you. He had paperwork for you if he hasn't found you yet. Oh, you have it? Okay, sorry.
So this is the current...
Master Kalani asked me to say.
That's the roster that was on file in operations with Edge House. I don't know how up to date it is, but that's the current one we have now.
Sorry, Sly. I've not ignored you. Just had a chance to say if you're still there. Hopefully, all you've known is Captain Smythe, and we've always had fun on your command when you played
Wonderful,
Navy.
thank you.
Navy will be
Yes,
the
sir.
same. Yeah.
Does anybody
I can't
able to inform me what that
perma today.
brick building is at the end of the dock there is?
Yeah. Welcome to the world of strong arm. Apparently, they had a building a bit further down in front of the Archies on the trade dock. Due to issues with trade, they've had to do a lot of juggling around, and they moved Strong Arm's building, and that's what trade built for them. Strong Arm's not using it, so I think what we need to do next time someone speaks to Strong Arm is say they either populate it and confirm they need all that space, or they're going to lose it. Because I'm not too keen on that, but part of the Red Network agreement is that they can have a stall in place, like the other companies that we have big stalls for, so they can advertise their stuff and be up here when they can to speak to people, to recruit them and let them know about the Red Network. So that's what that is for, but that's built by trade. If it's causing an issue, I don't really care, to be honest. It's very
I think
rare.
we should just tear it down at this point then.
Oh, well, it's,
there's... Yeah, I'll talk to you about that separately, Captain.
okay, we can...
knock, knock!
Pull that down then. If
Speaking of, sir, you just mentioned them.
Knock, knock!
1 second, Mr. Reggie. I'll be right out.
Knockity,
Excuse me, sirs, I'll go
knock,
deal
knock!
with this.
Who's that?
What's up, Ollie, you big bitch?
Reggie, what part of hold on, I'll be right out was hard to understand? Hello.
Pretty much all of it.
Okay.
Oh, God! You had
This
the
isn't
high brass
all
in
your
there.
crew.
Is this...
No, it's not.
Is this going to be a common thing? You screaming and shouting?
No, not at all. It's just
No.
because I heard Ollie, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Don't do it again,
Mr. Reggie's
please.
one of the more rambunctious versions of Strong Arm. If you just let Mr. Leon know, usually he'll get a boot in the butt when he gets in trouble.
Unfortunately,
How can we
there are
help you
other
folks?
people.
Because you're not... Well, actually, sir, you look familiar.
I'm,
We spoke yesterday at Tainted Flock, correct?
I'm coming in today to give the report about the unlisted
Oh, yes.
other ships we had engagement with.
Thank you. LT, this is the captain we spoke with yesterday.
I'll let you deal with that. Let me just double check. Oh. Sorry, Master Chief, before you disappear. Can you deal with these, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, sir, I've got this
Yeah.
taken care of. Folks, if you want to step over here real quick, we'll get you all squared away.
Sorry, just before you go, God, I couldn't run out of food
Oh,
again.
sorry, he's coming this way. We'll go out this way. My apologies.
We
Sorry, we're-
are.
Oh my God. Voices everywhere. Sorry, this way. Sorry, okay. Yeah, that hut, so you just want it pulled down? Or do we want to contact them?
Just go ahead and pull it down. If they have questions, they'll probably get it answered within the next 24 hours, 48 hours, something like that.
I think one of those gentlemen is from Strong Arm. Maybe worth just letting them know.
I think what's happening is they're sending a delegation to remove the letter of marque.
Oh, interesting. Right. Well,
I'm
if
not
you-
100% sure that is exactly what's happening, but I believe that is what the conversation was that I was a part of earlier. So, do keep that close.
Okay.
But I believe that might be happening.
Well, I don't know. If you just send any writings down or anything like that, and we'll
Yeah, it'll come
we'll see how it
through by
goes. Okay, that's fine. We'll see. We know things are said and change all of a sudden for different reasons. So, but yeah, we'll just go with the facts as usual. If it's wrote down, that's the fact. But yeah, we'll arrange for that to be taken down until anything changes otherwise, if that's the case. And take it
Yeah,
from
for
there.
now, I think it would probably be just best to take it down, and then they're not using it, and I don't think it's important at this point. And I honestly have issue with the placement of it.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll address any combat.
It sets a bad precedence to have to go through strong arm to get to the P.L.U.
Okay, good point. That's fine. We'll, yeah, don't need to let trade know. They just built it, but we can, excuse me, remove that.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you should just be able to do whatever you need to do, Commodore. So,
Okay,
I appreciate
perfect.
that, sir.
No problem. Thanks for your time. I'll let you. Well, it's raining again. We'll let you carry on.
Thank
He's
you. You have a good.
Master Chief.
Absolutely.
We'll do that as we do the
So many damn voices around here.
Master Chief. Oh,
Excuse me.
I have a Midshipmate Brown has something for you at the top of the stairs.
All right, I'll be right there.
My word. Okay. Voices.
Okay. Voices everywhere.
This is what's saying about the meetings. you know it's what I do. Yeah,
that is the
that building. Don't have to do it tonight, but
all right,
tomorrow. Just
as far as I know,
yeah.
yeah.
The placement of it.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm.
Oh God, voices, just come here for a second.
Minor disciplinary talk.
If I have to run away on whispering, it's ridiculous. So yeah, if we don't worry about tonight, but either tonight or tomorrow, just to remove that building up the stairs. He doesn't like the placement of it, regardless. And so they've not used it; it's been built, and there's no windows, doors on it, and it's a bit of an eyesore. Let's be honest. And so we'll converse with the strong arm with their complaint of it not being around and trade separately, if that requires. But to be honest, I've never seen them down there. Kind of doing their paperwork with the last one, so I think it's just more of a status symbol for them. So we can certainly discuss putting one back up at a later date with them in a more suitable place, a suitable size for what its purpose is for on that side. So that's basically it. But yeah, feel free to do what you're thinking. My main point is, yeah, just work with what we've got, opposed to creating more buildings or requesting moves and such. I don't think that's going to come off. So there's no point wasting time on that. And yeah, we'll see how it goes in the meeting rooms, etc. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a builder. You guys can do whatever you need to do internally. I'm not gonna worry about that.
No, I'm not. I don't mind a little bit of building, but I can't make anything, and I don't have the time to do it anyway. But I'll leave that on your table then, Mr. Nexus, with Lorgerson and the other half. If she can make the stuff, that's good. And see where you get to. When do you think you're likely to get that done?
Well, I'm going to talk to her, and we'll probably start it tonight and at least get the first floor done. Start rearranging, getting stuff set up to move all the files.
Good. Yep, perfect. Right. I'm not going to bother filling the duty log out. There's not much for me to hand over. You've got it all verbally, and I'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, see where we are with that. Any other questions?
No, sir.
No, I'm gonna spend the next, half a week getting caught up on procedures and policies and stuff.
Yeah, I think you'll be good in half a day, to be honest. It's just dealing with those lot. Yeah. Just as I say, let them know where they are. That banging on the door like that's just completely unacceptable. I'm not going to tolerate that stuff.
Yeah, I was going to go address that before they left.
They have no idea what we're talking about, and banging like that is something urgent, which clearly wasn't. And yeah, it's diplomatic, but understanding that there are rules and voices carry and such. That's just going to wind people up the wrong way, jokingly or not. So just keep a grip of that if you notice it. But overall, most strong armor, pretty good fun to be around for the most part. But they do push back and push buttons sometimes. So as you well know. But to be frank, most of them do anyway. So it's all the fun of the P.L.U. Lots of different
all the
personalities
unique
and people.
characters.
Absolutely, that's why it's so interesting. But excellent, right? I'm going to let you gentlemen carry on with the rest of your day, and yeah, I appreciate your efforts. Sorry, these reports. So I will hold on to these. I'll take them up to the Bulldogs and read them up there. Do you need me to hand them back to you, or?
Nope, those are your copies, sir.
Okay. So just for my clarity, are those all the reports completed now, or are you still waiting?
I have to write mine up formally. Been busy with everything else, so I'll get that to you when I can.
Oh, if strong arm's sick, maybe you can pass that message on to get.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, the formal report. Yeah.
To get that handed in to one of you two, preferably, but obviously not. Well, saying that, Jean-Baptiste isn't around anyway for the next couple of days, so they can get that up here in the next 24 hours or so. That would be useful. So I'll let you run off and see if you can grab him before it disappears.
Hi.
I did have one question for you since I didn't get... How are all the privateers? Are they all in good standing right now? I know one was on, like, temporary suspension.
I don't know. As far as I'm aware, it's only Port Lutugan. We'll see the... oh my god, I always forget the name. The... who are they? Unlisted. That's the one. There's something between
the
that.
enlisted pirates now, from what I heard yesterday.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, but we still have, actually, speaking of that, we are pretty certain we still have their file in the active privateers. That needs pulling and putting into the locked archive, but in its own folder. And anything we get in regards to them needs to be filed away in that folder as well. So we can keep.
Yes, I'm going to need a key to the locked archive.
Yeah, we'll get you one of those as well. Lieutenant Buck.
If there's an opportunity to talk to Reggie here.
LT, or actually either of you probably are going to want to see this. Ensign's more up to speed.
Just to... can you try talking real quick?
All right.
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. I thought I was having hearing issues.
Oh.
I have Reggie from Strongarm here. I brought up some of the concerns that I'm aware of, just in terms of, like, us wanting them to be very careful about the taxation thing and some of the aggressiveness in the water. Reggie was curious if he could have a quick chat with you, just to see if he can clear up anything on the P.L.U. side about any of the reports.
Questions after you read.
I did speak to Leon a couple of days ago, well, early in the week about it, and it's pretty much clear on that side.
I'm going to go get their key reissued quickly.
Yeah,
that I did not know, and I do apologize.
Lieutenant Burke.
You?
And then I'll...
Are you in the middle of something, are you?
Bang down the door.
Oh boy.
Are you in the middle of something?
Sensor?
You in the middle of something?
Reggie. I was going to go address the behavior.
So it's entirely possible that what I was talking to you has already been handled.
Come with me, come with me.
Take over.
Kenobi 4004.
So where's that bastard you see?
Just pop in. Just come inside.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Nexus, come as well. Just come upstairs.
Yeah, sounds good.
How you doing anyway? How's your hand? Banging on that door.
First and foremost, I would like to apologize for my decorum when I came here. I like to give Ollie a hard time. I did not know he was in such an important meeting, so I would like to apologize for that first and foremost.
Yeah, just be aware that generally it's I'm the highest rank down here most of the time, but I'm not sure if any of the high command would, especially the Master Chief, would appreciate that.
Yeah,
So,
with all due respect, fuck me, I messed up there. So I apologize.
It's all good. Just remember where you are, okay?
Aye.
Just in regards to this, I know you're speaking with Mr. Mann in regards to these accusations, I suppose, with fees and whatnot. I'm not sure if you spoke to Leon this week or whether he told you. I was speaking with him early in the week, and I did address a couple of points. One of them was apparent taxations that you are carrying out, and I know you've kind of
Allegedly.
done it allegedly, although no one
But
can
Leon
actually-
admitted that you all threatened Riptide with taxes if they kept pulling pirates directly into your port.
Yeah.
So he admitted
Yeah.
that one. That one's
Yeah,
not an
yeah,
allegedly. Leon
Yeah,
admitted to it.
Well, and again, like, there's so much, and that's a big part of this. Is there's so much he said, she said shit going around that
Thanks again for the bitties. Kind of
half the time I don't know what's true and what's not. You know?
Welcome to our world.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. No, I can imagine you guys get a lot of it. I can definitely imagine that.
Yeah. So in regards to that point, to be honest, in my opinion, that's completely feasible. If there's companies keep pulling black cells or whatever into your port and causing you to use ammunition such and like that unannounced and uninvited, then to me that's completely acceptable to be giving them a warning that if you keep doing it without any authority or anything else, then you'll be compensating the loss of materials and such for the defense of our harbour. So
I mean, if they'd let us
fine.
know, it'd probably be a lot less of an issue, and we'd be more prepared for it.
Absolutely. So that's by the by on
Yeah,
that
good.
one. So yeah, I was just really going to say, also, I have spoken to Leon. He gave me information in regards to how the privateer work and assured me that there's no taxations of any type,
No.
Strong Arm or the Red Network. You take 5 silver for each contract that you hand as a pay the lady type payment fee. So if it's a 1 gold contract, you'll only take 5 silver. If it's a 100 gold contract, you'll take 5 silver. And he assured me of that. So that's the only payments that you do take. In regards to everything else, yes, there has been accusations said, but again, where's the evidence? There's no written testimony, anything like that. So to me, I'm not interested. There's too much of that going around. But as I said to him, and I'll say to you, he's now said that we have a copy of your contract. He's assured me none of this is happening. If we find out that it is happening, you will deal with the consequences. And because you have blatantly lied to me after specifically asking these questions, then you have not disclosed any further payments that you may or may not be making. And I give you this opportunity to fess up now, if you know of anything else that you do charge for, so we can actually make a record of that and all be on the same page. You have this moment to do that, and you fail to do so, and we get evidence of the contrary. You have yourselves to blame, and we have witnesses here as well as yourself.
I'm actually. I heard there was a problem with Riptide doing that. I didn't know that conversation was even had.
No.
And any other conversation. I mean, I have no knowledge of us ever getting any form of a gain out of somebody in a form of a tax. I have no recollection of that whatsoever.
So you had a gain off anyone from out with of a financial tax for assisting?
The only thing I can think of that we've taken, it wasn't a tax. It was pirates, and we were rendering them incapable of pirating at that point.
By
I believe Jaspar described that to us when their hair is defanging. They were taking the cannons off their ships so they can no longer harass civilians with them.
Yes, after they engaged in combat with us and surrendered.
Oh, okay. Interesting, but I don't think there's anything stated in the regulations not to do that. But okay.
The way we saw it is, for the planks that we had to supply, the cannonballs we had to utilize, medical for some of our people that were injured during the battle. It wasn't a tax as so much as recouping losses.
Ah, okay. So you held on to those yourself, yeah?
Yes.
Was that put in a report?
I do believe so. It's been a long
That's
time.
how we
since
knew
we've
about
done
it,
that.
sir.
Yeah,
it was
it's
an
been a long
earlier
time.
pirate company.
Right, okay. So as long as that stuff's in the report written down, that covers you, okay? That's what we're here to do. We're here to support our privateers, not trying to find an issue with them to go and kick them across the ocean, etc. So use those reports to put that information in, because, as I say, it may not seem relevant, etc., but it may become relevant at some point for whatever reason. So If
Oh
you
yeah.
do that type
Well,
of
I'm
activity.
just trying to be crystal clear with you. That's why anything I could think of, I was trying to bring up. So.
No, absolutely no, and appreciate your honesty and openness
Yeah.
on the matter. So, but yeah.
Commodore, real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry to interject. I have the folks out there waiting for me. We're out of the privateer keyrings. Which keys did you want us to put onto that keyring before I pull them out of cold storage and get Painted Flock issued their new keys officially?
You're telling me
There's the stone door, the drop off, and that was it, correct?
You're telling me someone issued a last keyring without getting it pressed?
Yes, sir.
Oh, for God's sake. Right.
I can deal with it if you want me to.
Well, I don't know who did that, but common sense.
And
how we doing,
Mr. Reggie?
Yeah.
Could you pass?
Privateer keyring. There's keychains there. Keychains. There's 5. No, there's not. Keychains. What, you want privateer keychains? Because there's loads.
Okay. You're gonna have to go to sleep and wake back up again, sir. How many folders do you see in there? I see one top row.
No, there's 2 top rolls and keychains for privateers. There's 5.
If you can let the LT know if I don't wake up in the before the bells ring, I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if that my vision clears. I've been awake for quite a few hours, sir. I think I might have vision problems again, like the other day.
Okay. Go to sleep in my office. Go shut the door.
Perfect. Yep. I'll be down and right back up.
Oh, by the way, Commodore,
Ensign Nexus.
I did want to apologize. I wasn't aware that
actually met you on the.
This entirely came about because I'd actually asked Reggie what their policy was on setting up meetings, just because I know that was something we wanted to do eventually.
No, it's fine. Busy. It's also hard to relay every single conversation that's had, so
I figured.
It's fair enough for asking.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. So it's fine. No harm, no foul. So don't worry too much.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to
and the only things I brought up to him were just the taxation issue and there's one other one, but it was the only 2.
Not talking really loud. That's the problem.
Okay.
It happens all the time when we're in here.
But thank you, Commodore.
Yep. It's a good thing
We can literally hear everything.
Storage. That one.
Man, were you able to get that notice put up for me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem.
You're the man.
Thank you, Reggie. I very much appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Hey, Louie, how good's your sword? Lieutenant.
There we are.
Asking.
No.
One more.
Hey. What about you, Nexus?
I'm not going to bother.
Hold on.
Because it brings in good
Curious
RP when they come back and say.
Curious what they're stocking you guys with.
Because the Master Chief said not to worry.
Yeah,
and
mine's
I've
a 1
told Nexus
not
to worry. We'll deal with it. When it comes. It's a good little RP thing.
Oh, I did want to ask Reggie, for standard quality equipment, do you upcharge at all for upgrades?
Not usually. It's just the amount of. It's the amount. I usually make. Like for Navy, it would be at cost. So however much the sharpening would cost me is all you would pay. Normal civilian, I would charge them a little bit on top of it. But for anybody in the Navy, it is a straight fee for sharpening and a straight fee for purchasing.
Gotcha.
So I know
the last mace I gave you, LT.
Yeah, I know. I've been able to produce. I think a couple of sailors bought some from me yesterday, and they were. I think the highest one I got. I really, was grinding it on the stone and got it to about 117.5.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so, and I have quite a few of those actually. They got about, I can sharpen them about 20 times before they're fully sharp. So, like I said, I have no problem making them for the Navy. Anybody in the Navy, if you guys are running low or anything, feel free to stop over and we can work something out and figure it out.
All right, sounds good.
Interesting. Okay.
All right.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. Other than that, everything else good down in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, so far so good. I did want to just bring up one topic. Mr. Mann was kind of talking to me about as far as, I guess I would say it, our aggression, so to speak.
Okay.
I would
mean
say,
and bullies. Yeah, very aggressive. Yeah.
I like to call it efficient. Okay. I would like to say that a lot of times when we go up to a black sailed ship, I would say at least 75% of the time, they are the ones that red flare and fire before we interact.
Well,
now, and that's not to say there are not times that we do not engage first, depending on what ship it is.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe the children these days say fuck around and find out, and when they mess around and find out, and then their ships are no more, is when they get upset about it, I think.
Well, I've no issue with sinking black sails. They are stupid enough to do what they want to do. If they fire red flares without even want to discuss things, that's on them. As soon as that red flare goes up, that's come and get me. So go and get them. Obviously, if they do.
So I mean,
surrender.
We've had conversations with pirates before. I mean, we'll sit there. We've talked to oh gosh, what are the ones over by Tainted Flock? I can't even remember them right now. They're on the island right next to Tainted Flock.
Don't ask me. I can't remember freaking company names in my life. Fucking horrendous.
I'm gonna step into my head. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Freebooters. The freebooters. We have literally sat at the freebooters port and had conversations with them 2 or 3 times. Just back and forth.
Conversations with
real good
people,
talks
right?
with them.
I think they have conversation with a few people. They're not. Are they kind of those pirates?
They're mercenaries, not pirates.
Yes. I mean, and that's not to say we have not gotten into altercations with them, because we have. We've sank some of their ships. But we have no problem.
I don't even get a chance to use
stopping
a pencil,
sitting next to somebody on a ship and having a conversation. As long as they're not, actively pirating or trying to lob balls in our face, we have no problem with that. So, when we approach somebody and they're immediately wanting to, I think it's almost getting to the point where they want to be the ones that sink strong arm,
Yeah, absolutely. So why are you bringing up this point? What's your concern?
I don't want, Mr. Mann had brought up that it could be, an area of concern about us being overly aggressive sometimes. I just want you to know from our perspective, that's not how we are.
So where's that coming from, Mr. Mann? What's that question from?
We've had reports from a lot of privateer groups that they were concerned, I guess, in instances where pirates have talked with them, the pirates have voiced concerns. And I believe a few privateer groups have witnessed said event.
Hi, Loverson.
I do know it's been a concern of the P.L.U. for a little bit. Not necessarily a super pressing one, because I was just kind of speaking to things that I had heard of that may come up. And Reggie was kind of like, okay, well, what have you heard? And maybe I can dispel it and you can bring it to the Commodore.
It was more or less so there wasn't one side of the perspective. I just wanted to make our side known and aware. I got no problem sitting there and having a conversation with a pirate. I would love to bring him to the other side. I would like to usher him into a life that he can be, honored for, rather than the debauchery that he's doing out there on the seas.
And I do believe that these concerns have been put into reports. I just can't remember the specific ones.
Yeah, it's kind of I've lost track of them out in different reports and hearsay and that over the weeks and I guess a month or so. It's it's a very fluid situation with what's going through. But as I say, all we can do is plead. I'm not even going to plead. No, I don't need to. You
Yep.
either make the choice or you don't. We're here
Exactly.
to work with you, give you the protection that you need from all this slander and such. And we do that every day. And as long as you're towing the line in regards to the regulations of the red cells, then you want nothing to worry about. They say your reports are there to put in anything that you may think may come back to bite you. Put that in the report, i.e. taking the cannons off pirate ships and using them yourself. It's there, you're owned up to it, you're honest, you're not hiding it. But as soon as we find something, and believe me, all of our privateers, we will find something if they're doing something.
I'll need to catch up with you later, Commodore. I think my patrol's going to head out soon.
Logson had an issue with his eyes, so he had to go to sleep, so he will be back, but he may not be there exactly on time. It's up to you if you go without him or not. But.
Understood.
And I will say part of the other reason that I brought it up to Reggie was I do know per London's regulation, red sailed vessels are not required to green flag. I do know I had heard several people talking about potentially being unsure if the P.L.U. had instituted something different for that. So
no, it's,
it was
regulations for London. So that's what you need to abide by.
Very good.
So as long
Well,
as
like
you
I said,
abide by that,
I
you'll
just
be
wanted
fine.
to provide some clarity from our end.
No, appreciate it. But yeah, as long as you don't carry on aggressing against them if they surrender, I would take any other flare other than red as a surrender.
Aye.
Just in case they're panicking and or maybe don't have the relevant color.
Yep.
Maybe yellow.
No, yeah,
but it's a bit questionable.
Yeah.
But yeah, just.
I understand though, but yeah, no, like I said, provide some clarity from our end, and I do believe it is almost to a fault sometimes that the biggest downfall we can have in a society is a lack of communication, and once the communication breaks down is when I believe there's a lot of problems. So anything I can do to clear that up, I'm more than happy to.
No, absolutely. We say, I'm asking the questions, you're giving the answers, and let's say that there's no evidence to say the contrary, but let's say your verbal recognition of the questions I'm asking you are the information that we'll be working with. So just make
As you
sure
can
that
see,
you're
I'm
open on us, as you have been.
very outspoken. I don't hide anything, as you could see by my interaction when I first got here. So yeah, no, I can let you get back on your way. Like I said, just wanted to chit chat with you real quick and clear up.
Appreciate the time, and
Thank
you heading straight back now, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the taint, and then yeah, I'll be heading back to Stronghold. at some
Ensign
point.
Nexus, when you're done, they have a question on engagement out here that I think you'd be able to answer better than I could. I have to get to the bells.
I got this. Don't worry. I'm just kidding.
Find a wife.
And I should also be very clear. I wasn't
perfect.
100% on
Oh,
everything, so I did also inform Reggie that
Alright, so
there could be more questions, but there could also be far fewer if these things that I had brought up were already handled.
Yeah, no. So I spoke to Leo earlier in the week.
Good.
So I don't have anything. So just reiterate the point to do with all the privateers. Keep your noses clean. Let us know if there's any facts. And put it into writing, regardless of what it is, and it'll be dealt with. We just
Sounds good.
Just don't deal with hearsay and P.L.U. I'm kind of sick of death of hearing this, that, and that shouted by others.
Oh, trust me, we are too.
So yeah, in writing, names, facts, dates, times, blah blah blah.
So-
Other than that, I'm not interested. Can't do anything with it. Won't do anything with it.
Sounds good.
And just have
So
Sounds good. I like to hear.
Safe sales, and yeah.
Thank
unless
you.
there's anything else.
Yeah, as far as that.
I think we're good. You want to let me out, man?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you, Commodore. You have a good one.
Yeah, as you.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, it's.
Thank you for having that talk with Reggie, sir.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be heading off shortly. I need to. Right. Right. Are you going to see Burke again?
More than likely, yes, sir.
Can I give you
They should.
this key. Can you pass that on to him? If you don't see him, just put it in my desk upstairs.
So
or give it to Mr. Nexus. And that's fine.
I wouldn't.
So yeah, I think speak with Nexus in regards to refitting this place. Go with whatever his suggestion is.
Snowball
seems to work on that side, and give the admin and ops a bit of space, and we'll see kind of the logistics side that you deal with. Make sure that you get the bits that you need space-wise. Okay.
I think the current plan is to use one of the buildings behind us.
Yes.
Which should give me more than enough space to work with.
Okay, if that works for you. So yeah, just remember, if that's on the key, you need to get the master up to the HQ and also distribute that back out to all the privateers.
Yeah, I mean.
So and I think part of the thing I'm going to talk to Ensign Nexus about, I want to institute, is essentially a sign-in sheet. A privateer needs to go with it. They need to put their name down. It can even just be, Captain Blank or even just their company name. But anytime a privateer enters that room, even if it's in a hurry, they need to put down the company name or their name, and then that way we have some accountability.
Well, they have to be...
to be honest, if we're going to do it that way, just do it properly. So name, company, date, time. And
gotcha.
To be honest, quantities.
Hopefully,
after that
go
debacle,
ahead.
then they can have it back, but they can be accountable for it. And
absolutely,
if they can't do that, then take it away for good. I'm not going to be faffing around with it. If people can't be trusted, then I'm not going to keep trying to jump through hoops for them. So yeah, just put a book down there or whatever you want to do. A letterbox with a notepad they can rip off or whatever, just that they can fill up. It's up to you. But yeah, full name. Actually put the company name, the ship's captain, the ship name, and date, time, and reason. And we'll go with that for now.
Absolutely.
Okay. Don't worry about quantities. Just put the reason, because then when we check that, I've got a good enough indication of how much is missing. And see how that goes. And yeah, if we need to ramp it up, we'll then ramp it up to then add on.
So yeah, I would
the actual quantities as a last resort, and then if it still fails after that, then stuff it. I'm not going to worry too much.
I would.
They can go chop some trees down themselves. We'll give them a few axes to play with. On that one. Okay.
My goal here with this new version of the resupply is with Ensign Nexus's assistance, and I'm going to seek out, I think I was told Secretary Durin or Quartermaster Sawyer. I'm going to try and really button down on the logistics process from how the Navy wants it done, and essentially hope that no problems ever have to go to your desk.
No, but I think I'll be concerned if there was any problems, but no, it'd be good to eliminate most of them. I think all of them would be a luxury. But no, do whatever you need to do, and just use the space what's available.
What we did,
and it was just to eliminate any problems coming from trade saying why you're building that, or high command saying why you're doing that. Just do that. Perfect. Okay. Right. I don't think there's anything else from me.
We had.
Okay. I think I can hold on to those.
Right.
Yeah. I think we're good. How are we for money?
That I'm not sure on.
Yeah, because
you do the admin stuff, do you? As well?
I can do a little bit of it. I can do pay as well. But.
Okay. If you get with Lieutenant Nexus or McSmall, you do need to know how to do the documentation stuff. Okay. It's
yes,
it's not big enough to just
for that
have individuals, especially with the time that people are available. So just have that cover over.
Absolute. Ensign Nexus is going to run me through it.
72. Go grab some more.
You're gonna need you have suspicion, to speak with them.
Papa, go grab some more gold.
Well,
Pepler.
they were.
Hello, Pepler. Hope you're well. Oh, whatever.
Until
Gonna meta the meta.
They
Where stuff is. Requisition form.
No.
no.
How much have I got in here? 4.
No, I will need.
Yes.
Right.
And I'm not.
Also,
Huh.
I have
handles. Door handles. Bloody door handles.
correct. Not good.
127 was it not? 4 split mount. 127. Ooh. Oh dear. What a shame. Can't see that. I really hate this whole kind of redacted meta stuff. I think if people watch streams, they should expect to see and hear things that they don't want to hear or see, and just deal with it properly in game. But unfortunately, the meta stuff is just like, bleh.
Part of,
All right.
yes. Well, they. That's.
But.
Added.
No.
Just
They.
gold.
This. Word in the.
No.
How much is in there again? 199.
If anyone. They will exile. Inter. Token. Anything actual.
Yes, that was pretty.
Damn it. No.
I don't think.
No. Got to paste it over. I was meant to copy.
So.
Yeah, I think.
All right.
Oh, that.
There we are.
I think
Women's Stream Deck doesn't work.
It
stopped working. God damn it! No.
Oh, well, I.
Ba 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 ba.
Going to.
Do that.
Fainted. Survived.
Copy that. What time did it come on? It was 4. 6. Not 2.
Can I-
think it was 1400.
Yes.
To
I appreciate it.
20.
Okay.
2030. I think it's 2030.
All right.
So, I when it comes.
Last.
I get it. Well.
Oh,
I
Mr. Logerson.
Oh, he had gone.
Oh,
It's gonna leave
Mr.
that.
Man.
Don't need to put that. Don't need to worry about that.
Apparently.
I believe.
That's.
Do you
I
have
have.
the word?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're delivering.
All okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I guess they turned in the report to Logerson, but they haven't been
Okay.
paid yet. So.
Oh. Oh, has he run off with it, has he? Damn him.
Yeah, he went to Bell's.
Yeah, I need to remind him about rushing off to boat trips. Seems to be the top priority when it comes down to it.
It's okay. I can take care of it. It's not a bother.
Just updating this.
No, aye, sir. I'll be right back up.
Okay.
All right.
Gonna put
Ahoy there!
ops. Thank you for the follow, Ron at USMC. Hope you had a good day. How do you get on in your game today? I'm assuming you played.
All right.
I think.
I'm saying.
Let me.
There we are. To NID, to HQ, from HQ. Perfect. Good. Good.
Okay.
Good. Good.
Can I?
Right.
Oh yeah, you're more than.
Okay.
It's for you.
I put some more gold. I put some more gold in. So.
Yeah, no problem.
We're running low upstairs, so we need to get some more from HQ. I've put a note in the duty log for handover. So if we can get that tomorrow, etc. That'd be good. Updated the roster, so that's up to date. It's got Lieutenant Burke on
I'll
there.
be right
Some
back.
ops.
Okay.
So everyone's on there now. You see the post box has been updated as well, so we've got NID folder in there, which is good.
As well, just let you know, sir. I also have to let Captain Silvermeadows know. I'm going to be finishing up some paperwork that I and talk with Ensign Nexus about getting the training from him.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to be taking an LOA for about a week. I can be around if needed. I might just need to be kicked to wake up if I am.
No, I think we're fine. Just make sure you tie up any loose ends. Anything you can't, just let us know. And enjoy your time off. It's all deserved. on that side, so that's good. Ensign, I've topped up the gold. I've got 199 gold in there now. I've done the ledger, but we're running low upstairs. I've put a note into the duty log, so if that can't be done tonight, then if someone can do that tomorrow. But we should have enough for 2 or 3 days, I would think, overall.
All right, do we go to operations for our budget, or is that to Master Chief?
Operations. So
Understood, sir.
I don't think, maybe check with McSmall, or leave a handover note for McSmall and see if she's... I've not seen any templates to request it, so I think it's just a case of just a standard, please can you supply the P.L.U. with its new gold balance, as we only have X amount left, and if need be...
What is our normal weekly budget, sir?
It depends, because it's so erratic. It is a case of looking through the ledger and kind of working out an average. We should have a copy of previous requests. I'm not sure if there's anything in the desk. Not there. Staff info. No, I can't see anything in there. I'll just, yeah, if you leave a handover, unless you kind of work out how to do it, if you leave a handover from McSmall and just ask if she, because she's done it, I believe, or would be privy to that information, she may be able to do it tomorrow, and we can just ask her to put a template into the bookcase.
Are you talking, sir?
Am I talking? I'm talking. Can you not hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Long story short, if you can't work or find any documentation or template for it, just leave a note in handover and see if Small can do it tomorrow, or I'll have a look tomorrow when I get back on duty again. I've got the key.
I can try and get it tonight, because I know Secretary Davenport's going to be waking back up.
That's the key for you. Mr. Mann has the key for Burke. He says he's going to see him later.
Oh, okay.
But if he doesn't, I said for him to give the key to you. So that's the key to get upstairs into the secure. So if you... I'm not sure where he's gone again, but yeah, before he disappears, and I think he has to see you again. But just clarify if he's going to see him. If not, just take the key off him and put it back in the cupboard upstairs. Unless you're going to see Burke later on.
I'm sure I will. He's probably out on patrol right now with his house.
Yes.
It's about that.
So it'll be a few hours before he's back. So other than that, no, good job. I've updated the roster, so Burke's on there. Just put him down as ops for now. And yeah, all good. Good job. Keep
I do have stuff to talk to you about, but I need you to put your kids in the box.
Ah, okay. Well, I can do that just now. I'll tell you what, do you want to come up to the Bulldogs just so we don't get disturbed down here? Because I say
Yes,
we'll have to head off without being disturbed. So. There you are. Hide in the corner.
Burke is... Yes, I was waiting for Ensign Nexus to finish up with the privateer. If Lieutenant Burke is already gone, I didn't realize that was his patrol that just rang the bell. So I will pass off the keys to you then, Ensign Nexus.
Are you leaving, or are you going to be awake for a little bit?
I'm going to be awake for a little bit, but probably not much more than like an hour or two at most.
No, that's fine. If you can just hold on for a couple minutes while I talk to the Commodore, and then I'll come back in with you.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. Appreciate that. Right, chat. I'm going to have to do a quick exit. Apologies. I have to do a quick exit.
Oh, I don't mind the door being shut in my face. I'm used to it.
Once they're in the box, chat, there's no point in me shoving you in the box to say goodbye. So, thank you everyone for the follows and hang out. Hope you've enjoyed the different type of RP and seeing what you've seen. And yeah, Don't be a doofus. Don't meta. Because you get a load of meta watching my streams. But it's not as much as you could do. But yeah, thanks very much. And it's Ron, UMC, getting ready to jump on again. Mergers, breeding horses, patrolling B6, killing Spanish. So it's a busy night. You have a good one, Ron, if you go back on, and I will catch you all later. So